When they were stopped, where were they stopped? Where did they see the police at initially?
Trestle Tree Apartments.
And what's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartments? Trestle
Tree is a strong, like a main hangout for Kelvin Watts and IF gang members.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 27 DDDP.
Good morning. Salute to everybody in here, man. What's up? What's up with y'all, man? Tap the like button.
When they were stopped,
how y'all doing? Cookie Chip, what's up? LaDana Cloud.
Trestle Tree Apartments.
Miguel, Charlotte, Etzer.
What's the significance of Trestle Tree Apartments?
Trestle Tree is a strong, like
Sakina, Kosh,
for Kelvin
Mike,
Watts and
Scarlett, Black Diamond, Miss Grip, Shirley, Nicole.
Been admitted as 27 DDDP.
Yeah. Hilton in trouble? Mike say Hilton in trouble, y'all. What y'all think? She in trouble, y'all? She dropped the ball? No, actually, whoever decided to flood the witness list with repetitive detectives causing them to get uncomfortable and over-prosecuting your case, technically. So I don't think it's her fault. I think they did all of that, coming up with this plan as a team, y'all. And I think as a team, they decided to use certain tactics. And it backfired. That's a salute, man. I appreciate that. Happy birthday. DTB, salute. Muscle. 808. Amy Lou. Garcia. You're. So look, right. So if you go back to the witness list that we was going off of in the beginning of the trial, where they showed the officers that they had that was going to come and testify multiple times, I believe Dennis was coming back the most, y'all. Real rap. I think they had Holmes listed like 5 times on the witness list. Real, like seriously. And yeah, I think this was only the 3rd. So, what y'all think about that? Yo, let me know if you get kicked out the stream, too. Because that's preposterous. Tap the like button for me. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Good morning. Yeah, I see. They just dropped frames already. Yeah, I seen it. Cookie chip salute. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, man. I don't know if it's something I done did or something they doing. I ain't do nothing. I just started, though. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate y'all being here. You all ready? You all ready? He had the vernaculars to captivate. Yeah, Amy Lou, I know. Yeah, I know. But hey, I'm in here. Salute to y'all, man. Good morning. I appreciate y'all. Run the likes up, y'all. Help me get to 100 before 20 minutes. You know the deal. You know the deal. Flood the chat real quick. Dennis wrecked right behind Gaither. Yeah, they did just bring them back, and they did just have a mishap. All right. How much does it cripple the state's case? if they was really relying on Dennis to come back and give them, you know, on certain overt acts, they was relying on Holmes to come and basically describe the details of the back and forth. To me, I don't think he was that good of a witness. I think he came off as goofy and unprofessional. And yesterday, I think he dropped the ball on us listening to him claim he was an expert. I think he got exposed yesterday for not even being an expert. Like, I think Adams successfully debunked that Holmes was not a expert on lyrics and his gang. He actually fumbled because when he was trying to explain where he got the music connection with gangs and his teaching for it, it actually exposed that Holmes gang training ain't official. That timeline with him talking about St. Louis and him growing up in St. Louis and then he just jumped, man, that was preposterous. From magazines. Yeah. Man, that was terrible, bro. If he was a scientist, and yo essentially said he read motherfucking dinosaur magazines. Yo said he was what they call him? What they call, I go discover bones. What I'm called? I go digging. If an archaeologist, yeah, Holmes, an archaeologist. Yo just read a whole bunch of dinosaur magazines. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. We here. What he call him, a bird brain? He wasn't talking about Holmes. That warm sensation. That was crazy, wasn't it? What? Who said? Yo. Yeah, technically, 808, you're right. You are more of a gang expert than any of these witnesses. Yeah, technically, I'm going to have to say, I got him beat too. I got him beat too. The weird part about it is I ain't used no movies for no reference or no music. That's crazy. 808, how about you? That ain't in your curriculum, is it? It's not. Real rap. Like, if you really know gangs, you won't use a movie for a reference. To be honest, there is no movie to reference what I know about the streets outside for real. Not like correctly. Like, I could use it as like I gotta give you the part to let you know that is a movie and that was fake. Let me tell you about the part they juiced it, you feel me, and went over the top. But I can use it as a vague, you feel me, but never, I wouldn't do that with gangs. It's no real movie, to be honest. They give you a current, you out of pocket. Soon as you get into that, I'm gonna keep it real. Trying to describe current gangs with a movie, not on this East Coast. Nah, not this East Coast. I don't know what's going on over there on the West. I can't call it. I don't know how close. I'm going to jump out there and say that ain't what that is either. You can't use that movie. You can't use none of the movies. It's too, you got to understand, that's a movie. Yeah, some events might apply, but the context be like left in comparison to what's really going on. It's like it's this weird little split. Like even with Scarface, let's take something like that. Ain't no way you could take that verbatim and use that as a core for finding out how them Spanish boys was coming through them cuts of Miami and getting busy. You can't do that. You can't even use Cocaine Cowboys to really get a gist. Nah, that's your foundation. No, that ain't gonna work. You can't use New Jack City, Juice, Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, you can't use none of them. All of them leaving out strong elements. Menace to Society, them boys was cooking up in the kitchen, and they just skipped any process to hustling. I mean, even on the robbery tip, the way they showed Yo pull a robbery with Holmes with the Mustang, that was felonious. Like, what, he just jumped off the porch like that? Like, he just one day he ride and he just felt like, you know what? And he just had the spot that, nah. You feel me? I mean, which one you want to do? That's why I say Blow might be one of the, to be honest, the movie Blow, and they chopped that story up, but to be honest, that might be one of the realest, to be honest. The timeline, like the projection, you feel me? Like they ain't doing too much. Like everything kind of according to, where Holmes was at. You understand? They probably put a little juice in it. You know what I mean? But I'm going to have to say that joint. Colors did change St. Louis. I'm not going to argue that, Muscle. What year Colors come out? The problem with him using St. Louis and you vouching for it is not the fact that, see, you went for the bait, Muscle. You went for the bait. So now you vouching for him saying he right, but he got you with 10% truth. He got you. You see what you doing? You defended him yesterday. Look, you still doing it. You trying to defend St. Louis and his opinion right now. And you wrong. No, bro, you're wrong. You're vouching for the wrong point. Don't get wiped down this morning, bro. Please stop hard stamping that, bro. You don't even understand what you're doing. Stop, bro. I don't want to do this to you. Relax. You got that. Colors manipulated you. You was stupid. You got that. Y'all was dumb. Do you really want me to do this to you, bro? Seriously, because that's what you're saying, bro. But by you saying that right now, you're insinuating that he was right. See, you trying to prove that y'all got manipulated by the movie. That's not the point. The point was, did he see it? No. 10 years, people that, how old was he? What year the movie come out? No, we all was dumb, Muscle. Let's forget, we already know we all got manipulated by movies. Peep game, though. What year the movie come out? And what year was he born? So if I'm the age I am, y'all, it came out in 88. How old is Holmes to be able to see that the streets have been manipulated by a movie? Hey, bro, when you was 10, could you see that the streets was manipulated by a movie? Yeah, buddy. He lied. He lied. Bro, you can't even see that from 10. Your vision ain't far enough to see what? You can't, what? Yo, hip-hop wouldn't exist if that was the case. Wrestling, dead. Video games, dead. Easter Bunny, dead. Christmas, dead. Yo, you still believe in Christmas at 10. You saying in 89 you couldn't wear red or blue. Yo, that's far. That's far from what he kicked, though. You see, look, you keep going to your experience and giving validity to his. That's what I'm telling you. Relax. You're using the fact that he's speaking from your shoes. He wasn't in your shoes. Now, first off, what you're talking about is what you were told as a kid. Well, I'm assuming as a kid, you didn't come up with the perception yourself. He using it as expertise as a grown-up. You see the difference? like, that's my argument, bro. So, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that this didn't happen in St. Louis at all. No. No, bro. No, relax. I'm not, no, hell no. Yes, that happened. But, bro, Holmes is using that as an official way to say, yeah, I mean, I know about gangs because I grew up during the time period in St. Louis where it was on and popping. And technically, I had to live through it. Then I moved. That's cap. That's cap. Yo, you were not active. Yo, you mean to tell me the way you maneuver as a kid gives you the understanding of a gang, even if you live in Gang Central? Real rap, bro. Stop. Nah, we not doing that. You get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Like and it go for Gaither too, though. It go for Gaither too, though. You in Chicago. Look, my whole thing is you grew up in a city that has gangs. This go for me too, y'all. Listen, I go to college at 18, then go be a cop. Bro, when was I experiencing the environment of a gang to bring that into my career? That's all I'm saying. Using that, man. All right, listen. You hoop in the NBA and you hoop at 10 in the AAU, it works. You see how it works? That's literally the same game. You can't be some naive kid trying to get back to the house so you can play the video game that's ducking, dudes who live in certain neighborhoods who's starting to pick up, the entry-level characteristics of being in a gang. And when you get grown now, you can reference back to when you was trying not to get beat up by the dudes around the corner as your reference point to how you started having knowledge of this gang shit that you use for your career. Nah, bro, that's phony. No, he ain't jump off the porch, Tubby. See, that's what I'm saying, Tubby. It ain't even if you was in the gang. The age don't even allow you to look at it from a professional angle to carry it on into your professional career. That's the problem. Yes, that's the problem. You wasn't in a professional capacity. Your age doesn't even give you the angle to look at it like that. Real rap. You do not have the elements of what you need to even look at life like that, to even carry that into being a grown-up, and now you know the codes. You were removed as a kid. You ain't like you was full throttle in it, getting emerged. You knew all the codes. You was far distant. That's like saying you know about street culture and you never hustled. You turn into a DEA agent, and as a DEA agent, you say you grew up in a neighborhood where they were selling heroin. How the fuck does that apply, y'all? There you go. There you go. There you go. I got an analogy for you. Take that. Take that. Real rap, bro. Like, yo, don't tell me you. Listen. You feel me? On a strength, I was really out there serving hand in hand. My vast knowledge of the elements of the drug game going quickly let you know that I was really fucking active. Now, the shit I could have told you before I turned 18, you probably would have determined, hell yeah, he really active. So could I have turned into a DEA agent? Hell yeah. Could I have told him, yo, I was really selling drugs. I got charges and shit. I know shit off the top of the head that's crazy in this field. Holmes don't know that shit about that gang shit. You get what I'm saying? I really played as a kid. Would I try to tell you about some kingpin type shit? No, I would have had to learn that in school. You see what I'm saying? It's still a gap. Look, I could tell you all about the street shit. Selling mill bags, bagging up, using a digi-scale, hand scales, serving fiends. I don't like crack. Crack with too much goddamn baking soda. Old heads that take you off. Put niggas who put cracks in their butt so they don't get caught. And how I don't fuck around. I got angles. You feel me? We could go for days. I mean, white fiends versus black fiends, fiends that fix cars, fiends that got cars, fiends that loan cars out for crack. You feel me? All this type of stuff. You know what I mean? What's the going rates in this area? What's the going rates in this area? If you travel a little bit further across the bridge over there, they got some different rates. You feel me? Yeah. Nah, he admitted to not being in it, though. See, that's the part. He ain't even try to claim he even dabbled. No, he admitted his peoples wasn't having it. Yeah. He had older family members that wasn't letting him be exposed. That takes the cake, y'all. Yo, do you know how, all right, what is gang culture like to the kid that's not allowed to be in a gang by his older siblings? What is that like? Hey, yo, listen, I'm going to tell y'all this. I was one of them as a kid. I was expected to do the wildest. Yeah, early. Yeah, I'm talking about out that mob. Yeah, them little niggas bad. I was out that mob where I had to tell them to chill. Yeah, I'm not one of them nuts. I know some nuts. Them little niggas be nutty. I be doing shit when I want to. Y'all think I'm nuts. I'm not nuts. Them other dudes is nuts. Hence, I ain't had to take no medicine. Y'all might think I'm crazy. I ain't crazy. Yeah. Straight up. Had to like, good morning. Straight up. It's a difference. But yeah, y'all, he bluffed us out with that. He bluffed us out. He tried to make it like he was official, like coming from St. Louis really makes him a good gang expert. All right, so the good thing about him being gone, he made that PDF, which was the PDF they used to try to link all of the back and forth. Yup. Other detectives basically went off of that. Like anybody that came after that, I'm thinking they used that as a foundation. Like as you can see, he gets called at one point. Tell us everything you have on Donovan Thomas. Mind you, he's from the 4th Ward. So they used him because he had information on these same people from when he worked the beat there. Hence, Quinn worked Zone 3 when he worked the beat. That's Cleveland Avenue and Jonesboro South, ain't it? I believe. I might be wrong, though, y'all. Don't quote me. I don't know about Atlanta. I'm guessing. Tap the like button. Good morning. I appreciate y'all, too. So, what y'all think about them allowing these crimes to go down so they could actually facilitate this RICO? I don't know if y'all seen that yet, but if you really look, you can see where they have crimes that's being done, right? And they know who's doing it. And they sit back. So it's a couple guys who seem to be the aggressors and the bullies. And they kind of let them be bullies. And they lock them up, but they tell. And then they put them back out. And they do some more harm to other people. Then they get that person to tell, and they get the other people to tell, and then they just keep running the same cycle. And mad families is beefing now because now you got more beef from people telling on each other and the cycle just being completed. And robbing each other too because we ain't really got no job opportunities out here. Apparently that's what it looked like. But I'm not, physically in Atlanta. That's just what it looked like for miles up the road. My vision could be off though. Gang experts are a myth. They make up the rules as they go along. Yep, I think M3 hit it on the head with that one. Legitly, too. Like, they're legalized to make up the rules. and fit the narrative, fit the gangs inside their narratives. That's why I posted that other gang expert, how he basically debunked the YSL Rico. And I posted that a couple days early because I felt like that one goes against the grain from what Dennis and them said. Yeah, the police in my city do that. 808. They tell you to go down a couple streets. Basically, get out my district with it. For real. I don't care what you're doing. You can't do it here. Uh-huh. They come through, get on the bullhorn. Don't even get out the car. Yo, I'll be back in 10 minutes. If y'all still right here, everybody going to jail. That essentially means go 2 streets over type of situation. You feel me? Like you disperse from right here, right? But the wild part is he's not telling you to go, you got to go in the house like I'm on your specific heels. Nah, just I don't want to see you in my little zone type of joint. That's pretty fair. It's like, all right. Now you could challenge it if you want and test him. I told y'all they didn't, yeah. Like even, like, they done moved us in, you know. Yeah. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning, though. What y'all expect to see today? The state, fumbling. They throwing fumbles. They got Dennis kicked out. Hilton feel responsible. Y'all think she taking blame in the office? Or they patting on the back like, nah, that wasn't even your fault, Hilt. That wasn't even your fault. Nah, it was a bad pass on my fault. It was my bad. They taking it as a team or they blaming Hilt, y'all? How many more witnesses? Man, that lady said December, if they speed up. She lost the game winner. I mean, if you willing to step up and take the shot, bro, the people who scared to shoot better not say nothing. I'm going to keep it real. You can't feel some type of way about the guy that shoot. Yeah, bro. You can't be mad. She did. Step up. She was right. She was holding him down. I don't even think without Hilton they would have made it this far, bro. If it was just Love and them other guys, man, yeah, Hilton holding them down, y'all. Yeah, man. Hilton holding them down now that we think about it, bro. She the only thing been balancing it out. I gotta give her some credit. I gotta give her some credit, bro. She the only thing that's a little bit, what is it? She ain't giving me the evil vibes. Miss Love can't give me a little bit of evil vibes. Like she wants some mayhem. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it real. Yeah, Love seemed like she came for wreck. Real rap. Love seemed like she come for wreck. Hilton like more like, if guys is guilty, they guilty. I'm just here to kind of do my job. I ain't feeling like she super wants slam guys. She has crossed the line with her urban access. Yeah, her urban card. Yeah, she definitely traded her urban card in. But look, this all came about because they showed a picture of Yak Gotti standing on Lucci car, and Holmes said something that was wrong. Yo, do you know how preposterous showing a picture of somebody standing on somebody's car? First off, standing on somebody's car is corny. But guess what? if Yak was about it, he wouldn't have stood on that car. He'd have waited for Holmes to get in that car and knocked his top off. So these boys ain't even gangsters. How about that? Gangsters ain't standing on no cars. Find a Rico in my city or one of these other cities with some tough Tonys. See if you find a picture of somebody standing on somebody's car. Man. So you let me know how that's gang activity. Real rap. That boy tender as a John standing on that car, boy. You look like a clown. We grown, bro. Dudes throw away cars. Nobody tripping about no feet on no cars, cuz. You supposed to sit right there and wait for Holmes on some old, yeah, now that's a video. Take a video of you standing out waiting on it by your car and you're scared to come out there. Look at him, y'all. Look at him at the door. Look at him with the police. Look. I ain't doing nothing but standing here. Look, y'all. Look. Look, I ain't even gonna look at him. Look, I ain't even gonna look. Look, I'm just standing there because I'm just minding my business. I'm just minding my business right here by this baby blue car. You feel me? Look, though. You're standing on it. Man, what you saying, man? We in our 20s, man. We grown having things, bro. Standing on nobody's car. You ain't stomped that bitch out? Yo, wasn't that bitch a soft top or something? Man. That was a clown picture, y'all. Yo, ain't even damaged it. Yo, he ain't even damaged it. Do it like Street Fight. Nah, Rich, to be honest, when people got bread, it ain't even worth it. We having things. So damaging personal stuff, you look like a chick. Now, if you gonna do it, you gotta do it on some mafioso. Yeah. Hop in, dude, hit the ignition. Boom. You feel me? That's what we talking about. Yeah. You feel me? Straight up, dude, go to hit the alarm. Boom, boom, boom. Damn. Now that's saying something, cuz. Now we saying something. Yo, you say, yo. Fuck a pitch. Hey, yo. Yeah, they said Lucci car exploded. What? Hell yeah, at the mall. What? Cap. Bro, listen, bro. They say they found C4. Your door was on the roof of the mall, bro. What? Cap. I'm serious, bro. Watch. I'm going to show you the video on Instagram. You ain't even going to be able to tell it was a Benz. Watch this. Straight up. Yeah, put your door on the roof. Imagine yo was in there. You heard? He's standing on no car. At the mall. He got to come out of there, y'all. So let's have a little, a little confrontation. Because look, standing on his car, you saying he ain't tough. That's what you saying. He ain't tough. I stand on his car. Ain't nobody going to do nothing. Man. Yeah. It's like, you need to be finding shell cows, to be honest. You can't even claim to be tough until y'all sort out what y'all gonna do with shell cows. Yo, if Shell Cows is in jail while he took that picture, he a super clown. Yup, there you go. Yak a super clown, but mind you, he already told. But let's put that to the side. Let's say he 1,000% solid, right? Solid as a rock, right? If Shell Cows wasn't home when he stood on that car, he a punk. Real rap, y'all. That ain't tough. It's actually hot. It's actually hot, y'all. And when you grow up, certain stuff is like, it's like you little boying yourself. One thing you're supposed to do when you get into the chicken is grow up. If anything happens, when you get into the money, it should allow you to grow up. Yeah. I'm promising you, y'all, and really be able to see certain stuff just makes you look like a clown and a little boy. Seriously. Seriously, just certain stuff is just, yo, nah, don't do that. Or when you do it and somebody else see it, they supposed to tell you, nah, bro, and got you looking like you ain't even a boss, bro. Why you doing that? He phony. Holmes ain't even no stepper. Or we the stepped on his ass. So what we need to prove standing on his car? Holmes a duck. He a rapper. He ain't tripping about no rappers. If you really active, yo, you ain't tripping about no rappers, bro. I'm telling y'all what's going on out here. I'm telling you what's going on. That's why the boys say, man, he a rapper boy. I'm telling you, if you really outside, you ain't tripping about no rappers, bro. I'm telling you, I'm the producer and I was out there tripping about no rappers. Even the rappers know. We ain't tripping about y'all, man. We really be... Boy, you be going to shows, boy. You be going to shows and be ducked up in the studios, boy. We be out here, boy. I'm the engineer that own the studio, and I still could pull rappers' cards, y'all. Real rap. Because technically we know, like, a lot of them is trying to get out the streets, y'all. They really trying to get away. Seriously. Y'all ain't the toughest people outside. No. Y'all popular. Y'all is not the toughest. Or the smartest, or the most hustle. You know, like, nah, y'all not the biggest hustlers. Now, some of them get busy. It's the ones who get busy go down or get smoked. I'm going to keep it real. The ones who really got a foot out there in the street, no, it's going down. Because they're going to turn up accordingly to match what they're doing with the music because they got to do more to facilitate it, right? So they're going to get a little bit more active and they going to get killed or they going to jail. Real rap. So the rappers who really is about it, y'all, they're going to jail or they going to get killed. Real, I'm telling y'all some good shit. Because you got to amplify what you really doing in the streets. And then your name getting super bouncy, bouncing around like crazy because you doing this music shit. And then when some people really start saying, nah, Holmes really is fucking, bro, he really. Yeah. The law gonna be like, nah, for real. They like, nah, he ain't like them other rapping boys. He really him. Yeah, he going to jail. Feds coming or, you know, them bodies going to collect real fast. And yeah, boys going to jail. Ain't no damn probation. Ain't going to be no damn, you understand? Straight up. Look around. The people who is really, you understand? Now, a couple guys crossed the threshold, luckily. They really was, you know, and then something, you know, they might have got some opportunity and they chilled. You feel me? They definitely did not stay, you know, foot to the pedal in the streets once they got their opportunity that really, you know, removed them. Do some of them, you know, start going broke and start to try to play the game again? Yeah. Why not? It's right there in your face. It's almost tempting. Hell yeah. Because if you do a run as a famous rapper, you definitely getting mad connects. Hell yeah. Everywhere you go. Niggas, yo, I got this, I got that. Yeah. So technically, if you had that mind state of, you know, being from it, you technically then just turned into a connect by default. Yeah. You can't even ignore it. Like, even by mistake, you still know. You still know somebody with a good number. Yup. You gotta be like the green. You gotta be from like, yeah. Even the clowns is getting connected, y'all. Real rap. Yeah, y'all. That's just how money work. Like, once you got a couple of dollars, yo, people was pitching. Yeah, they pitching. They coming out the woodworks. Tap the like button, y'all. Good morning. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. If you know around here, subscribe to the channel. It's 101.9 Slime. I'm posted. You already know. Yeah, the trial. Hey, yo, didn't I say something was going to happen with Dennis? Remember the day before when he walked on camera and I got turned up? I said, oh. Yeah, remember? How I know? I called it, didn't I? I said, yeah, I'm on his ass. I was turned. I said, I'm on his ass. That's my number one op. Oh, yeah, they brought my op back. I'm sad he gone. But that mean I whooped his ass. It's like, it's a gift and a curse. He my favorite op. But now I done dusted him too much. He gone. He can't even squabble no more. Is all his testimony out or just the stuff from yesterday? It sounds like she said yesterday, and it don't sound like she went all the way backwards and told him about everything else he said to be erased. I listened. I ain't hear her say everything he said in totality for the whole trial. No, she specifically said today. And when Holmes asked about what about Holmes coming back in the future, she like, nah, Holmes dead. So what he said yesterday and going forward, we ain't no more dinners. What they heard before, I think that's legit. I think that's legit. Yo, did anybody on the internet play both of them Brisk videos side by side at the same time? Is anybody calling them videos to be cap? Now that planner stuff been out. He been presenting the planner stuff off the top of his head, but he altered it to fit the narrative of how they want to kick it. So they left certain elements out. But for the most part, he said everything that's in that presentation. We went over almost every bit of what's in that presentation, y'all. Even the things I thought they wasn't, they did. But he left mad parts about what was really going on out. Kenny Boo not in there. You know, what else? It's elements not in there. And it stopped. It stopped right after. It stopped in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. If not 15, 16. It don't go far at all. So it's a short. Like, I don't even know why somebody didn't make a new one. Because you could have took that one and then added what we had and came up with a new advanced one by now. You feel me? So I don't even know why somebody didn't make a better one. So that's to show you they lazy. Because I'd have took that one and went ham. I'd have paid somebody. Seriously. Like, what is they doing? They got resources. I'd have paid. Yeah, hell yeah, graphics artists. What is it? Well, let me shut up before they smash somebody. But yeah, these graphics is sheiks. They could have went on Fiverr and got better graphics. Real rap. Yo, what y'all think about that video, though? I'm calling flying car. They trying to keep all their weird police practices out. Poppy, they dropped the ball because they over-prosecuted. Remember I told y'all I would have left the flying car situation out. I would have left half a head out because that got the BB. That got Detective BB connected to it, which exposes, dirt. I wouldn't even have brought it in. I wouldn't have brought the flying car because that's them with finagling. We already know something. They played all types of games with that, right? What else? It's a couple elements that proves they reaching, bro. Look, because if you wouldn't want to put this up there because it opened the door for you, and corruption in the police force. So you wouldn't present these unless you like, man, look, we need something, man. We're going to have to roll the dice, man. But yeah, something ain't right. No McDonald's footage after Donovan Thomas. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I don't know if we've been up here. We get 100 likes. Hopefully we made it before 20 minutes. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning, too. Yo, why the footage of them tussling didn't look like the same length of footage? Tap the like button, y'all. Run me up. Help me get to 200, 300. Why the tussle outside the car didn't look like the same tussle from the body cam, y'all? How was the body cam spinning and doing all of that if the tussle was so short on the other camera? Dude grabbed his vest. Yo, you can't spin somebody's vest. Either way, it don't spin 360, bro. That thing turned upside down, Jay. It's no excuse. Cameras, first-person cameras are meant to stay vertically up as if it's representing the same view as the person that's wearing it. It won't spin. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. That thing won't spin. It's against the purpose of the style of camera. It's a first-person camera. You feel me? Ain't no first-person camera gonna spin, bro. None of them. Something ain't right, bro. That camera flip-flopped and then landed on the ground to where as though we couldn't see nothing at the perfect moment. Even the time from the camera hitting the ground and the sound of the weapon don't even sound right, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real. Yeah, it could come off, but it didn't come off. It spent and stayed up, and then it went back right before it hit the ground. That's the part. Once you start coming off of your how you're connected, you spin and hit the ground. Bounce and flap over. If you flap camera down or camera up. I know how this go, bro. That's why I kept playing it. You ain't see me? See, people thought I was geeking. I thought about all that while I was playing it. That's why I wasn't saying nothing. I was trying to help y'all catch on. I seen the play. Ain't no way. That's why I just kept looking like, and you see me tilt my head? Ain't no way. I was showing y'all. Ain't no way, bro. I do this. I do this. No. I'm telling you. Ask a cop to explain it. Ask a cop to explain it. In order for your body cam to spin upside down, what need to happen? Tell him to tell you every example of how the body cam footage could be upside down, showing the house completely upside down. Ask a police, just raw, without showing them. Just, hey, if you had some body cam footage and it showed the camera upside down, it like spent, and it actually, if you freeze it, you can see the houses upside down on the camera. How could that happen? Watch what he say. Watch what he say. He gonna laugh when he tell you, somebody took the body cam off? No, it's still on the police. The police was upside down. I'm telling you, ask 100 police, y'all. Watch what they say. Do it side by side? Nah, Star. I don't feel like it. People don't trust me when I go to extra work, so I ain't even doing it. Yeah, it ain't worth my time, Star. I've been showed my skills with doing this type stuff. It's not worth my time. People don't listen to me and it don't go viral. So I ain't doing it. I'll verbally tell you. I'm not playing. You do it. I'm told you 2 elements that ain't right. The camera being upside down and then going back level. See, this part I showed you. It went upside down and then went back level. Level, yeah. Yeah. I ain't lying, y'all. Like, you could download a free app and do it. I ain't gonna lie, I was about to do it last night. I attempted to download the whole video file, and it bumped me because it wasn't due processing on YouTube yet. So it ain't let me download it. So it kind of hindered me, and now I ain't really in the, I ain't really tripping. I did want to see it, but technically, Technically, so the internet ain't say nothing about it. Did anybody on the internet say anything about the Christian Aperture video? Anybody? His head was in the way. What you mean? Nobody? Yo, that's crazy, y'all. It's no way. It's too many. Yo, nah, bro. Nah, bro. It's too many people, bro, that do. Nah, bro. That is, man. I'm troubled. I'm troubled that nobody else is picking through that, y'all. Hold on. Where that video at? Where that was? That was the day before? Or that was yesterday? That was the day before. That was the day before, y'all? I thought that was yesterday. It was? When bald dude, when Alien came up there? Oh, when Black Yo came. What is going on? What is this? Man, she looked like she out the Jet magazine. Yo, tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I don't know this lady. She bugging. I don't know this lady. Who this lady? Man. What happened? Something ain't right. Something ain't right. We're not doing
All right, can somebody pull it up? Or and I know y'all have had to go a little bit out of order because of the.
Hold on, y'all. Where that part at, y'all? Where the timestamps with them videos, y'all? Y'all gotta help me. The other streamers refuse to show bad lighting on the APD. For real? Oh. That's what you notice? They police friendly. Like, even when the police wrong. They won't never down the police, even when they out of pocket. For real? I ain't know that. That's what it is.
Do you mind? I've just got to give the jury an instruction before we have your testimony. So do you mind just?
That's weird.
Right outside that first set of doors.
Media do rock with the police, though. The police be calling the media to be there when dudes is getting locked up. That's not true. Cat Not Williams does. Well, phenomenal. Fuck you and Cat Not Williams. That bitch a op. So you go and watch her. Don't vouch for that bitch in my chat. She a culture vulture. Now, what you got to say about that? Is she a culture vulture? And then you got a nerd to promote somebody else? Fuck you and both them people you watched. Yeah. Dick in your mouth, phenomenal. Now, that bitch a whole culture vulture. Looking like she straight out of Black Lives Matter fake movement, sent to start fire at a Wendy's in one of our cities during a riot. Stop playing with me. Stop playing. Now say something about that, phenomenal. Yeah, since you want to vouch, what's up? But we cool still, though. We cool still, though. Phenomenal. Hey, be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Phenomenal. Was she covering, the plight of the young black men in Atlanta before this trial? Or she just covering it because it's popular and it helps her channel grow? Huh? Man, listen. Phenomenal. Hello? Hello? Classy Beats. Fuck yo. I don't know, yo. And why you run another commercial for yo? I asked you numerous questions about Shorty. Stop. Yeah. You running commercials first off. So if you really fuck with me, you wouldn't do that. Cause I don't go to their channel and run commercials. And people don't speak about Eban Films in their chat. So you vouching for these people and saying their whole name, you a bitch, first off. Then you didn't address what I said to you about with Shorty, how she ain't right. Now what? Pressure. And the Discord open. What's up? But can you tell me why she looked like the same white people that was setting up black people in these inner cities to make it look like we was rioting and starting fires and we ain't never burnt no property in our communities? Hold up. You gonna address that part? Or you gonna address the part that she wasn't covering hip-hop community before this trial was lucrative for? Huh? What part you wanna address? Huh? Then we could get to this other dude I don't know that you ran a commercial for, bitch. Hello? You at work? All right, I'm gonna help you wipe you down since you can't respond to nothing that I said about the bitch, dummy. You so busy at work, but you stopped doing your work so you could defend two other streamers. And you insinuated that people was talking about them, and we didn't even mention them. So now you wrong again. Did I make my case? I think you lost. What's up? Matter of fact, I'm gonna unblock you so you can respond to that. But I'm gonna block you again so you can get back to your work and you can watch them other streamers. Since you want to vouch for people that we didn't even speak on. We were speaking vaguely and you interrupted and ran a commercial for people. But I'm gonna bring you back because I just embarrassed you. And I embarrassed you good. Now make your case. Yeah, you's an idiot. What's up? I'm a cornball, but you still ain't speak how Cat. You still ain't respond to the Cat part. Was I wrong about what I said about Cat? Unsubscribing. Oh, and you gonna go watch Cat. Could you please? Oh, no. Why didn't you respond to what I asked you about Cat though? You brought somebody up. We never mentioned any names. You brought this person up and then I asked you questions and then you just ignored it. Wow. Damn, you got busted. Hey, yo, to the people that started covering the trial after it got popular or because they ain't had no other work to do, you feel me? Show me when they actually was helping the people in the ghettos, during their regular careers before clout showed up. And then I won't call them a culture vulture. Show me people that worked and tried to help the injustices being done, once they became grown. They've been seeing the injustices. Show me the documentation that they've been fighting the system before it became lucrative for their YouTube career. Show me that. Then I won't call them a culture vulture. I got facts to go with my accusations. But let's get back to it. Thank you. Come again. I want to thank you, Heavenly Father, for shining your light on me. It's been a long time. Boo, 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 boo. y'all lame. Go ahead and watch them, though. You tried. You tried to run a commercial for some people and got caught. Someone insinuated that the majority of people do some things, and then you introduced 2 examples out of the many, which definitely doesn't even make a point. So you ran a commercial. You got busted. Shout out to my mans that didn't even mention no names. He just said, yeah, yo, most of these other people was, yeah, blah, blah, blah. That was his opinion. You jumped out there, wanted to take the bait, and ran a commercial for 2 people that we ain't even got nothing to do with. So fuck you and both of them. Meanwhile, the person you ran a commercial for, we would be accepting, the black community be accepting people to come in. They guess, like Eminem. So she looked like Eminem in the face and all that. Like, yeah, like for real. So if any of y'all in here wanted to ever sleep with Eminem, go holler at Shorty. But other than that, fuck with your boy, because I'm authentic. And I care about, the plight of the black man before it became lucrative. You feel me? Straight up. Actually, you could say I'm probably losing money now. I lost money when I was helping the dudes in the streets not go to the feds, you feel me? By not taxing them. You know how, like, all the white engineers and all the white videographers steal from the rappers? Yeah, niggas should be slapping fire out their ass. The white YouTubers do the same thing. Yeah, they manipulate them and tell them to do this, tell them to do that. All while they milking money out of their budgets. Yeah. So when you see your favorite rapper that claim to be from the trenches and he's sitting in the studio with a white engineer and he praising them, glazing them, and treating them like he a boss, technically that's the unreciprocated dollar of the black community. Fuck is wrong with them? They just mad because I'm smarter than them. These niggas went to college and I still got more knowledge. Fuck wrong with them? They lame. Good morning, though. Mwah. Salute to all y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. They weirdos. We gonna always drag on them, but we ain't come for no shenanigans today. They stay out of my circumference for real. If you notice, they be sending weirdos and shit to come around. None of them people. They wanted to look in the beginning. Remember when they thought I was soft? They was coming around trying to act cool and shit. And then when I dragged, we seen this before. They be thinking niggas sweet. They probably be thinking I'm a geek when I first pop up in people's sectors or something. They like, yeah, who's this new clown nigga? They just be thinking I'm some type of pushover. Let's go play the game with Holmes. It's the glasses. It's the glasses. They think I wear glasses, y'all. They think I wear glasses. I got them. My guy. None of these got prescriptions. Yo, these is personality glasses, my nigga. So niggas don't be scared of me. Cause I be looking too goddamn serious without the glasses, man. Cause I be thinking about shit.
And what is that showing?
So that just shows Mr. Eppinger walking into the complex. So what happens immediately before?
Yeah, these is party glasses, man. I'm a drug dealer. I'm trying to blend in. Fuck you talking about? They dumb. They thought I was some type, what the fuck? They disrespectful. So they must think I'm geeking when they think I'm lying totally when I say I be out in the streets. Then they think I'm some type of computer geek. They like, yeah, that nigga be streaming, doing all this shit. That nigga ain't been outside. Right. I try, bro, you done got your boots smoked. You done got your boots smoked playing with me. That mean I got you. That mean it worked for the law then. Oh yeah, I'd have beat a couple bodies. I should have been dressing like this. Shit. I should have been dressing like this, man. Man. Smoke one of these boards. What? I remember dudes used to come in the studio and try to figure me out. Because look, I look like one of them on a regular basis, right? But I remember them trying to place like a finger on me. Like, oh, like is he like a in the house type of dude, or is he a street? Because they ain't know. Because now it's an age gap. Now they just know me for the studio, so they don't know if I'm bluffing when I talk. Like, you feel me? They don't. I can see it in their face. They trying to figure out like, oh, is. Then look, I threw him for another loop. I start dressing against the grain from the streets. I start wearing khakis and Vans in Baltimore, y'all. This is unheard of. Hell yeah. Niggas start wearing khakis and Vans and flannels on purpose. Yeah. Cause I ain't want to look like these rappers. Yeah, these niggas was looking like clowns. I had to separate myself. Yeah, all of them start looking the same, weirdos and shit. And they pants was too tight. I just ignored the whole tight jean shit. I made it. Yup, I made it wearing khakis the whole time. I've been wearing khakis since Balmain's came out, y'all. I swear to God. Cheap khakis, too. Busting on them. For real, I just wasn't with it. Me and Fashion went different, separate ways at that part. We parted ways. I never was with the fad, but technically I dress like, you know, how everybody rock. Like white tees and jeans, yeah, I'm all in. The era right after that, I was in that too. When they went to the tightest of tight jeans, I said, oh, hell nah, I'm out. Let the young boys have that. Let them get that. Salute, Cookie Chip. Yeah. Well, the only reason I've been wearing this type shit is because of this courtroom. I ain't gonna lie. Now I'm in the groove, though. I ain't gonna lie. I've essentially left the bracket I was in before. Technically, I am in a new groove. Like, if I was to go somewhere, I'm probably gonna wear some of this shit. Yeah. I missed the start.
Motion in any way should affect our time in this case, and we should move forward. And that's my position. I put it in writing, but
All right. Well, what I'd like is if there are any post new evidence code
Yo,
cases
why they volume so low?
with similar facts.
Why you getting commercials?
to
Oh, I
ours.
got the commercials on, my bad.
So I'd rather have something
Yo, Law and Crime don't play commercials?
in writing, if y'all don't mind.
I will. But there's a ton of
All right. Well,
cases.
you don't have to give me every one. Just
So the state is wrong.
okay. I don't want to argue it right now. I want a written response. All right. Appreciate it.
Your Honor,
Oh, what, you
Yes.
sleepy?
approach about another matter.
Yes.
It's some before this. Well, the channel I'm watching don't got it. What they say? The channel I'm watching started after that, bro. And I don't feel like looking for Law and Crime. Is it important? Please stop doing that. Or I will block you. Straight up. Like, straight up, bro. Jimenez sitting in for Harvey today. That's all?
So, hello, Mr. Armstrong. I suspect that's why you're here, but can you come back on Monday instead?
What?
Thank you.
Who the hell is Mr. Armstrong?
In and out.
Hold on, CM. You told us to go back, and that's all? That's the summary? Tap the like button, y'all. Run me up. I appreciate everybody being here. It should be more people, because this independent media. And allegedly, if people support Thug and them, I'm assuming out of all the streamers, I'm probably the closest to be a member of YSL. I'm just jumping out there. I think out of all these streamers, I'm probably the wildest nigga. Straight up, I'm just standing on it. I don't think none of these other niggas fucking with me. As far as that type shit. For real. Straight up. That's all. Seriously. That part. I'm not the news. I'm closer to niggas that's on trial. That's my motherfucking point. That's why I'm dressed like this. It ain't nothing important. I think it's all just someone introducing himself. Motion for reconsideration. Media, they real biased. Well, hold on. Yo, politicians and the people that pay for commercials is who run media. Anybody working on one of these platforms that get paid commercials, they can't buck on the ideas of the people that pay for the commercials. So if it's a radio and most of your commercials is coming from somewhere, you can't buck on their ideas. You'll be dropped. So use that formula when you're looking around. There you go. I just gave y'all the sauce. I just gave you the sauce. Yeah. Yeah. Liquor, politicians, and brands control media. You feel me? You can throw liquor into the brands, but the liquor companies got their marketing is nuts. In context of what we watch, yeah. Yeah, salute to everybody in here. Salute to the other streamers that stream the trial. If they like doing it with some type of, I guess if they really bringing something to the table. But I to be honest, I think a lot of these people just culture vultures and they ain't had nothing to do. And it was an easy, a grift. So they just covering it. But they getting in our way. Because they clogging the lanes up. They not really exposing nothing that's really needed to be heard. So that's the only reason. If you hear me like going to my little things, it ain't no hate. I've been talk like this. They not my comp. So don't think it's like I'm looking at the comp and nah. Nah, I'm in my little bracket. You feel me? Even if I did have some competition, it would have to be somebody that's really closer to what, like the way I'm rocking, that would have to be my comp. Not somebody that's claiming to be from, talking this from the textbook angle. I don't even compare myself to the people that's talking from, a removed from the streets type of view. Like they never partaked in the street. Or they not even claiming it. Nah, I'm not talking from that angle. I never really respected that angle of, I always felt like the news ridiculed and made us look bad. Media, yeah, even television shows and movies. I don't watch Power, y'all. Yeah, just to give you, yeah, I refuse. Or Snowfall. Yeah, just before this. Yeah, you feel me? Yeah, none. I won't watch it. Am I that mad that I'd be mad? My girl watch it. My girl watch it. I condone regular people watching it. Me? Nah. Regular people need to be entertained. Do they need to be thinking about the shit I'm thinking about? Nah, I ruin their experience if I tell them the shit I be saying when I'm watching. That's because I had partaked and tried to be a part of this entertainment shit. That's the only reason I'm looking at it like this. And I'm partially like a secret politician because I care about the well-being of my people. But technically, that's too much for one person to be worried about, so technically you got to relax. Ray, salute. Yo, law and crime don't need no extra views. First off. Second of all, they don't, I will say was not in competition with them. I was actually directly making an alternative for people that wanted something different. So let's say that. I wasn't in comp. But like at the beginning of this thing, that's the only people I was like looking at, like, you feel me? Like how to make mine. That's why I made my thumbnail. I made one thumbnail. Look at what you feel me? Oh, they got one that's just a permanent one. I don't like that. That look generic and it don't fit the aesthetic of hip hop. Let me make one that fit the aesthetic of hip hop. That was my goal when I made it. I ain't like slime green on the cover. It looked weird. So I said, you know what? I like Holmes when he do his pink. I feel like pink is his other color. Even though I ain't really a Thug fan, if I was to pick one, being a marketing person, I would pick pink. So that's why that bitch like that. You heard? Where they was at though, at that time, where these other people was at during that time period, or where they was at before the RICO drop. Did they cover Young Thug, baby mother getting smoked? You feel me? Because I was interested in that, and then the RICO wasn't out yet. Yeah, just to let y'all know, my interest in this situation came from when his baby mother got smoked, y'all. The RICO wasn't even dropped yet. Yes, sir. Swear to God. Swear to God. So George Cheedy popped up before the RICO dropped and came on him on the line and basically told us that the RICO was coming. But we still didn't understand what he was saying. It's an audio. You listen, y'all. Listen. It's audio with George Cheedy telling things that wasn't even known to the public before the RICO dropped on Clubhouse. I promise you. I promise you. And he talking about other people. I'm telling you. He pulled up. I ain't know who Holmes was. He pulled up, y'all. Mondo pulled up too. RICO on every hood. Yep. Sometimes too. Because you got the older and younger branches. And technically you can separate the older and younger branches because they be having different plays going on. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. We are live in court. They put out a list of them when this RICO dropped. Word got back. Word got back that list was fake. Don't quote me. I forget how they said it was fake too, though. But I'm going to have to say it was a little bit of validity when this person was saying that the list was fake. I forget what point they made, but they made a point. And when I was looking at the list compared to what they were saying, I was feeling like this person had some validity to their argument. Let me say that. Because the list was a little bit like overboard. You understand what I'm saying? It included some groups that was like, oh, bro. Oh, you feel me? Now, me being an outsider, I had to give it, I had to act like maybe that's true. It looked a little fishy when I first seen it, that it was certain names on it. That's like, man, you feel me? But this person was saying, man, they capping. That list got people on there that ain't even in. You feel me? That list ain't right. And that, you could tell they know what's going on. That person knew what was going on, y'all. I'm going to have to say. They was calling that list cap because some of the people listing ain't even no active thing. That thing ain't, like, nah. And if you outside, when you see something pop up from law enforcement and it's official, it hits you different. When they get everything right and you see it up on a piece of paper or something, you look like, oh my God. Seriously, it scares you. When you look up and you see something and it's off, you think to yourself, they ain't even, man, you feel me? I could do some things out here. Look, they think they got something. Look at that, man. They don't even know what's going on. You show somebody else. Look at this shit. Look who they got on there, bro. Yeah, yeah, look at they think, man. They think they doing something, man. Niggas feel comfortable when they bluffing, when they got that phony shit on there. And that's what the message was sounding like. Somebody was saying, man, they bluffing. Bluffing. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. We live in court. I'm assuming we waiting for the first witness. They had a little bit of activity going on at the beginning, but nothing heavy. I say that video with Christian Aperture is off, y'all. But they said the internet ain't tripping. I say it ain't right. Now the people want me to put them up side by side. It's emotion. The state trying to bring back Dennis. I told y'all they need him. I told y'all they don't have a case without y'all. That's not surprising. It's getting denied. That thing getting denied, y'all. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. I appreciate you being here. Straight up. Aperture might beat the situation because the boy lied on the stand. Who lied? Yo, tap the like button. You two bluffing. I should have more people in here. They letting these clowns get all the people. Well, they really be some type of, who knows who them people be? Yeah, who knows who the people be that be like, once your numbers get flooded, they be, I don't know what the hell, y'all. It's like they not real. Because, like, why would you watch the stream? First off, if you on law and crime, you're the devil. That's a corporation that's already rich that milks the poor people and literally ridicules them. Yeah. Now they do it to anybody that break law, that they, but if you know who own law and crime and you see the plays, then technically that's the reason why that is owned by police. So first off, it's a lot of law schools students that get to watch in class. That's the best answer I ever heard. That's the best answer. Now that'll get you some inflated numbers. And I wouldn't want to hear nobody talking. Especially not somebody from Baltimore that might curse. So I'm not expecting to have them watching, but yeah, they should be on law and crime. Regular civilians, if you black from an urban community, you supposed to be supporting a black streamer that's poor. Straight like that. A regular black person, independent media. No, just independent media. They ain't got to be black. Yeah, independent media. Straight up. Because the sources of purchased media have proven to let us down time and time again. Seriously. Like corporations then threw us under the bus millions of times. I mean, look at Disney and Nickelodeon. Facts, Phantom. And look, I learned about supporting independent people. I was doing it. Yo, when I first found live streaming, I was watching young boys playing 2K. I hopped in. I seen that it was some live streaming, so I used to just turn them on while I was editing, right? So then I start learning. I see other people putting money in the chat and stuff like this, right? So then I catch on. I'm like, hey, I want to see my young boy win. He ain't got no viewers hardly. He playing 2K. He nice like these other kids. He doing the same thing. He just started out, right? So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to send you a couple dollars. Get him turned. He on Twitch, though. He on Twitch. Man, listen. They not trying to let nobody melanated get no life over there. But we, as older black people, owe to help these kids get into this industry. This industry is too futuristic to let the black people be blocked out. And they been blocked out on Twitch, Kick, and they got to be happening on YouTube. And y'all think it's a game. And I proved it. I thought it was happening on Twitch. So I never went ham on Twitch. But when I went to Kick at the beginning. I got goddamn verified as being official by the people who own it, right? I noticed they was biased, I'll say, right? So then I start making a fuss about it. Just to let you know, I'm banned from Kick, and I was right. I swear to God, if you've been around, you know. I'm still banned, y'all. It's going on a year. I'm still banned. And I got the receipts. A new platform. They verified me. Essentially, I was there so early. You could say I was bringing people from YouTube. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I left YouTube. Facts, goon. They was bluffing. That's how you could tell. Because they was making it like they didn't have no rules, right? Man, I came over there and flipped the whole damn thing over, bro. They was letting their people have no rules. But we have rules. Goon, true or false? I bust them. I used everything they was doing and said, okay, that's legit. All right, say less. Say less. Let's rock. It ain't fair when we do it. I proved it, y'all. Nobody black was there to defend. Well, no, whoa. Let me stop saying that nobody. Salute to the small crew that was with me. We was dragging. The majority of people that be on the internet acting an ass and wanting to troll and get loud and yell and fight and argue with each other, they wasn't with me, y'all. And this was a time that they should have showed up like, yeah, yo, you got some niggas for us to argue with? Where? I even went and got them. I swear to God, y'all, I went off Kick and went back to Clubhouse to get the real trolls. Hell yeah, I say, yo, this a worthy cause. Let me go recruit the niggas who was attacking me and give them something to attack. They should be adamant about this. Nobody ever came. Swear to God. Nobody never came. Nobody never came. I literally went to go get them, explain to them, yo, y'all want to come over here and do some righteous trolling with the real trolls? Seriously. Yo, y'all over here, yo, I got some people that's being radical, like, and this might have an effect on you whether you notice or not. When it's corporate trolls, we can't win. Nah, I ain't going for it. Nah. You gotta go for the small wins, Phantom. All I wanted was a place. So my win would have been, we caused so much havoc, they just stopped suppressing blacks. That's all. That's all I was fighting for. I was breaking the wall down because they had a buffer zone. So what I noticed on Twitch was it seemed like you don't see black people till you get to a certain level. You scroll this wall, and then you finally get to this area where now you hit this threshold, now you can see a black person. So when I got the Kick, I seen the same thing. Swear to God, easy to notice. Oh, you scrolling? I'm not racist, but if I'm going to rock with somebody, more than likely it's going to be somebody that's from the urban culture. I can't take somebody that's Eminem acting like he really, I'm from Baltimore. I mean, what I'm supposed to watch? I need somebody, I could take a black geek. Yeah, and if I'm looking for certain shit, I'll take a white dude. I like white people. But at certain times, I was looking for entertainment that fit, my demographic, right? And I would do these scrolls, right? And I would notice, damn, it seemed like guys be deep down. And most people not scrolling that far. Most people not scrolling that far. This a fact. This is why YouTube algorithm on the sideline bangs so hard. Who want to go all the way back to the search, the raw search? Algorithm kind of assists you. Got to be something over there I could just click real quick and go to, right? So you'll scroll that little side thing before you go to a big-ass wall, right? Charlotte, we didn't ask. I respect you updating us, but I'm assuming you brought that information from somewhere else. And the reason I haven't been really looking for those little pieces of information, because the people that's giving up that information don't give out the real pertinent information. So respectfully, I'll be ignoring those little things. It's irrelevant. Don't you think? Tap the like button, y'all. I should have more people than some of these other people. Straight like that. Hey, Charlotte, you ever took what I said somewhere else? Like, did you pop up in the chat and say, that Christian Eppinger video ain't looking like it's right? That's what another streamer said. Like, you ain't even got to say another streamer said it. Thanks, though, for updating us. It's coming. Right. Well, I don't even know if I want more people. I only want them if they're going to be real. It seemed like when you get a lot of traffic, it just be trolls, to be honest. I'm going to keep it real. Phantom Spaz, salute for them gifted subs. I appreciate that. Zariah, Nicole, King, Chari, what up? Mighty, what up? Black Diamond. Trip, make it knock. Send me something. What you make, beats? Young Breed. They controlling the narrative. Posted, I defended you before someone called you disrespectful. And I said, well, you got out of pocket in this stream, so you probably deserved it. Thanks, relaxing. Nah, saying I get disrespectful as being a reason to why as though you don't watch my stream is a lie. That's why I actually still am disrespectful. Yeah, because look, if you pay attention, I go long periods of time being upbeat, positive, talking, reaching in my mind to try to, so like if that person ain't willing to say, yo, I fuck with yo, he be 90% doing his thing, and then he just crash out and go into this old goddamn, nut of a posted that I don't like. I would respect that. I respect that right there, bro. Straight up. Tell both sides. That's all. So look, that's why I still do it. Them people ain't gonna give you, it's my Malcolm X theory. Regardless if I come up here with my head parted to the side, talk all smooth with a smooth voice and never raise my voice and never curse, they not gonna give me my cred. They gonna do that regardless, bro. I peeped it. They They really look at how I'm dressing. Yo, I sit up here and talk. I say good morning a million times. Blow kisses, all that. And somebody can go to somewhere else and say, yo, man, I don't rock with yo. He disrespectful. Wow. Think about that, though, y'all. You not going to announce the time that boy pull up. I ain't going to lie, that boy pull up, yo. I got, at times he could be a little bit rough. But he be, I ain't gonna lie, bro. He really be putting in, and that's genuine good energy. He's not faking his good energy like these other people. See? Why they won't acknowledge that? That boy he really coming in with his real motherfucking self as a person. He not coming up being some fake character to milk Cash App and super chats out of you. Nah, he not. I don't like when he get disrespectful, but I'm gonna have to keep it real. The other parts I do like. I would respect that right there, y'all. I swear to God. I swear to God. Just tell both sides. Yo, he knowledgeable, bro, but he could be a dickhead. Straight like that. You can switch it around. Man, he a dickhead. He be saying some shit sometimes, but he's still a dickhead. You heard? Yo. You think my homeboys and people ain't told me? Man, listen, bro. I told y'all this. But they ain't gonna give you credit. These the same people I done helped. I didn't shave the price for. Be nice to them till they try to take advantage of me. Now I'm the bad guy. Man, I ain't got time to be playing with people. I'm the nice guy. Then as soon as I put my foot down, I'm the bad guy. Man, fuck you. Straight like that. Straight like that. Yo, listen, bro. Anybody that's good-hearted and not trying to take advantage of you, going to see where you at with it. Anybody that know I get disrespectful, they know somebody was playing with me. So you're not going to call out the times I get disrespectful. It's clearly people trolling. How many times I done proved it? How many times I got to prove that when people playing in the chat, we can easily expose it and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to dance. That's what it was for. But I expose them first. So can you call that disrespectful? Or am I actually managing the stream? So do we got a lot of people lying in the chat? Hold up. This chat pretty clean. You can't tell no lies over here, can you? Yeah. So let me ask you, is my chat seem to be a little bit different than other chats? Uh-oh. You can't push a false narrative over here, can you? You can't sell a product. So this is clean viewing? Whoa. What? No interruptions from corporations. Oh, yeah? Not one. Not no outside thoughts. Oh, yeah? Hmm. Okay. That sound about right to me. No trolling. Look, the mods ain't even got to do no work. Where y'all know a chat where the mods ain't even got to do no work? Yeah. The host on ass. And then learn how to be creative with it. Told the mods, nah, y'all chill, y'all. We gonna make humor out of it. We gonna have fun with these bulls. When we want. I see them. Real rap, y'all. Look, then I let them have fun when they want. Technically, they got the gun. They can shoot when they want. They know the rules. They all just coach it. They know ain't nothing. Nobody ain't gonna come in here and really do nothing that ain't manageable. And when it's too out of pocket, it's like just why he jump out the way. It's clearly like, yo, look, he trolling. You feel me? Like we done made it obvious, so they can't play with us, y'all. But when you go to these other chats for real, I see what's going on. Y'all think I don't say it? They manipulating people. They not talking about nothing. There's no substance, no pertinent topics. It's just fluff. Whole bunch of adding. Hey, at this person. Hey, how you doing? Hey, at this person. Laughing out loud. Man, y'all better pay attention. You better pay attention. That's how you text people. Listen, bro, you be getting into text messaging back and forth with people about shit and it don't mean nothing. I don't do a whole bunch of talking and back and forth messaging, and this shit don't mean nothing, y'all. In real life, I swear to God, my sentences be filled with shit. I swear. I don't do a whole bunch of just wasting time talking. I don't even do short talk. I ask niggas what's up. Like, for real, what's going on? Not no, yeah, how the weather is? Hell no. Fuck is going on? Huh? Oh, you got some shit you dealing with? Oh, yeah? What type of shit that is? Damn, yeah. Yeah. Niggas come to me to solve problems, y'all. I don't talk about filler. I swear to God. I swear to God. Niggas come to me and mention, as soon as the conversation start, niggas is telling me about some serious shit. I swear to God. In real life. Like, ain't no... The shortest conversations I have is with rappers. I mean, you know, like the least informative is with rappers about music type shit. Other than that, like, man, people be talking about something that's serious. Like, I don't have like phony ass conversations. Like, I barely talk about sports with niggas. Like, niggas know not to even come around me talking about sports. I had a sports plan. Still, will we ready to have a conversation about it? I ain't really, nah, bro. I can a little bit, but after a minute, I'm gonna snap up out of it. You feel me? Real rap. I got about hour tops. If that. I noticed these other chats is felonious though. Carmela, salute. Yeah, they really don't care. I mean, all right, we got a gap. We got a gap in between the media. All right. They shed so much bad light on people like the people we see in this trial on a regular basis. I'm talking about, you could go right now. It's lit talking about young black people, right? I'm talking about, women, men, boys, girls, babies. It's something that's depicting them in a bad light, right? I couldn't help but notice this has been going on all my life, right? Me exposing myself to the entertainment industry and wanting to be a part of it probably made it 10 times worse, right? Because I was finding out information to try to be a part of it. But the information you find out is actually a reality check on, do you really want to be a part of it? So if you do your history research on entertainment, you ready to get a slap in the face, right? First off, yeah. Go back to ground zero, you're going to get a real slap in the face. I'm talking about a rude awakening. Now, anybody that we done seen up at the top of the pedestal and you look up at them like, yeah, that's a sharp person and they famous and they black, they done went and did this research, y'all. Shook them up. Yeah. First off, just to let you know, yeah, at first you was just kind-hearted, just, you know, being nice at what you do, creative and all this. And then eventually, at some point, you going to want to do this, you know, just a check, just to see, well, what, you know, so you go back a little bit, then it kind of sparks your interest to go back a little bit more. You feel me? Because you got this reference point where you thinking about, you trying to figure out, when did black people start to become a part of this entertainment if we were slaves and not even accepted type thing? So you got this weird conflict of interest going on. So if you in it, you want to know. And when did this, you know, these lines cross and it blend over, right? It's a wild ass journey. All right. Coming forward, if you trying to be a part, right? You did your research. Now you set up to look forward with what you done learned, how it started, right? Or, you know, the past. So now you equipped with this information and you know ain't really nothing new under the sun. So now you start seeing these patterns. Oh, this the same plays going on. You understand? This not new. Hold up. This sex sells. This, you know, make the black man look stupid. Make the black man look scared. This ain't new. Let me relax. Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. Good morning. I ain't preaching. Yeah. AG for the base. Salute, my guy. My guy. Guatemala. I appreciate that super chat straight up. So look, y'all, this meant for us. Now listen, I'm going to tell y'all, when we talk, positively with informative information for ourselves, we'll be accused of being racist. Yeah. So if you notice, I don't really include no type of, I try to exclude the for us, by us idea. Yeah, I'm talking black. I try to exclude that. Right? But every community helps itself homogeneously. I might have said that wrong. Salute to everybody here. Good morning. I appreciate y'all, baby. Baby. I've been actually, this is part of what I had to realize, y'all. It's going to be a small group that resonate because I'll be shifting gears. But I do that because I couldn't sit with a big-ass crowd of people who couldn't take it to that level because I need to be pressed. Yeah, I get bored if I ain't pressed. I can't be the person leading with thought. Nah, we need some other thinkers around here. It's boring. No. I need somebody to bounce these ideas off of that can respond with some type of response that challenges my furtherance of my thought. Straight up. If we got 2,000 people in here that's just gonna be on some old, they just listening. Nah. Nope. I had to make that determination. It's gonna be a small group. Yeah, we like the Green Berets, man. SEALs. For real. You ain't meant to be that deep. Them boys efficient. Sent 9 of them niggas. 300. You get it? I was tripping. I thought I was ready to talk to everybody. Like, everybody, nah, hell nah, boy. Nah, boy. Ain't nobody saving all them people anyway. Like, you ain't, for what I'm on, that wouldn't have worked anyway. My idea is for equivalence. But technically, you can't take everybody and make everybody equivalent. But I could take a small group and make sure all of us eat. And be able to sit back and say, yo, all my people straight. Them systems that play with the rest of them people, them systems can't touch my people. If I could do that, I'm good. Why she won't grant a mistrial? The judge won't grant a mistrial because the trial is setting up the precedent for what the courts need done. So it's got a time length and need, it seemed like. That's my idea, y'all. So these types of cases are used for politics, building of a city. I think the actual case, let's take the Atlanta child murders. How much police funding came from that? What perks came? What new laws got passed? What jurisdictions changed? What did they change after that? Because they made a big deal. Dragged it out in the news. Dragged the trial, the process, all that. Who knows what really happened, right? Same thing with the OJ trial. Same thing with all these types of things, y'all. I looked into something before. Let me say this. How does gun control and school shootings correlate? I land my plane. Tap the like button. Good morning to you. Mwah. Blessings. Do 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 do. Good morning. Salute to everybody in here. If you're not a member, become a member. Somebody type member in the chat for me, man, with the exclamation point. Put the link up. They not late. They actually popped up and homie with the ponies not there and he needed a substitute and they had to swap his sub. That's what they say. Now y'all got to put the exclamation point at the beginning. Yeah, see, y'all don't know about streaming. Yeah, just to let y'all know. Normally, when you type a command, you need the exclamation point so you can use words that are regular words, and it only work if you put the exclamation point first. Some of the bots let you use the words without the exclamation point, but most of them makes you put the exclamation point. Yeah, I just taught y'all. I knew, man, listen, when I came over into streaming, I knew I was early and black people ain't know. Yeah, I peeped it. Look, I used to have a live stream playing in the studio and dudes were like, yo, what is this? You watching somebody else play? I swear to God. They didn't even know what was going on. I swear. I was trying to put them in. I said, yo, y'all need to start doing this. Y'all be betting and talking trash. Y'all need to start playing. So that's when I started learning. I wasn't even learning for myself. I was learning because it's partially entertaining. Because you get tired of flipping through channels and looking for something. So you go to the live stream, technically, you can find a game or something that you don't like. I don't mind watching people play Mario Brothers, y'all. Yeah, that's what I found. I like Mario. So when I found people playing Mario, I'm too grown to be playing. But the shit, I like the graphics. So I'm sitting there watching other niggas play Mario Brothers. Straight up. Now, I found the best niggas in the world, though. These niggas playing Mario Brothers on a whole nother level. Yeah, I ain't heard about this. Yeah, these boys setting records. They building their own boards. Yeah. Put it like this. Nintendo stole what they was doing. Yeah, you know Super Mario Maker? They stole that from the gamers. Yup, they was doing that before Nintendo. I swear to God. I swear to God, y'all. Nintendo stole that from the hacking game niggas. I swear to God, they hacked Mario to where as though they could put Mario back together however they want and make their own levels, y'all. So they was making these extreme levels of Mario Brothers. It's called Kaizo. Kaizo. Yeah, Google it. Google that shit and watch. Google Kaizo Mario, y'all. I'm telling you. You're going to be like, what the fuck? We talking about, yo, the level's so hard, you can't mess up. It's no way to beat the board if you mess up. Like, you got to perfect the move. Like, it's only one way to get through that. Yeah, we talking pixel perfect. If you, yeah. Nah, I still do play Nintendo every once in a while, but you know, like I had the Switch. You know what I mean? I played the Mario Odyssey. I did play all the way through. I beat it. Yeah, people play Zelda. I could watch Zelda, but I ain't really get into it playing it, but I like the graphics. I'm going to keep it real. And you know they got GTA. Yo, if you don't like, you ain't never watched live stream gaming, go watch GTA. And don't watch no little kid. Watch the dudes who acting. They got actors who play real life acting in GTA. And I ain't talking about the rappers. I'm talking about real people I'm telling you, it's thousands of these people, y'all. This shit crazy. It's like soap operas in GTA. Yeah. And I ain't talking about the ignorant ones with the chicks with the BBLs. Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I can't watch those. I can't watch the ones with the BBLs, y'all. It's over, boy. I can keep it real, y'all. I can't watch those. They too hood. The hood ones is too hood, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. They too ratchet. Yes. I do like the donk cars, though. Yeah. Niggas killing them on the road playing with the donks. Yes, they is. It is insulting loyalty. It ain't low key. It's high key insulting. I know you trying to be humble, loyalty. I'm gonna give it to you from a gaming man. It's high key insulting. It's making the gamers look bad. Boy, y'all thirsty. Relax. I know loyalty. That's why I gave you the pass. No, it's high key. And tell him I said it. Straight up. T Grizzly. No. I don't think you should start with a hood one. I think that's a bad example. I think you need a better experience before you go to Grizzly. Because that's so ratchet, you might turn it off first. You catch the wrong... Well, let me say this. I ain't watched through Grizzly stream. I seen Grizzly. I know he got his own server. I seen before he had his own server. When he first made his. Put it like this. That's when I was on Twitch. Before T Grizzly. When he came on, when I was already on that. Yeah, right. I came on. I think Soulja Boy was the only nigga already on there, y'all. And the other black dudes was geeks. You already know them. They was clowns. Only one that was like trying to be a regular dude was Soulja Boy, y'all. Real rap. T-Pain popped up after I was already watching, and T Grizzly. Real rap. I watched when both of them started. I peeped when T Grizzly started. He was on somebody else's server first, and he was getting his shit built. I remember he kept saying it. I was supporting. He ain't really had that many people. Then he somebody put him in the game. He invested his money and somebody put him in. But that's when right around that time period, that's when I hopped in. But I ain't catch on from them. I caught on from, what made me go on it? 2K. Yup. I was on for 2K. And I peeped the way they was culture vulture in the 2K, and I was mad. Like, yo, oh my God. They got all these clowns. Tassino. And I was mad because they got my mans over there that's in Portland. What's his name? That's nice that play 2K. But his number's low. He black though. He older now, but technically he like a 2K god. What's his name, yo? Y'all know y'all. Nah, not Flight. Flight is Flight. Nah, not Cheese. He old. He laid back. He don't hardly be on the camera. He smoke. He don't talk real heavy. He from Portland or something. He in Portland. He nice. He like an OG though, bro. But his numbers should be higher. I would do the RP, but I don't like using the computer to play the game. Nah, not Zach. I know all these dudes. Nah, y'all ain't got. Nah, not Chris Smooth. Nah, they see these. Y'all naming y'all naming the dudes who at the top. Go older, yo. He older than all of them. Slightly. Like, I'm going to say he about 4 to 5 years older than these cats. Like, he already was ringing. They had to look up to this nigga. Right before them, they was looking at Holmes. Nah, not Los. Y'all naming everybody but yo. God. And he a ringer. Nah, not Cash. Y'all naming the dudes who actually done converted over to YouTube. See, they the ones who really banging. He don't make regular YouTube videos. He really just do tutorials of 2K. He sponsored. Come on, y'all. Y'all crazy for not. This is what I was talking about. Everybody steal his jumper and crossover, y'all. Like, yo, all them dribble packages that niggas was doing, they was stealing it from him. Man, he was setting the tone. He was setting the tone every year, bro. I watched him. No, not Duke. Nah, he nicer than them, y'all. I'm telling you. He nicer than them. He nicer than them. Shit. Wendy DB, salute for that super chat. I appreciate you what you saying. Yo, and salute to the other streamers, yo. When I say stuff about them, y'all, that's just my opinion, y'all. And I'm strong with my opinions because I be thinking we be getting played with in media. But technically, bro, you watch who the fuck you want to watch. Don't run a commercial for them over here, but watch who you want to watch. Yeah, don't, like, you are not blocked in to only watch and post it. Hell no, that's nuts. Nope. Allow me to have my opinion. You feel me? Don't judge me about my opinion. You feel me? I'm just speaking, you know. I ain't no bad blood. Nobody ain't do nothing to me. You feel me? No, Wendy, you right though. You right. You ain't. I know you ain't even take it the wrong way. But I want you, since you mentioned, you know, you heard what I said, to anybody that did hear what I said and they might have not understood, nah, I'm level-headed. I mean what I said, and I will stand on it, but who cares what I think? You feel me? At the same time. Please don't run a commercial, though. That's all. That's all. That's all. Nah, like, I mean, yo, some of these people got something. Real rap. I can't really explore it because of what the algorithm will get me caught up in. So technically, my experience has been a little bit, you know, I got to reserve what I see, right? Because it takes a toll on what I make, right? So look, some of these people getting interviews from people I don't have access to. Some of them are lawyers. They can give you a viewpoint that I can't, that I won't. So technically, I condone that. You know the part that I'm not wrong about, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? Like, yeah. Hell yeah. Niggas know exactly what part I'm talking about. Like, yeah. So, like, to the people that got something on their channels, yeah, hell yeah. They bringing some value. What? Why would I hate? Nah. But y'all know what's going on out here. You feel me? And being as though we've been around so long, it's pretty clear to see. Because they wasn't around at first. They wasn't around at first. It wasn't as crowded in the Young Thug sector at first. Hence, I started out knowing that people was, you know, just jumping around to different channels and exploring, but I was calling them thug addicts. I relaxed with calling them thug addicts. I understood. I don't want people to get the wrong impression, but I did understand, yo, it's just a crowd of people that's coming. They want to see the Young Thug joint. But the people that's really concerned about what's going on, that's a different crowd. So if you pay attention, I was sending shots off top. I knew what was going on. It's going to be, thug addicts mean people that really don't care about Young Thug. It's like you're just here for the moment, like type of thing. So right now, you just on Young Thug's dick or the trial right now, but like the inner workings of it, can you see that? So if you ever wonder what that meant, that I was shooting a shot at the people, they phony because I been was talking heavier, heavier. Before the trial started, man. Seriously. When the trial started, I was on strike. Who remember? Shout out to Armed and Ready. I might not have got out of the strike without Armed and Ready. Real rap. I was floating into, man, I don't even, man. Yo was like a coach. Yo sent a couple emails when I was on the line. He must have seen me. I was on the edge. Like, I really didn't care. Real rap. Like, I just didn't care. I wasn't ready to quit exactly, though, which meant I was probably going to go harder. I was going down a dark road with the streaming, y'all. Like in an upbeat manner, like I was about to crash, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. He caught me. He must have seen it. Like, yo, it's only one. Like the only thing yo could do now, if I don't give yo some type of, alternative. Yeah, straight up. He sent a couple emails that was like, they was softly motivational, but instead of telling me like, nah, yo, you got it, bro, he wasn't coming from that angle. It was more like a bro, yo, you want to do this? Do this. Yo, do this. Yeah, I like what you did today, bro. That was tight. Do more of that. And it was like he did it at a couple time periods where it was like, yeah, and then I listened. Because people don't be thinking I be listening. So I listened. Now, I was doing different stuff at the same time to try to alter what I was doing to adapt with what he was saying too. So he would adapt to that and send me an email like, yeah, I see what you did. You added that, woo, woo, woo. Do more of this. He told me, yo, show yourself on the screen more. Because at first, remember, I stopped showing myself like for a minute, like completely, because I came to that conclusion, yo, they mad. When I'm on cam, me talking on cam, I don't know if I'm like offensive on cam, people don't want to look at me, or it ain't working for what I was doing. But I figured out, nigga, I was doing nutty streams, first off. Yeah, I learned that part too, good money. Not clips and shorts, but I don't think it's just clips and shorts. You gotta be careful with shorts. Shorts run your people up, but I ain't gonna get into class, Bunchy. I'm just gonna say, Bunchy, believe me, technically, you need to be careful with shorts. Yeah, you gotta look at the whole field, Bunch. Now, you can run some numbers up with that, but you gonna you feel me? You gotta be careful. Okay, we on the same page, Bunch. Send me that email. We on the same page. You got it. The shorts drive traffic. Heavy traffic. But that ain't, we don't need to get into it right now because it's a boring conversation. But yeah, Bunch. No, you never run out of shorts. You can never run out of shorts. Once you find your formula, technically, ain't no way. Ain't no way to fucking run out of shorts. Ain't no way. Now, the problem is, you can't just do shorts and expect that to be. If you you gotta take it, man, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to take it there. You can make this a key element to boost you, but I'm gonna suggest it's the uploads. The live streams ain't even it's the uploads. I'm gonna say the key is the uploads. From what I understand, like these live streams, I hold y'all attention, but to be honest, I'm gonna have to say, my channel is thriving more from them uploads, y'all. From the way I'm doing it right now, that's just the way it's working with what I got going on. Now, I ain't even jump into the shorts because of how my channel was already set up. An ad? Oh, let me turn them off. Yeah, shorts is like, you could put it like this, y'all. If you grow your page, you gotta pick the lane you want to go in and kind of stick to that, the way it worked. Now, they change the way the algorithm work every so often, so you might have to switch it up. So that's how you see certain pages. They, at the minute they might be flowing, and then, the YouTube changed the way the system worked, and then that page might not be thriving as much. but it can adapt. I think you can adapt. I'm about to put the commercials on every 30 minutes, y'all. Red views pay more. I don't look at it. You can see, Diedrich, I don't even look at it. I don't go into that section. If you watch, I don't watch them numbers, y'all. I'm going to keep it real. I don't watch those. I don't even get it. Man, listen, bro. I like numbers too much to be going in there. That'll drive you crazy, bro. I do not want them scales in my mind while I'm streaming. Nope. I don't even want that. So I leave all of those details. I don't even want to know no more about that part because it get real. Yeah, you don't even want to know. Yeah, you can see though. Put it like this, y'all. If you go look at that, you gonna start learning some stuff you wish you ain't know, y'all, because you're gonna start looking at stuff a whole nother way, and now it's gonna alter the way you go about even coming up on the stream, y'all. I'm telling you, if you watching them numbers like that, you can't stream, you can't be no producer. You feel me? Like, think about that. What talent in the world on camera worried about that? The stats. I'm talking about down to a grizzly. Bro, if you see the amount of stats you can look at if you really want, man, listen. A YouTube conspiracy? No, ain't the wild part leak. No, ain't no conspiracy. You looking at the real numbers now. Ain't no conspiracy now. That's the scary part. Nah, it ain't no, you feel me? You really looking. So when you get to asking a question and you thinking about something and then it ain't no way to answer it, you come to a dead end. You feel me? Like, ain't no way you a mathematician, you looking at charts and you got equations and you come to you got an algebra problem with a blank that can't be filled in. Yeah, Leak. That's what happens. Just to let y'all know. Yeah, now you can press the line and do the algebra problem. But when you do it, you ready to find out something you don't want to know, I'm telling you. It gets spooky, y'all. Because what you at the end of it, what you're going to find out is what you're getting paid per millisecond. You understand? And once you start to equating this, you can't find out how much YouTube makes. So you seeing this lopsided version of what you're so-called generating, right? The amount of questions that would pop up in your head if you're looking at this amount of information and you got some questions, with nowhere to go. Like your boss you can't ask boss. There is no boss. Essentially, everyone that's YouTubers, has a god as a boss, y'all. An omnipresent being they can't talk to. I swear to God. And he just puts rules out in a iron fist. You can't talk to him. Man, that's the best boss a corporation could have ever created. This boy's spooky, y'all. I'm telling you. Holmes is spooky. Go in somebody's chat and ask him. Like, yo, who's your boss? Somebody said it was a god. Like, an invisible person, and you scared of him. Watch. Seriously, watch their face. Say it when they on cam so you can see their face when they read it. Real rap. Type it. I'm telling you. I don't care what form you type it in. Type that idea to them and watch how their face look when they read it. Seriously, because they gonna realize technically, yeah, you're right. Never thought about it that way. And we ain't got no way to reach out to Holmes. Ain't no PR. You feel me? I don't even know how this work at jobs. You feel me? I ain't had one in so long. You gotta excuse me. But hey, tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here, man. We got 400 likes. Help me get to 500 back. Straight up. Salute to the new members. And salute to the people who gifted the memberships too. Straight up. The membership pinned at the top. YouTube my boss takes some of it, but still, he give me some. So you supporting both of us. You supporting boss and me. Yeah, they taking long as a Mon John. Almost felt like I had it paused. People been walking across the screen, though. Yeah, it's Friday, y'all. I'm in here. Yeah. Yeah, I got on blue and yellow. I don't know what I'm doing today. I felt like doing something different. What I got? Oh, I do got something. I got biscotti cake. Biscotti cake. I got all types of other stuff, but that's what's new. I got gelato cake, biscotti cake, thin mint cookie, wedding cake, dank dough, white truffle. Yeah, it's a lot going on. Sunday best. Salute, baby. Nah, y'all actually make my days better. I don't know what I would be doing now that I've been doing this. Probably on the internet watching documentaries, and I would be doing something. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah. Sylvia, all right, let me be positive. Let me keep it real. See, they ain't gonna never talk about this. So Sylvia has the perks on her channel because she's inside the courtroom and friendly. So she's got a relationship with all the lawyers, everybody that come in the courtroom, the defendants, their mothers, their family members. She got all types of pictures. Bro. So technically, that's the perks. You going over there. I don't know, that's tight. She's in the courtroom working for one of the companies who's recording the trial. So yeah, she's in there. That's tight. I can't, but I'm gonna have to respectfully say I ain't watched enough of cat content to give her positive enforcement. I can't. I ain't watched enough. I'm gonna keep it real. She looked like one of the people that was setting fires in the BLM riots. Now that's just a joke I made, right? And the reason why I didn't watch more of her content is by the time I seen her pop up, I was already kind of offended at the cultural tourism. So I gotta give her a pass that I ain't naturally just stumble across her content and watch it. So I can't give positive reinforcement. Lead attorney. I don't know. I ain't not even, besides his character, which could be, he a host. He got a character, right? But I don't know where he at, because I watched a couple joints where he was talking. Yeah, I haven't seen him add anything specific. I'm gonna keep it real. He got the character thing. Yeah. So he hosted. He doing that. Yeah, and he presenting it, and he carrying it along, and he do that. As far as like the law part, I really haven't seen that part kick in. I'm gonna keep it real. I haven't seen that part. I haven't. Now, could I watch Holmes on some old, just to talk about certain subjects? Yeah, he a YouTuber. Yeah, he got that. He got that. He carrying. He get the job. He got the job. Hell yeah. Is he my type of guy? You come on. You know what time it is. But technically, He doing his job. The black law student, I don't know him. He popped up. It's a little bit odd you shooting him out there, but yeah, he popped up. I don't know him. Well, if you a law student, you're an op to me anyway. So technically, and if you're not available to me, I know you are op. So he lied to me. So technically, I gotta say black law student ain't right. Yeah, he ain't right. Cause he came in my stream and ran a commercial for himself. So CM, if you vouching for him, how you want this to go? Now what you gonna say about him since you threw his name out there? Because I wasn't gonna mention Holmes. And you typed his whole name out. So technically it make you look pretty bad. Now what we gonna do? You know we had a fork in the road, right? All right, say less, CM. Nah, I was thinking the same thing. I don't have no opinion to yo. That right there, what you typed, it was fishy to me. So me and you on the same page. You official. CM, I'm gonna give you the pass. That was official. That's all I was feeling. That's fair right there, CM. All right, we on the same page. That's cool. Stop saying their name. Nah, I don't mind running them commercials, y'all. That don't get... Yo, what I tell y'all, bro? I tell people go cop from the comp. I swear to God, in real life, go check them. Listen, it's about 4 people that got grass out here right now. It's 9 a.m. Everybody got they available. Do your loop, go cop, and holler at me. I've been rocking like this, y'all. I promise. Ask guys. Hey, look. Yo, what's that? Yo, is it? If it's not, I'm going to tell you. That's when I'm going to tell you. Yo, this just some hold you over. Yo, this just some hold you over. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm waiting. Do I look like I'm playing? How you... See how easy that was? And I got 2 for 15. 6 for 50. 100. Man, I got 14 for 100. Fuck wrong with you.
All right. So for this morning's representation of I'm on.
I promise. I might got
Ms.
20.
Nichols, we have Ms.
Try me.
Foster and Ms. Anderson.
Let me see the police. If I seen the
you.
police, I'm giving you 2,400.
All right. And somebody
out.
said there was something they wanted to put on the record before we started.
I swear to God,
Yes,
ask.
Your Honor. So, in one of, and it's not being published today, but
You ain't
I
never
had
got
very
that deal.
fruitful conversations with Mr. Atkins and Mr. Abate. There is, in one of my clients' phone calls, there is a comment where
They
he
really doing
says,
this with the audio?
I just went to court and they let everything out. F him, in the context it's D, Woody, and the other D. In that context, he just came back from a prelim. So to someone that's not a lawyer that practices in Fulton County, you would get the impression that Woody and D and the other D let everything out in court, when I think it's pretty clear he's referring to the detectives the detective that testified at the prelim.
Okay.
So we're going to work on a stipulation that lets the jury know that a detective let everything out in court, when I think it's pretty clear he's referring to the detectives the detective that testified at the prelim.
Okay.
So we're going to work on a stipulation that lets the jury know that a detective testified at a prelim on that date to add context to that statement, if it makes sense. Because otherwise, I would have a 403 misleading objection.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we get the jury in? All right. Let's get the jury in, and y'all can go ahead and be having your next witness make their way in.
Bunchy, who screenshot is that, Bunchy? That boy think he the Fonz over there. Deshaun Smith, salute for that Cash App. If you sent the Cash App, salute, y'all. I appreciate that. Straight up, I'm here. Let's party. My bad. What the audio sound like, y'all? It's better? That's yours? God. What the fuck? Send me some bread. No, seriously, send me some bread. Where you at right now? I'm about to find his ass. I don't even need a stream. I'm about to find Bunch. Yeah. You got the bag. I had to double look. I had to look at the comma. Yo threw a number up, baby. He had to look at the comma.
Thank you very much. Everybody can be seated, and I see we have Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand. Mr.
God
Sprinkle,
damn
I
it.
just remind you that
Oh,
you
yeah,
are
we got
still
action.
under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Abadi.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
He was at. Hey yo,
You tell the jurors, I know.
he was originally questioning yo. I thought it was somebody else, y'all.
You have previously testified.
Love was? How they switch? Yeah, them niggas is twins. Nah, he wasn't never done. He wasn't never done. They clipped him. But how did they switch? They allowed to switch?
And I know you spoke briefly about the fact that you
Turn the mic on, bitch.
had reviewed.
Excuse me, Mr. Abadi. I'm sorry. Could you use the mic, please?
Yes, I apologize.
Thank you.
And if you want to move around, that's fine. There's a lapel mic somewhere if you'd prefer to use that, or you can hold one of those mics.
I hate the sound of my own voice, so the lapel mic really bothers me.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie. That's real, bro. He a rapper. If you a real rapper, you ain't supposed to really like the sound. Well, rappers that sell do like themselves. But if you really like real in yourself and you ain't full of it, you'll say that. I don't like hearing my own voice. I'm telling you, it's like weird. You like, if you ain't full of yourself, you'll say that. Yeah, I ain't really in it. I'm telling y'all.
So, Mr. Sprinkle, so you talked a little bit about the fact last time that you had, I guess, reviewed and gone through some jail calls as it related to the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so I want to kind of start there and follow up a little bit about how you do that and what system you use.
Okay.
So could you tell me a little bit about the system that you utilize or are able to use in order to preview or listen to jail calls?
Well, in this case, the system would have been Securus. Securus is a private corporation based out of Dallas, Texas. At the time, at the time that's relevant here, they maintained the phones and the tablets that were issued to inmates, with which the inmates were able to place phone calls. Now it's another company, but that's not relevant for our purposes. At the time, the short answer to your question is it was Securus was the system.
Okay. And were you trained in using the secure system, and is it something that you use regularly as a part of your job roles and responsibilities?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors when a call is made from the jail, is that call, or is every call that's not to a privileged, or is not a privileged conversation, recorded?
Yes, it's an automated system, or it was, and well, it still is, but it's computers essentially automatically record the phone calls, their voice over IP phone calls. So barring some sort of malfunction in the system, of which I've not seen with the secure call platform, all calls are automatically recorded. There's no human input needed to ensure the call is recorded. It's a computer
That was an iPhone alarm?
program.
And can you tell the jurors when a call, I guess when an inmate at the Fulton County Jail is making a phone call, can you tell the jurors a little bit about the recording that plays before the call is connected?
Well, over time, the recording has changed a little bit, but one thing that is consistent is that the recording, it's an automated recording, and both parties to the conversation are advised that the conversation is may be monitored, and it will definitely be recorded.
And can you tell the jurors, are, I guess, each call, I guess, made by an inmate, are they stored then after the call is completed?
They are. They're digital recordings. They're stored on a server.
And is that by the company that you've referred to as Securus, at least back in 2015 and 17 and 18?
Yeah, it's a server that Securus either owns or leases. It's some sort of server that was for Securus's use.
And based on your training, knowledge, and experience with Securus, are those calls then stored in the regular course of business?
They are.
And can you tell the jurors how members of the district attorney's office or law enforcement have access to?
All right, y'all. We looking for them to throw a fumble. Pay attention. If we could get this dude to fumble, it's game. Yeah. So look, they've been dependent. This one of the key witnesses right here. If you've been around, you know. Sprinkle. Yeah, but the weird part about Sprinkle is I always told y'all Sprinkle helps our case because he actually came through and debunked the original investigation of Donovan Thomas and corrected it, which they still couldn't prosecute, which means he's going to say they did a year worth of investigating and it was trash. So I always thought that Sprinkle helps our case. Remember that.
The recorded jail calls by different inmates.
It's a website, commandcenter.securustech.net to be exact, and I have a login and password. It's a derivative of my first name and my first initial and last name, and on logging in, there's a array of things from which I can choose, and one of them is just a search form where I input various values like phone number, date range, inmate name, inmate account number, etc., and based on those values that I enter into the search form, I can look for the jail calls that look for certain jail calls that meet those criteria.
Okay, and the login that you just described, is that unique to just you as the user?
Yes.
And when you are, in order to log in with your login, you have to, I guess, use a password.
I do.
And once you are able to log into the secure system, can you tell the jurors, I know you referenced searching for calls, and we'll get to there in a second, but if there's a call that you listen to and is of interest to you, are you able to then download that call?
Yes, I may.
And can you tell the jurors how, I guess, you are able to download calls that you intercept or that you listen to that are of interest to whatever you're working or investigating?
There's a variety of ways, but as I testified previously, they're just digital calls. They're either in MP3 format or WAV format, and I just ask the web-based software or the web-based platform to essentially compile the calls that I've selected for me, and I select a button to download them. And generally, there's multiple ways to do it, but the most common that I utilized with Securus was I would designate the calls I desire to download, essentially hit download, and then I'd get an email and that with a link that I would then download the calls and in what was an ISO format, which is essentially a zip file, and that would be how I would preserve the calls and place them in the case file.
And can you tell the jurors with the ISO format that you just described, can that format be altered or I guess changed in any way by you?
Well, no, not the ISO that I download from Securus. I'm not sure. There probably would be a way that somebody, if they wanted to be nefarious, would be able to unpack the contents of the ISO and then repack them. But I mean, I didn't do that in this case.
Okay. And can you explain a little bit to the jurors how an inmate who is in the Fulton County Jail is able to utilize the secure system and make jail phone calls?
They enter in their account number followed by a PIN, and then they put the phone number, and I'm not sure if it's in this exact order, but they, in order to place the call, they enter in their account number, then a PIN, unless they're in the booking area or the lobby area. And that's essentially it. They enter in some a numeric credentials.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about searching for calls. Can you explain to the jurors the different ways in which you search for calls that you're looking that it could be relevant to your investigation?
Sure. I search either by phone numbers, if there's phone numbers that I desire to find calls on, and oftentimes I'll do that if if I think that there's multiple people that are calling a certain number, I think that there's a certain phone number that a certain inmate may be utilizing another person's credentials to call. Then I'll search by phone number only. And I can also search by the inmate's account. So all calls placed from the inmate's account. And those are the two primary ways. There's also ways that you can search on all calls from a certain area of the jail. Like if I wanted to pull all calls from the booking area during a certain date and time, I could do that as well. But for the most part, on doing searches, and I guess I'll speak in the past tense since Securus is no longer the system that is utilized by the Fulton County Jail, I would just run phone searches by either the inmate's account or phone number.
Okay. And if you'll do us a favor, I think Madam Court Reporter's fingers are going to break, so could you just slow down just a little bit when you're talking?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell, I know you explained to the jurors when you testified previously about a number that you located after you reviewed some call detail records. It was a number that you found in common with all those records. Do you remember talking about that?
I did.
Okay, and do you remember telling the jurors that the number through your investigation and through... I'm just trying to set...
I'm going to give him a little leeway on that.
Do you remember that you testified that through your investigation and after receiving the call detail records, that phone number belonged to Mr. Bradford?
I do.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how you utilized that phone number that you found in common as it relates to the jail calls and the jail phone call system?
Well, so as I started to review the case, I found that the phone number 404-957-8008 could be found as a contacted number or a number that was contacted. It appeared in the phone logs of the records for Darius Zachary, Demise McMullen, Kenneth Copeland, and Kelvin Treadwell during the relevant time frame that I was looking at. And so on seeing that, common sense dictates this is whoever has this number, somebody that those four people know, or those handsets that contacted that number were nevertheless in the hands of somebody that knew that person. It was a number of interest, basically. So I ran 404-957-8008 through the Fulton County Jail call system to find any calls that were placed by anyone at the Fulton County Jail anybody who was incarcerated at the
And
Fulton
when you
County
did that, did you locate any calls that were relevant or of interest to your work on this case involving the death of Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the pin that you located as it relates to these calls? Who was the inmate in which the pin was assigned to?
Are you asking me which inmate placed the calls?
Yes, which pin number? Yes, which inmate who is, I guess, attached to the pin placed the calls?
It was Martinez Arnold.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors how many calls did you download any calls as it relates to inmate Martinez Arnold's pin number?
Yes.
And how many?
I don't recall how many.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were there any, I guess, how many specific calls did you listen to and that you determined were relevant as it relates to your investigation?
There to 404-957-8008.
Yes.
Well, there were two that were particularly relevant, two that were particularly relevant, and then there was a third that was also relevant. But there were two that particularly piqued my interest.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors the two calls that you located that were relevant to what you were investigating? What dates were those calls placed?
January 10th, 2015.
And what times or what time were both of those calls placed?
They're within an hour following the homicide.
Okay. And after finding those calls and listening to those calls, did you download them as you described earlier here before the jury?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you continue to investigate this case, did you search, I guess, for any other calls related to Mr. Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, were you able to locate calls in which Mr. Jackson's PIN number was being used to place calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how many calls, if you can recall, did you listen to and download as it relates to your investigation?
Well, as far as the number of calls I downloaded, it was over 700. As far as the number of calls I listened to, that I don't recall. I don't remember.
And can you tell the jurors when you
They're brothers. They're happy, and you know it, and they love it.
when you download a large number of calls like you just described, 700, explain to the jurors how you kind of narrow your search as it relates to such a large number of phone calls?
Well, there's a number of things that I do. For one thing that I do is I try to anticipate when someone may say something that would be relevant to me. If it's
Yo got dress shoes without hard bottoms. His dress shoes don't have hard bottoms. Look, they ain't right. What is those? And he got white soles. That can't be right. It can't be right.
the call was placed at around the time of an event that would yield a relevant topic, such as, for example, calls made right after the arrest in the booking area, calls made right after a hearing where the case was discussed necessarily, that I would anticipate that perhaps the inmate would like to discuss what happened that day with whomever they called. I also look for calls to numbers that aren't contacted very often, thinking that perhaps that indicates there's been some sort of that this is, if it's somebody that's not called very often, then the discussion may not be as mundane as it would be with someone that they speak to 5 times a day, and that's pretty much it.
And you, when you talk about hearings or things of that nature, is a prelim, for example, a type of hearing that you would use as a date for potential calls of interest?
Yes.
Okay, and is that something that you utilized in this case as it relates to phone calls that Mr. Jackson made?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, very briefly, at a prelim, is that a type of hearing in which the detective, typically the lead detective, is the only person who testifies about the facts and
The audio not good?
circumstances of the case during that hearing?
Generally, yes. It's hearsay is permitted, so generally that's the only witness that would testify at a preliminary hearing, rather.
In your experience, as it relates to phone calls that you pull after the date of a prelim, is it common for you to find calls in which the inmate is describing what happened during the prelim and the facts and circumstances that the detective may have testified about?
Yes, it's very.
And is that something that occurred here, in this case, as it relates to Mr. Jackson after you pulled calls on November 19th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, did you also pull calls as it relates to Mr. Kendrick?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you utilize the same procedures you kind of just described to the jury when talking about the calls that you pulled and reviewed for Mr. Jackson?
I did.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibit. $590Y.
They'd be mad I come in there with some fresh butters on with my suit. The navy blue suit with the butters? Man, listen. I know. You like, what? You can't do that. I know. That's why I am. Yeah, you ain't gonna be able to tell me nothing. I know I'm ignorant today. But I bet you everybody look down and look to themselves like, technically,
Your Honor, may I
You may.
technically,
And,
that boy clean. That boy clean as a baby pig.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize 590Y?
Well, this is my handwriting on the disc. I created yesterday. It's a selection of jail calls that I downloaded and listened to, and I put them on this disc so that they would be in tangible form for purposes of creating an exhibit.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the jail calls that you've described that are on that disc, are those the jail calls that you have talked about today as it relates to Mr. Arnold, Mr. Jackson, and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes,
And you said you created the disc?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, are the calls a fair and accurate depiction of the phone calls you listened to that you've described?
I seen some Cole Haans that was hard, though, that had color on the soles. These ones is like, come on, cuz. I ain't gonna say they ain't comfortable, but come on, that white soul doing me wrong. Yeah. And then it's the way he keep flexing them like they some kids or
Jury
sketches.
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would tender what's been marked as
He
State
doing
Exhibit
this like little step
590Y
flip
exhibit.
thing with it.
Your Honor, just reasserting
Hold on, I'm ready to
prior
show y'all.
objections that were made, I guess, a
Understood.
week
Look,
ago.
look, look. Watch
Thank you.
this.
You guys are admitted. Any
Watch his
objections
feet.
are preserved.
Watch how you keep doing them, y'all. No cap. I ain't hating on them, y'all. It's funny when y'all can't see them.
Permission to publish,
You may.
I gotta show you.
just for court's edification, counsel.
He bouncing in them.
Jury,
I ain't
I'm
gonna
not
lie, they
play all the
definitely look
calls today,
comfortable.
just a very
He
small
definitely
selection.
doing a commercial. He is giving them a hell of a commercial, y'all. Yes, sir. You gonna be on your feet all day. He is a perfect commercial. Watch how he starts standing and bouncing in them, y'all. Watch this. Look, look, look. Watch his feet moves. His feet work is crazy. Yeah, his feet happy. Seriously.
While Mr. Atkins is
Look,
pulling
look,
that
look.
up
Look,
for
look,
the
look.
record for counsel, the court, and for the jury, this is a call that took place on November 19th of 2015 as it relates to Mr. Shannon Jackson.
Watch him. Look, he can't keep him still. Watch that. Look, y'all ain't see. No, he gonna get jiggier than that. Watch. When he really get to rocking, I'm telling you. He literally gonna be flexing in them. Look, watch this. You ain't never seen a nigga do this in no dress shoes. The bitches like Reebok Classics. If you know, you know. The white joints, the all white, mid 90s. Look, look, look. He got his knees locked. Watch, he gonna bend when he flex forward and lift his head. Watch his move.
Curious. You may start the conversation.
Oh, you seen him? Yo, just twiggled his toes in the heart. Hold up. Did y'all just see him twiggle his toe? That's some smooth ass leather. Y'all seen that?
Hello.
Why my keyboard?
When I was crying, the kid was on the screen and kept pressing phone. So I hung up right there. I asked the phone, but they kept pressing phone. Yeah, I know Jeff wrote me, said, D said, what's your number?
Fuck D, bro. Fuck
Oh, damn.
Oh, just like that, bro. Fuck you.
Huh?
Straight up, huh? I just fake friend shit, so fuck these folks. Wish I get on tour.
We can't hear that.
I wish I get on tour. All these fuck niggas, fuck all y'all rat ass niggas, man. Fuck that nigga, man.
I didn't know with D on the phone. He said, what happened to the SG in court because they just need smoke from charges. They didn't even take him to court.
That fuck nigga, you know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga.
Say it like that.
You fuck.
Let's see. Okay. I said, fuck D. He know what he told me to tell.
What y'all niggas got, bro?
I just said, she just read it. She look like she on it.
You text me over your number?
Huh?
I don't got your number?
Y'all been having my number when you said, what you say? Some old shit now. Wait, what happened, nobody?
That fuck nigga rat, they just went till I had went to court and they just let everything got till that fuck nigga rat, him and Wood and the other people. I don't keep going with folks, that fuck nigga know what's going on. Bitch, you in love with a rat hoe. Everything that came out, shit, they bring up, bro. That shit was just weak as fuck, bro. I'm talking like, eating their ass up.
Man, do not leave her in here. This is not the time right now. Everybody get out. Everybody get out. Mom, can you get out too? Shut though. I don't know, call the phone. Young said, see, that's why I don't pick up my damn phone. People keep telling me that, just shut and keep your head up. He a real one, for real.
That's all you hear. Oh, you're real. Man, that shit don't do nothing for a nigga. That shit don't make a nigga feel good. That shit don't do nothing for a nigga.
You heard what he just said? That's why people start telling y'all. Because when they keep it real, they don't get no perks. And people throw them under the bus still. So then that's when they start really going for self. Remember I told y'all, these old dudes that y'all see out here running their mouth on the internet, and they throwing, you know, street people underneath the bus? That's because they got soured by the streets, right? So now they feel like they don't owe nobody no respect. So I think the big homies plugged Wack while he was in jail, and he felt like they took advantage of him. So now that's why he's so, you know, throwing the blood car underneath of the bus and talking down on the streets. For real. Like, seriously. Remember he said when he was in the clink, he tell you that he lay on his stomach when he sleep. So when he was in jail, he used to lay on his stomach. Look, I mean, you know the rest.
I really get out this house.
And this is why I don't call home. No, he really don't. He lay on his stomach because he practiced surfing. He used to surf when he was a kid on the oceans in California. Pacoima, the beaches of Pacoima.
Oh, man.
G from the base said surfing. Yeah, G.
I'm going to stop it there for the record. There's 41 seconds left in the call from November.
They'd be surfing in Pacoima.
2015. Mr. Sprinkle, are there 9 calls as it relates to Mr. Jackson on State's Exhibit 590Y?
Yeah, 9. That sounds about right.
And as it relates to Mr. Arnold, are there 4 calls that were pulled that you downloaded on State's Exhibit 590Y?
That sounds right, yeah.
And then as it relates to Mr. Kendrick, as we spoke to, earlier, are there 3 calls on 590Y as it relates to him?
Yeah, I think so. I think that all those numbers sound correct.
And when you, I guess, are listening to the phone calls from your computer, is the sound system a little better than what we have here in the great courtroom here in Fulton County?
Yes. So sometimes with jail calls, they've split the inmate side of the call. I don't know if that's what was happening here, but generally that's what happens. They split the inmate side of the call in one, like the right channel or the left channel, whichever one, and then the called party side and the other channel, so they're in stereo. And for whatever reason, the inmate channel is sometimes a lot lower than the called party channel. It sounds like that may have been what was happening just then, because I too was having difficulty hearing.
And for the court, for counsel, and for the jury, the state's going to play the rest of the calls at a different time when we've we can utilize a better sound system that I'll bring
Okay,
in.
yeah, because
What?
We were all struggling, I
I'm
think.
not sure anybody.
Bro. Ain't no using no better sound system. You gonna have to go into that and separate her voice from his voice and raise his volume and lower hers to make it equal. Ain't no sound system gonna make that better, baby.
Heard anything.
Now, Mr. Springer, I just want to ask you a couple questions about that call. As it relates to your investigation,
Do the work.
Was someone with the nickname
Do the work.
Little Woody, someone you investigated?
The case just took another hit, y'all. Evidence can't even be heard. The person who was the criminal can't even be heard. The person that's in the courtroom can't even be heard on the audio. They threw a fumble. My title right. They threw a fumble, y'all.
And was a part of this case.
Yes.
And did you hear his name during that call?
Yes.
And did you also hear Mr. Jackson reference doo-wop, nard, and yak?
I did. I heard that part, yeah.
And were those individuals that you also, through your investigation, I guess, were familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the nickname Little Woody, who do you know that nickname to belong to?
Kenneth Copeland.
Okay. And when you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department, were there a number of recorded statements or interviews inside of the file?
There was.
And when you received it, and as you continued to work on the case, did you review those statements?
I did.
And did you receive a statement as it relates to Kenneth Copeland from June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, did you review it in its full?
I did.
Okay.
Look, he popping wheelies in them bitches. Look, he popping wheelies in them bitches. You know they feel good. Then that's happy feet when you popping wheelies.
Now, during that statement, does Mr. Copeland provide his phone number as well as the phone number for his girlfriend?
I believe so, yes.
And can you tell the jurors what is Mr. Copeland's girlfriend's name?
Deshaun Quarterman.
Okay. And after receiving through the interview as well as other means through your investigation, did you request the phone records and receive them for Kenneth Copeland?
Well, by request, I didn't order his phone records. Someone with the Atlanta Police Department did, but I did review them.
Okay. And is it something that you reviewed as a part of this case?
Yes.
And this was previously admitted into evidence.
Yo, he dragging in them Jones. Hey.
3YA. See that?
This what we doing? Man.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury what was the phone number in the records that were related to the handset that was associated with Kenneth Copeland?
What was Kenneth Copeland's phone number?
Correct.
678-278-5991.
Hell no, that ain't what that boy say, boy. What number you just say? That number ain't even. Oh, that's Quindarius Zachary number you remember by heart. Where you just get that from? That he asked for Kenneth Copeland number, boy.
Okay. And after listening to the June 10th of 2015 statement with Mr. Copeland.
Hang on just a second. I know that stand isn't great, but I think the jurors in the back row are having a hard time seeing that.
It ain't nothing on there. Oh, they got a whole bunch of them. Oh. This is terrible. They wasted all this damn
Mr.
styrofoam.
Sprinkle, while he is, Mr. Atkins is putting.
And the kids in Atlanta can't get proper presentations for their curriculums in class. But y'all wasting all this damn styrofoam with these phony ass presentations with phone numbers. What are we doing?
The board, can you tell the jurors, did you review Mr. Copeland's phone records in light of the statement from June 10th of 2015 that you listened to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, when did, activity on Mr. Copeland's
Man, this cumulative.
phone or through his phone records, when did it begin in the early evening of June 10th of 2015?
Well, I guess it would depend on what you define as early evening. For me, I started inspecting the records as at 6:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, was that an incoming or outgoing call?
His girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman, called him at 6:20.
Okay, and did Mr. Copeland?
Simply, who called? I said the handset.
Sustained.
Okay, did the handset of Mr. Copeland's girlfriend call the handset related or associated with Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland's telephone, the number that was associated with him, did he answer?
He did not at 6:20 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors when was the next, incoming or outgoing call that Mr. Copeland made and was connected or answered?
Well, his brother called him at 6:27 p.m.
Did the handset related to Mr. Copeland's brother call the handset related to Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Copeland's handset or telephone that's associated with him, did he pick up?
Well, it appears that he did.
After the trial, after the trial, that Why So reunion TV show gonna be crazy, ain't it? Think about it. When they get all of the defendants up there and they get to talk about everything they went through. Remember, like Survivor do at the end, when all of the characters come back, and even the people that had beefs be sitting up there, and then the little zesty dude be up there asking questions, and the crowd get to interact with him. It'd be crazy, right?
Conversation.
Okay. And do you recall during the interview that Mr. Copeland did on June 10th of 2015, what he described as it related to his activity in the early evening?
He said that he was at his house at 178 Maury Avenue. He'd been taking a midday nap at the time.
Okay. And did he indicate during that interview that when he, woke up, he called the handset that was associated with his girlfriend, Miss Quarterman?
He did.
And is that consistent with what the cell phone records, the call logs for the handset, Mr. Copeland, that you reviewed?
Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. I believe this is cumulative to
I told you.
the information elicited from.
I was real early with my cumulative call. It was about 5 minutes ago.
Mr. Bernie by Mr. Atkins last week.
Damn, where he come from?
The calls, the timing of the calls.
Yo.
My response would be,
why they posted up over here on this boy like this? This is crazy. What they doing? Yo.
Mr. Bernie, or Agent Bernie, as he testified, he didn't review any sort of
cameraman, stay over here.
So he was not in a position to talk about the consistency of the statement as it relates to the records, which was the necessity. The whole reason we needed to call Mr. Sprinkle back was due to that unfortunate scheduling issue.
All right, I'm going to.
And Your Honor, I believe those would be juror issues. I don't believe it's Mr. Sprinkle's place to determine what is consistent and what's not.
Well, I'd also say this goes to Mr. Copeland was impeached on multiple occasions by multiple parties.
What? Oh, you can be impeached multiple times. So what's the total?
Before this court and this jury, and this is prior consistent statements and activity as it relates to his impeachment.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
The state should make a rule where if 3 of your witnesses get impeached, your case is an automatic mistrial with prejudice. Straight up, you present a trash case. Yeah, that's terrible. Yo, you talked to him before this. What are you doing?
You can answer the question. Let me ask it again.
Yes.
What Mr. Copeland, I guess, described during his interview as it relates to waking up and his phone activity to the detectives on June 10th of 2015, is that consistent with the activity that you reviewed and you've described here today as it relates to the handset of Mr. Copeland and his call log detail records?
We called the handset associated with Deshaun Quarterman at 6:58 p.m., so that was consistent with him talking about what he did after his midday nap.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you also, as a part of your investigation, plot different calls as it related to the call detail records that you received with Mr. Copeland?
I did.
Okay. If you also had an opportunity to review similar, I guess, plotting of Special Agent Bernie?
I did.
Okay. Now, during the interview that day on June 10th of 2015, do you recall where Mr. Copeland described, I guess, he went next as it relates to his activities that night?
He went to the Green Store, which is, I believe, at 322 Glen Street. That's what he said, yeah.
And in your review of Mr. Copeland's records, can you tell the jurors, were his records consistent with him going to the Green Store shortly after he called the handset related to or associated with Ms. Quarterman?
Your Honor, I think that this is out of Mr. Sprinkle's expertise, and these are questions for Agent Bernie, which have been asked.
Okay, so if that may be true, if I'm understanding what it is that Mr. Sprinkle's testifying to.
I can lay a foundation.
Okay.
Mr. Sprinkle, do you utilize or do you review call detail records on a regular basis as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how often do you do that?
Multiple times a week. I don't want to go so far as to say every day. I'm sure there's days that I haven't, but it's thousands upon thousands of times, thousands of sets of phone record, at least over 1,500 sets of phone records, and that's a conservative estimate. So yeah, I look at phone records all the time and have been doing so since 2012.
And in the phone records, or in many of the phone records or the call detail records that you receive, do they have longitude, latitude, or cell site location data related to the different phone calls within the call detail records?
Yes, depending on the type of phone logs, call detail records that I have or that they are, yes, they will sometimes have cell site location information.
And can you tell the jurors, as a part of your job responsibilities and duties with the District Attorney's Office, how often do you map or plot different calls as it relates to the cell site location data contained within the call detail records?
All the time.
Another objection on foundation for this part of the testimony as it relates to mapping.
I did.
As it relates
Yo,
to
why
what
none of the
I'm really
lawyers using
not
mics?
Use the mics. All right, so
I'm laying the foundation.
okay, he's in the midst of it.
So how often do you plot and map different call detail records, cell site location data?
Very, very often. Maybe not on every single case, but on many, many, many cases. How often? I would say at least once a week. Again, that's a very, very conservative estimate, but most cases have cell phone records, and I will generally, if there are cell phone records, want to look at those to make sure that the data is what we believe it to be.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors a little bit about your experience in the sense of how many years have you been utilizing cell site location information to map or plot different sets of phone records and specific phone calls within different sets of records?
Since 2012.
Okay, so roughly how many years? We're looking at what, over 10?
Yes.
And within those 10 years, can you tell the jurors how many sets of phone records do you believe that you have mapped or plotted cell site location information related to call detail records?
That would be hundreds. I don't keep a tally. But the number of cases that I deal with a year since that time, it would just be in the hundreds. A lot of cases.
Okay. And in the cases that you have done what you just described, do you often work in tandem or in conjunction with different members of law enforcement, such as the Atlanta Police Department or other agencies within Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay. And have there been times that you also have worked with members of the FBI or different task forces as it relates to mapping and plotting call detail records?
Maybe like consulted with. Work would imply that I was like part of the team, or with respect to the FBI, that is. No, I mean, I've consulted with them.
Okay. So as it relates to this case, did you utilize cell site location information to map different calls for Kenneth Copeland after you listened to his recorded statement on June 10th of 2015?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the mapping or the plotting that you did for Mr. Copeland's records, were they consistent at times with being near the Green Store?
Yes.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to cumulative. Agent Burney has already testified to these matters.
And my response is these questions will be brief, but again, Mr. Sprinkle's analysis is related to the statement that Mr. Copeland was impeached with during his testimony for the statement he gave on June 10th of 2015.
All right, and can you clarify whether whatever this analysis is based on Mr. Sprinkle's own plotting or whatever Mr. Burney had already done?
Yes. The plotting that I've been talking to you about as it relates to Mr. Copeland is this plotting or mapping that you did yourself.
Yes.
And upon doing the plotting or mapping yourself with the cell site location information, well, let's start with, can you tell the jurors what information, I guess, are you inputting or using in order to get specific plots for specific calls?
So basically what I do is I'll have the phone records. I'll have a set of phone records, and there will be some cell site location information that's in the same row as the date and time the phone number's called, and I'll use Google Earth. Sometimes some phone records are real easy. If they're from AT&T or T-Mobile, they'll just have the latitude and longitude of the tower actually in the records. Other phone companies, like Sprint at the time, or Verizon, they just put some sort of number that's unique to them. Like, it's a number that identifies the tower for them. It'll be like 14732 or something. That's by no means, that was just a number I just came up with out of nowhere, but it'll be some sort of number, and I'll have to cross-reference another spreadsheet where that spreadsheet will have the latitude and longitude. But long story short, though, I just take the latitude and longitude of the tower, I put it into Google Earth, and then I use a graphic plugin in Google Earth to create I get what I call a pie slice that represents the approximate area of coverage, or basically just points in the direction of the antenna or the azimuth of the tower.
Okay. That was a long story.
Oh.
Can you tell the jurors, in your review of the phone records, what time, if any, was Mr. Copeland's handset in the area of the Green Store?
So his handset was consistent with was utilizing a tower that was consistent with it being at or in the area of the Green Store between 7:26 and 7:27 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, through your review of Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did, I guess, the location, the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue, become a point of interest that was related to the investigation you were doing?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in your review of did you review Mr. Copeland's call detail records and the cell site location information in regards to that interest point?
I did.
And can you tell the jurors in your review what time, if any, Mr. Copeland was in the area of or consistent with being in the area of the McDonald's off of Cleveland Avenue?
All right, so like I testified previously, his phone gets to the area or uses a tower in the area of the Green Store from 7:26, 7:27 p.m. It remained in that general area or the tower until about 7:47. And then 7:49, it pinged off a tower that serviced the general area of the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue.
And you said 7:49?
That's correct.
As you continue to review the records, can you tell the jurors, after continuing to listen to Mr. Copeland's June 10th statement, did the Sky House located in Midtown become a point of interest relevant to the investigation that you were doing?
The Sky House condominiums at 1080 West Peachtree Street, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors why or how did that location become a point of interest relevant to your investigation?
It was the location or a location that Jeffery Williams resided.
And in the time that you were reviewing the records related to Mr. Copeland and reviewing the statement, can you tell the jurors at any point did Mr. Copeland reference during his statement that he communicated with a handset that would be associated with Mr. Garlington?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors, was that something that you attempted to locate within the call detail records of Mr. Copeland as you reviewed them?
I did. I didn't find a number that I could conclude was Mr. Garlington's, though if I remember correctly, I also said he contacted him via FaceTime, so I wouldn't be able to see those calls in call detail records anyway.
Okay, and that's something you talked about and mentioned as to why previously when you testified before this court and jury, right?
I don't recall if I said that or not.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what you were able to determine, if anything, as it related to the call detail records being consistent with Mr. Copeland's handset being in the area of Sky House Midtown?
It was later that evening. His handset, from what I recall, from what I remember, it was after 11 p.m. when his handset utilized the tower that was near the Sky House. So it did utilize the tower at some point that serviced the area of the Sky House.
And can you tell the jurors, the Sky House Midtown, how was that building, I guess, related to or relevant to the investigation that you were doing as you continue to review the statement of Mr. Copeland and other materials that you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
That was the location that was said to be where Mr. Copeland and others converged later that evening on January 10th, 2015.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about other statements that you reviewed. Do you recall also reviewing the statement for Mr. Quindarius Zachary from August 5th of 2015?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, did you listen to that statement, I guess, in its entirety or in full?
I did.
And do you recall that during that statement, did Mr. Zachary reference any, I guess, rental vehicles?
He did.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about what Mr. Zachary said during that statement as related to a rental vehicle?
From what I remember, that he mentioned there was an Infiniti that was involved, and they believed that the manager for Mr. Williams rented the Infiniti.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, after getting that information from the statement, did you request anything from any rental companies here in the city of Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. And did you?
Well, let me. It's a small clarification. I requested information from rental companies, and I didn't just specify from their physical locations only in the city of Atlanta. I asked from the rental car companies if they give me records of any rental cars that were rented by a list of people during a time, regardless of where the location was.
Okay. And did you do that in relation to Mr. Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, did you receive any information back as it related to any rental vehicles in the name of Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asked and answered previously.
I don't know if it has been with this witness, but it's certainly been established.
I can move on. Well, I want to show you what's been marked into evidence as State's Exhibit 335Y. And when it gets up there, page 7, 335Y. And as Mr. Atkins is getting to page 7, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize previously tendered and admitted State's Exhibit 335Y?
Okay, is the 335Y what's being displayed on these television sets behind me?
That's correct.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is State's Exhibit 335Y?
These are records that I received from Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Okay, and are these records, I guess, who are these records, I guess, related to and in reference to?
Jeffery Williams.
I'm going to object. This is cumulative, and it has been asked and answered.
My response is the specific information as it relates to what's inside State's Exhibit 335Y was not elicited from any witness as it relates to the trial.
Okay, if there's something new on this exhibit, then
I'll just cut to the chase. In State's Exhibit 335Y was a phone number that was associated with the rental for Mr. Jeffery Williams located within.
There was a phone number located somewhere within there, yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what that phone number was?
I don't recall it somewhere in the, I think, was it the one that ended in 3504 maybe? It should be in the business record, though.
And you see it on page 7?
Yes, 3904, 504-975, 3904, that's right.
And can you tell the jurors, after, I guess, receiving this document and learning of this number, was a request made or a search warrant done for the records as it relates to Jeffery Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive those records back related to the phone number associated with the handset of Mr. Williams?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you a few questions about other sets of records that you reviewed in relation to the information you had received from Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland after reviewing their statements, okay?
Okay.
Did you request either through search warrant or subpoena the records for Justin Cobb?
I don't know if it was me that did that, but yeah, we did obtain the records for Justin Cobb.
Okay. And
actually, no, I believe it was. I recall drafting a search warrant on that, so yes.
Okay. As well as, did you receive either, whether it was by you or another member of law enforcement you were working in conjunction with, the records for Mr. McMullins?
McMullen was somebody with the Atlanta Police Department, but I did receive them.
And did you review them?
I did.
All right. And regardless of who requested them, did you also review the records for Kelvin Treadwell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about specifically, did you review those records kind of how you've described today as it relates to January 10th of 2015?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some of the activity that you saw as you did the review of the records. Specifically, can you tell the jurors, you talked about you received records from Mr. Bradford based on the phone number being a common number called by Mr. Zachary, Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Treadwell, I believe you said, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in reviewing the call detail records, did you review the records as it relates to the point of interest of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, as you reviewed Mr. Bradford's records in relation to that Texaco, what you determined from your analysis?
What I determined from my analysis of Mr. Bradford's tower logs was that his handset utilized a tower that was in close proximity to that Texaco, and therefore 330 McDaniel Street, the incident location, between the hours of 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m.
I should have asked you this first, but as you were reviewing statements and call detail records, did you also receive and review any video surveillance?
I did.
And is that the surveillance that I think you briefly described previously as it relates to the Texaco off of Cleveland, as well as the barbershop not far from the Texaco?
Right, the barbershop, like between 60 and 100 yards, yes, away. That too.
Okay. And I want to show you State's Exhibits 591, 591Y through 598Y.
Yo, slime the chat out. Salute to everybody in
You
here.
get an opportunity to review those photographs?
I did.
And do those photographs contained in State's Exhibits 591Y through 598 fairly and accurately depict the Texaco from July 10th of 2015?
January 10th, 2015?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, they do. These are screenshots. It looks like they're screenshots I took, actually.
Okay. And Your Honor, at this time, the State Lieutenant was marked as State's Exhibits 591Y through 598Y.
Admitted.
And while we're at it, Mr. Sprinkle, previously admitted into evidence was 292YL through N. Do you also recognize those as screenshots from what you described from the Texaco that you actually took?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jurors in State's Exhibit 591Y what we're looking at?
This is a screenshot taken from the video from the Texaco. It was a surveillance camera that captured the exterior of the Texaco station. This would be the gas pumps that were closest to 330 McDaniel Street. The timestamp in the lower on the video is 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds. Literally, it's 18:41:58, but that's 24-hour time, so it's 6:41 p.m. and 58 seconds.
Okay. And is there a vehicle, or do you see the vehicle, I guess that's in the center of State's Exhibit 591Y?
Yes, I do.
And through your investigation, can you tell the jurors what you're able to determine what type of vehicle that is?
2001 Pontiac Bonneville, gray in color.
And in conjunction with all the things we described that you reviewed, the statements, the call detail records, the video surveillance, I know you briefly spoke about it, but did you also review different social media accounts and photographs as it relates to some of the individuals, specifically here, Mr. Bradford, that we described previously?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in your review of Mr. Bradford's social media and contained in previously admitted exhibits, States Exhibits 360Y through 363Y, what you found in Mr. Bradford's social media that caught your attention?
He often posed in photos with a 2001 Pontiac Bonneville. He'd be leaning up against it, et cetera. It looked like it was just a car that he was with frequently.
Okay. And prior to your review of Mr. Bradford's social media account and seeing these photographs with him standing next to or near a Pontiac, had the Pontiac that's contained in States Exhibit 591Y, I guess, been an integral part of your investigation at that point?
Well, not integral, no.
Okay. Was it something that you found or didn't find relevant until you reviewed Mr. Bradford's social media accounts?
Sustained. Can you?
Well, let me ask you this question. Just tell the jurors, after reviewing or finding these photographs of Mr. Bradford and the Pontiac, how you were able to use that to forward your investigation.
Okay, so I had the tower data for Mr. Bradford's phone that placed him in the area of the crime scene from 7:11 p.m. to 7:19 p.m. I had calls from the jail to Mr. Bradford. I also had these pictures from his social media that I found that showed him with a Pontiac Bonneville. Now, Bradford was not known. He was not in any of the documents that I obtained from the Atlanta Police Department. As far as I knew, he was unknown to the investigation entirely. So I was trying to figure out who this Mr. Bradford was, why I had this data that this information was made it appear that he was somehow would at least know something about what I was looking into. And so when I went back and looked at the video and I saw this 2001 Pontiac Bonneville pull up to the gas pump, that's when it clicked. And I started paying particular attention to the surveillance video from the Texaco station.
Okay. And I want to show you, Mr. Atkins is going to put on the screen States Exhibit 598Y. Now, States Exhibit 598Y, can you describe to the jurors what they're looking at and the relevance it was to your part of the investigation working on this case?
So 598Y is a picture from Mr. Bradford's Instagram page, and it is one of a few photos that showed him next to a Pontiac Bonneville, like I testified to previously. And I obtained that photo around the time that I identified his phone number and got his phone records and tower usage data that placed him in the area of the crime scenes I testified to previously.
And the photograph that's next to him standing in, next to the Pontiac, can you describe to the jurors where that's from? There's two photos contained within. How are they relevant to each other?
Well, the one on the right is a still shot from the surveillance footage from the night of the murder, from the Texaco station.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the video surveillance, you said in States Exhibit 591Y that Pontiac arrived to the Texaco at what time?
About 6:41 p.m.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of the surveillance how long in total was that Pontiac seen on the video surveillance?
If I may refer to my reports, I get the numbers.
If it will help refresh your recollection. Yes, just look up when you're done.
So it was there. The Pontiac was in view of the surveillance cameras at the Texaco station when it pulled up into the pump at 6:41 p.m. and until it drove away from the station at 7:17 p.m.
So fair to say reviewing your report helped refresh your recollection as to how long it was there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, about that.
And can you tell the jurors in your review of Mr. Bradford's call detail records, was that consistent with him being, or were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue for roughly 40 minutes?
Yeah, his phone traveled to the Texaco off of Cleveland Avenue after it departed the area, or not, excuse me, are you talking about the McDonald's?
No, so you just described to the jurors, let me rephrase my question. So you saw the Pontiac remain at the Texaco for roughly 40 minutes. You remember saying that?
Yes,
41 to, I think you believe, 7:17?
6:41 to 7:17, correct.
And can you tell the jurors in reviewing Mr. Bradford's call detail records and the activity on his phone during 6:11 and 7:17, were they consistent with him being in the area of the Texaco during that time period?
At the Texaco at Northside Drive, McDaniel Street, yes. His phone pinged in that area from 7:11 to 7:19. It utilized the tower, so it didn't ping at the tower that entire time. But the time frame that his phone did ping at the tower, off the tower sector service, that general area was encompassed, by the surveillance footage.
Let me ask you this question: was his phone, or was there activity on his phone during that entire period of time, or were there times where his phone wasn't utilizing a tower?
His phone, it wasn't connected to the tower the entire time, as if it was like streaming data or something like that, or if it was, I didn't get any records that indicated that. It was only used, it only connected to the tower to, when it was like streaming data or something like that, or if it was, I didn't get any records that indicated that. It was only used, it only connected to the tower to, when it sending or receiving a phone call.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, did you also review or look into the social media accounts or the Twitter account for Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors in State's Exhibit I believe it's 524Y. Was this a photograph that you located from the Twitter account of Mr. Kendrick? But once it gets up there.
Oh, there we go. Yes, yeah, it is. There's a, and I don't know that it's part of the exhibit because I seem to remember this gray bar going across the screen with the other exhibits as well. Yeah, now it's moved. But yes, I do recognize that. That's an image from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, was there anything about the jacket that Mr. Kendrick is wearing in State's Exhibit 524Y that you, after seeing this and also reviewing the video surveillance, that was helpful to your investigation?
So yeah, the interior surveillance from the Texaco, at 641, the Pontiac 2001 Bonneville pulls up to a pump, and the front seat passenger exits the vehicle and walks into the convenience store attached to the Texaco, and in so doing came in very close proximity to an interior surveillance camera. And so this footage revealed the outfit donned by the front seat passenger. And that image from the Twitter page that you just displayed on the monitor behind me, or the television behind me, that man, Mr. Kendrick from the Twitter page, was donning what appeared to be the same jacket as the man from the video, the surveillance video from the Texaco.
And is that what we're looking at, the comparison that you just described that you did in State's Exhibit 593Y?
That's the, yes.
And can you tell the jurors, the photograph, we're looking at it on the left-hand side from the convenience store, can you tell the jurors the time period in which that photograph or that screenshot would have captured?
It was very shortly after the Pontiac Bonneville arrived on scene. If you would like the exact, matter of fact, I've just looked at my report to refresh my recollection about this. Okay. It was actually at 6:42 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in the photograph to the right from Mr. Kendrick's Twitter account what time that photo of Mr. Kendrick was posted and on what date?
It was posted on January 10th, 2015. As you can see there, because I testified about this previously, I moused over the date, and that made the time pop up, and the time is 7:35 p.m.
Now, as you continued to review the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did the individuals that you saw exit and enter the Pontiac later interact with another sedan?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 594Y, and here I thought the screenshots would be less difficult than the freezing video.
Objection, Your Honor. This is cumulative of prior testimony that we've had at least once, if not twice, in this case.
Oh, yeah. Look what I got.
Any response?
Yeah.
I mean, there's been no...
It's different over here, baby.
Comparison?
Yes.
Okay.
It's different over here. Look.
Now, can you tell the jurors, were you able to I guess using your number of years of experience, able to determine the type of vehicle in which we're seeing depicted in front of the Pontiac in the middle of the screen?
The Volkswagen CC VR6 Sport.
Okay. And when you previously testified, you talked about someone you had, I guess, a name that you had come across during your investigation, Miss Ariel Bax.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, in getting her name, were you able to use public databases to determine any vehicles registered in her name?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors what type of vehicle was registered Ms. Bax's name during this time period of January 10th, 2015?
The Volkswagen CC VR6.
Okay. And in your review of the make and model and year that Ms. Bax had, was the vehicle consistent with what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 594Y?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you also talked about previously an individual, Miss Kenya Morton.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why you looked into Miss Morton as it relates to this investigation?
I'll object to the reasoning behind what this witness is doing. Otherwise,
Sustained. Can you rephrase that?
Yes. In the phone calls that you reviewed and have described today from Mr. Kendrick, did Mr. Kendrick place any calls to Miss Morton?
Yes.
And through your listening of the calls and your investigation, were you able to determine how Mr. Kendrick and Miss Morton were associated or knew each other?
Romantically involved.
It's a review of phone calls that are in evidence.
And also speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
It's well, without telling me what the association was, were you able to see several calls between Miss Morton and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in one of the phone calls that you listened to and has been admitted into evidence as it relates to Mr. Arnold, did you hear Miss Morton in one of the phone calls?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors the date of the phone call in which you heard Miss Morton in the background?
January 10th, 2015.
What time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And that time in relation to how was that time, the 7:42 p.m. that you heard Miss Morton in the background, related to or the time in which Mr. Donovan Thomas was shot and killed?
Well, the 911 call is placed contemporaneously with the shooting, and that 911 call is placed at 7:22 p.m., so that call was 20 minutes after the night.
On the what? Sustained.
I guess I need clarity. I'm not certain it's the contemporaneous. I know what it means.
I don't know if he is able to testify from anything that it was contemporaneous with the murder. I think that's what the objection is to. Is that right? I mean, he can testify to what time the 911 call was.
I'll rephrase.
Sustained.
Agreed. I'll ask a different question. Mr. Sprinkle, you said the 911 call was at what time?
7:22 p.m.
And the call in which you heard Miss Morton's voice and reference to her name was at what time?
7:42 p.m.
Okay. And during that same phone call, was there reference to Miss Ariel or Ari?
That I don't recall.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this question. shortly after the Volkswagen in States Exhibit 494Y arrived at the gas station, can you tell the jurors, and previously admitted in, I believe they're before you, States Exhibits 292YL through 292M, can you tell the jurors what time another vehicle that you determined to be related to your investigation arrived at that same Texaco?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, based on the statement of Quindarius Zachary, why that vehicle was of interest as you watched the video surveillance from the Texaco?
Because it was an Infiniti Q50.
Now, can you tell the jurors during what time did that Infiniti arrive?
7:16 p.m.
Okay. And at the time that you reviewed the video surveillance, can you tell the jurors, did members from the Pontiac interact with the vehicle depicted in this state's exhibit?
Yes. The man that occupied the front passenger seat and then entered the store at 6:42 p.m. wearing the coat, he interacted with the person or persons occupying the Infiniti.
And I apologize for the record, that's 292YL. Now, Mr. Sprinkle, can you also describe for the jurors, did an individual get out of the rear passenger area of the Pontiac?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors?
Remember how I told y'all they be doing us in media? That's a presentation built to get to present to producers to formulate how you gonna do your TV show. I believe it's a PDF. Why would they put that picture combination like that? You seen that, y'all? What them boys doing in the streets ain't got nothing to do with their kids, y'all. You see that? So he a loving father, and he got to defend himself just like a person in the military. But look at this, y'all. Look at this. Look, they put it together neatly, too. Look, they put the slanted like it's NBA players. Like, you know what I mean? Like, here he is, and then here he is holding his you mean? He holds guns and his kids. But I thought they said dudes don't take care of their kids. Oh, this the only way. Oh. Remember I told y'all? This Dennis and them right here. That's what they do. Depict you like this. Now, it's one thing you commit a crime, yo. Is he a good father, though? Or you want to just put him up here to incriminate him, to insinuate that he shouldn't be around his kids? That's dirty, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Just so you could get a new gig. Because you want to be on TV.
Well, I guess, can you explain to the jurors what you observed that person, I guess, do?
Objection, cumulative.
But they blocked the Spanish boys' eyes out. They blocked the Spanish boys' faces, though, y'all. I'm tripping, though.
Best evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, how long, based on your review of the video surveillance, did the Infiniti remain within the Texaco gas pump area?
About a minute, if that. It pulled in at 7:16 and pulled out at 7:17.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, is that what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 596Y?
Yes.
I'm going to object. Can I maybe approach?
You may.
Well, I'll ask a better question.
All right.
I know what your team was expected for all of this.
In season 1, we traveled to Atlanta, Georgia, and Gang Detective Unit Detective Tyrone Dennis, a 16-year veteran of the Atlanta Police Department. He spent many years investigating gangs that traveled through and reside in the city of Atlanta. The other expertise he gained while his investigations were ongoing was an intimate knowledge of the myriad connections between street money and the hip-hop music industry. The gangs in Atlanta feed the hip-hop music scene in a symbiotic relationship that fosters violence and, in some cases, murder.
Mr. Sprinkle, let me ask you this question based on your review of all the information you've kind of described here today. As it relates to times for when a 911 call was placed, times as it relates to, I guess, found within call detail records, and then times like the one you just referenced in the video surveillance for the Texaco. Can you tell the jurors, I guess, through your investigation, how you compared, I guess, times from the video surveillance to things like the 911 call and call detail records?
Well, your call detail records, that's the times in those are going to be pretty consistent with the atomic clock.
Why is that?
Well, they're a cell phone provider and they're computerized records, and they're just going to be synced up because they're on a computer system with an internet time protocol, or which is synced up with the atomic clock. So that's a good gauge as to the exact time of something. Also, the 911 call system. I found in my experience that 911 calls, the timestamps on those are accurate. Surveillance videos can be a little less so. But what I found here was that knowing when the 911 call was placed, comparing all of that with cell phone records and tower logs and all that, when comparing, for example, the 911 call to the surveillance video from the Texaco in particular, you can see the events that are consistent with the shooting on the Texaco footage. People ran inside the store, if I remember correctly. I do remember correctly, they did. And from that, you can place a pretty good timestamp or time when the drive-by shooting occurred.
Okay. Would it be your testimony today that all of the times are, I guess, synced up exact?
Yo, dudes drink 40s in Atlanta? This a Atlanta pick, y'all, or this some type of pick off the internet? Dude got a blunt in the ear, and dudes drinking 40s? They wearing khakis and all that? Bro, why this picture look staged? These dudes look like actors, y'all.
As it relates to each other. For example, the call detail records and the Texaco video surveillance.
No, I can't say that they're linked up exactly. Surveillance videos, it's not uncommon for them to be a minute or two long.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
Can you speak into the mic?
It's not uncommon for surveillance videos to be a minute or two off. So I can't say that basically the watches of the surveillance video and the cell phone records were synchronized.
Okay. And we talked earlier a little bit about the phone records, or the additional phone records that you reviewed. For example, Justin Cobb and Mr. McMullins. Do you remember that?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors, upon receiving those records, however which way they were requested, did you utilize, I guess, reviewing those records as it relates to the things that we've described previously here today, the video surveillance as well as the statements of both Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And I want to draw your attention specifically to the time period, roughly 7:29 p.m. All the way, I guess, 10 minutes to 7:39 p.m. So that 10-minute period, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell the jurors in your review of that activity, was there any activity as it relates to the handset associated with Mr. McMullins and the handset associated with Jeffery Williams?
Your Honor, this is cumulative. Agent Burney already testified to all this.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask you this. As it relates to your review of the call detail record, specifically the call logs of between Mr. Williams and Mr. Treadwell, can you tell the jury how many incoming and outgoing calls there were between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams?
About the same objection.
Sustained.
The specific number of calls between Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams, I don't believe was ever discussed.
Pretty sure this is.
It's all painfully regarded to different ways.
All right, I'll ask you this question. As it related to your review of the call detail records for Mr. Copeland, okay? Did you, during that time period of 7:29 to 7:39 p.m., locate any calls, whether it be incoming or outgoing, between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
7:29 to 7:39?
Correct.
Yo, why was they going to put that information in a documentary, a TV show in 2021? It says that PDF file I'm just showing, that's all for a TV show that was slotted to come out in 2021. Think about that. And that information right there was going to be in it. How that work?
I may look at the logs. No, my short answer is I don't believe so. And that remains my answers on reviewing the actual phone logs. There were no calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. That would have been in the phone logs from the company. Again, during Mr. Copeland's statement, he said he called Mr. Williams earlier that evening on FaceTime. FaceTime calls are not going to appear in phone records from the phone company.
Okay. But from your review, is it your testimony you didn't see any calls between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams?
That's right.
How about as it relates to Mr. Copeland and Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I found. No.
Okay. And I'd ask you the same series of questions.
We got more work. Yo, if this was put out in 2000 and I don't know when this was put out, but to be honest, I think Woody was already doing his Fed time, y'all, when this got put out. So what do they mean pending? Real rap. What do they mean? Look at everybody else, y'all. Everybody else got their time. Look. Everybody else got their time on the chart. Except Woody and Calvin Treadwell. Golly. But Woody say pending, and I promise y'all, he was already doing his Fed time.
As it relates to Quindarius Zachary, did you see any activity on Mr. Zachary's records between Mr. Williams, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Cobb, Mr. McMullins, and Mr. Treadwell?
All right, well, I'm reviewing it, and I'm looking at his records right now, too, just to make sure I'm not mistaken. What were the names that you just gave me again?
Mr. Williams, did you see any activities that relates to Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams?
I do not.
And between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford and Mr. Cobb?
I do not.
And were there any, incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullins or Mr. Treadwell?
Not that I see, no.
Okay. And I want to ask you lastly about Mr. Antonio Sledge, in your review of his call detail records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Sledge and Mr. Williams between the time period of 7:29 p.m. to 7:39 p.m.?
Yeah, that's Dennis and that Shiesty. They was a gang. I got him though, Poppy. Salute. If y'all want me bust him down, y'all hit the Cash App. Straight up. I got him.
No.
I think he
I
need
don't
a
see
bust
any.
down.
And what about between Mr. Sledge?
I think he need a
and
good bust
Mr.
down.
Bradford or Mr. Cobb?
Straight up. No cap. I think he needed his own presentation. Straight up. He need that bust down. Mm-hmm.
Between what time frame again?
7:29 and 7:39 p.m.
Justin Cobb called Javaris Bradford at 7:31 p.m.
And I'm sorry, I need to be more clear. Did you see any? Was there any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Bradford?
It wasn't no war. This wasn't no war. It would have been a lot of people down if it was war. A lot of people down. It's too much money
I'm
flowing.
reviewing Mr. Zachary's records. I do not see any.
And in your review of Mr. Zachary records, did you see any incoming or outgoing calls between Mr. Zachary and Mr. McMullen?
Kwani, salute. Salute for that super chat, bro. Straight up. Nah, bro, you can clearly
No,
see that
I
it
don't
was
see any.
really beef amongst people inside of a big umbrella. And certain people wasn't picking sides, so they wouldn't get involved. And you can tell that they weren't obligated to be involved, or else this would have been a big mess. A big mess. But being as though I just said that, I'm going to let you know something else. On the strength of so many people allegedly care for Donovan Thomas, and the people who allegedly did it are still alive, I'm going to have to jump out there and say, either they ain't really do it, or Holmes told.
And lastly, for that same time period, did you see any activity, whether it be incoming or outgoing calls, between Mr. Zachary and Mr. Treadwell?
No, I don't see any.
And when you're reviewing Mr. Zachary's records, which are contained in State's Exhibit 517Y, is that correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what. Hey, yo, what we watching is backdooring going on. We not watching the continuation of y'all smoke Donovan and we on y'all ass. I ain't even gonna lie. Them young members wouldn't want to join that team. What? That's food. Joining a team of food? Man, ain't enough guns.
The records contained for Mr. Zachary, do you recall those being 517Y?
I don't know the exhibit number for the records.
Yo, so them boys was at war with Donovan Thomas and them, and they was sitting around super strapped up, sitting around the corner, and them boys was at the gas station just sitting around there vulnerable. So if they would have walked around to the gas station, they could have wiped Yak Gotti and them down. Because they wasn't prepared if they came around the corner. I mean, they was like 8 deep around the corner. So if they'd have came round, you feel me? Or one of the little dudes would have bopped to the store to get some blunts and came back like, yo, I just seen Yak. He ain't even see me, yo, come on. Is that what we saying?
Further questions pending redirect.
Thank God. Yes. I got us passed, man. I'm glad I looked at that damn PDF.
Anybody have questions?
Hey, Solo. Hey, yo, if you know somebody that got a phony-ass case that had a phony lawyer, bro, I might be able to get their ass home, cuz. Straight up, looking at that paperwork on the back end, going for the a new trial, man, listen. Man, listen, I know mega dudes in our city got lined up with phony-ass public defenders and shit. Just ate their time. Just ate it. Whole case chopped, man, phony to them on. Police probably rigged it. All types of what? Probably all in the paperwork. But when you guilty, you really, well, hold on. If you was getting busy outside and you catch a certain charge, at certain times you just accept it. On some old, hey, look, right, it could have been worse. I ain't even, it is what it is. I'm going to take my time. That's what happened. You feel me? But as far as dudes able to, that could be still on the street, man, I'm going to say it might be 50-50, y'all. Seriously. The amount of dudes sitting in jail that got something in their paperwork that could get them back out, it might be 50-50. And I ain't talking about the people who got railroaded like for sure. They're not guilty, like they really ain't had, I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about the people with the paperwork that got something that could be caught. Straight up. That's how, because first off, the law breaking mega rules. First off. So first off, if you look, they civil rights might have been, you know what I mean? They might not have been read Miranda. You know, it might have been improper, ineffective counsel. We got mega angles to poke at, bro. But you got to pay somebody to look. And if you're a criminal, you kind of look at it like, man, you just doing what you supposed to be doing, your time. If you ain't no rat, you just going to go do your time and hold that down, for real. A lot of dudes in there breezing. They ain't, you feel me? They ain't even, well, if you get to a prison where dudes got a lot of time, it's a lot more active with dudes trying to go in there and find out some law to check their case. All right, that is a thing. But there's also a lot of people sitting in there that just eating their time. Just eating their time. I'm talking about ain't never question what happened. If you ask him, he might tell you something off top that he got railroaded. Straight up. In his description, he might literally describe, yo, I mean, technically, when I went to court, this happened. Off top, you like, what happened? He like, yeah, well, they did this with my co-defendant, woo, woo, woo. You like, oh, bro, that shit don't even sound right, bro. He like, yeah, I mean, technically, you feel me? I ain't had no lawyer, so it is what it is type shit.
For this witness right now that are going to last less than like an hour.
Less than an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
Okay. Come on.
If I'm not done an hour, start throwing things in.
Okay.
Man, they butter bust his chops. Here we go, y'all.
Can we do that even if it is less than an
in
hour?
the courtroom.
Party time. Come on, Shark.
Mr. Sprinkle, good morning.
Good morning.
Good
How are
morning.
I'm good. And
He tried to use that still intro. He cheat.
of course we know each other. You know who I represent, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start out by talking to you about the jail calls and specifically my client Shannon Stillwell's jail calls. Okay. I believe you testified that you downloaded. You estimated, I believe, 700.
So, yes, the batch that I downloaded from.
Y'all, be careful when someone asks somebody a question and they get to explaining instead of saying yes or no. Seriously, y'all. Like
2015, maybe the calls descended into 2016 as well. I don't remember. I think it was around 700 audio files. So that would represent 700 calls. It's not 700 exactly, but that's what I remember.
I understand. And you, do you have a ballpark of how many you reviewed?
I didn't review all of them.
Okay.
And a matter of fact, I probably I probably reviewed like maybe 50 to 75.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
And regardless of how many you personally reviewed, when you downloaded them, they are.
What kind of investigation is that? That's 10%. Man, that's roughly 9 to 10%. True or false?
Are saved onto your computer, your hard drive.
All of them are saved, yes.
Okay, and they would have been passed on to the prosecution team in this case, so they could review all of them, correct?
That's correct.
All right, cool. All right, I just want to, your job actually with the DA's office right now is you do prelims. You cover prelims for cases, correct? Amongst other things.
That's correct.
All right. And I just want to unpack a little bit about what you said about preliminary hearings, is when I say prelims, preliminary hearings. You said typically a lead detective testifies.
That's right.
Okay, and you said hearsay is allowed, meaning the lead detective is allowed to testify about what other people said.
That's correct.
Okay. And you are aware that jail call that was played that was tough to hear, a little bit low, that was from November 19th, 2015, correct?
That's right.
All right. And November 19th, 2015 is the day that Shannon Stillwell had his prelim, correct?
That's what I recall, yes.
Okay. And that's why you had interest in that call.
That's right.
All right. And that call was made later in the day after Mr. Stillwell would have returned back to the jail from his preliminary hearing.
That's right.
All right. In Mr. Stillwell's preliminary hearing specifically, I know you said lead detectives generally are the only ones that testified. Detective Thorpe testified in that preliminary hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland did not testify?
No.
Demekion Garlington did not testify?
No.
Quindarius Zachary did not testify?
No.
Okay. And I know it's hard to hear, but we're going to bring some volume to it, okay? Mr. Stillwell on that call said, I just went to court and they let everything out.
That sounds right, yes.
Okay, and that was after Detective Thorpe testified, correct?
That's right, after he heard Detective Thorpe's testimony. Correct.
Okay, he said they threw out, and it was tough to hear, so I want to make sure we're clear. On that call, he said they threw out yak, doo-wop, nard, correct?
I don't recall that they threw out yak.
I'm not suggesting throughout the case. I'm saying throughout the names.
That sounds right. I definitely heard him mention those names.
Okay.
So I took it to mean maybe like their names were mentioned, maybe.
Right. And because it was hard to hear, I'm just trying to make it clear. He's not saying, and nowhere in that call did he say he was with those people or anything like that day.
No.
Okay. And again, those names were mentioned by Detective Thorpe, correct?
That's right.
All right, cool. And he was, well, you can't testify to his mind state, but in that call, he said F word D, Woody, and the other D, correct?
I don't know.
Yes, wow.
Yeah, that's...
See, you can't trust him. He bad faith. See, he clearly said that, y'all. Come on, man.
That's not a verbatim quote. It's pretty close. I mean, I think you the spirit of his comment was captured in your quotation there.
I told y'all he bad.
Them F.
He is lying. I thought he was good.
N-words know what is going on.
Something along those lines, yeah.
And then that's the case that was. I mean, that's the tape that was played in court today. But there are 8 other calls on that CD, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also listened in on another call that Mr. Stillwell had with that same young lady on November 23rd, 2015, correct?
I think so. That sounds right.
At 16:08, at 4:08 p.m.
That sounds correct.
All right. 5:07 into that call, Mr. Stillwell says, N-words will say whatever, correct?
That sounds correct. I know that was the general spirit. I don't know if that's an exact quotation as to what he said.
Okay. At 5:15 in that call, Mr. Stillwell said, they just trying to get the heat off their ass.
Again, that sounds like the general, that was something along the lines of what he said, that was the topic of conversation. I just can't say if that was a verbatim quote or not.
And again, Mr. Copeland at that time was facing federal and state charges.
That's right.
And Mr. Zachary, the other D, was facing charges related to the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses, correct?
That's right.
All right. Mr. Stillwell in that November 23rd, 2015 call said, people will say anything to save their ass.
Best evidence. Mr. Sharp would like to play the calls and
Sustained.
Okay. It is in evidence. Trying to save some time, but
I appreciate that, but if there's a valid objection, I've got to sustain it.
okay. All right.
Thank you.
I twisted his arm. Also in that call, and this is just one more, and then we'll move on. Mr. Stillwell said, they will sit right there and lie.
I don't recall that exact utterance being made, but it wouldn't be inconsistent with the general tone and of the call and the other things that he was saying.
Okay, cool. All right. Regarding Mr. Copeland's cell records and the plotting you did, let me get this right. 722 is the 911 call.
Yes.
Okay. You said at 726 you have Mr. Copeland headset pinging on the.
Mind you, we just went from Christian Eppinger back to Woody and Donovan Thomas, y'all. Yeah. Just imagine how the jury feel. Let me know in the comments what you think about that. Yeah, real jagged, ain't it? The most jagged edge story you ever heard.
Tower. So 4 minutes later, he's pinging on the tower at the Green Store, or in the vicinity of the Green Store.
That is correct. It had moved north to that tower, so it was actually south of that tower seconds prior to, but yes.
Well, you don't actually, cell phone records aren't like a chart where you see, for instance, a cursor moving through a map, are they? You don't see real-time movements during a call, do you?
No.
You just get spots in certain points in time.
Yes, that's
when cell calls are initiated.
That is well. You get the tower and the antenna utilized by the handset at the time of the call. It's a very big area.
But just at the time, right? Vague area, but also just at the time of the initiation of the call.
Correct.
Okay. And so 4 minutes after the purported time of the 911 call, that headset is utilizing the tower near the Green Store.
That's right.
Okay. And we also, the truth is, we can speculate. We don't know how much time passed. We know the 911 call was made at 7:22, but we don't know how much time passed between the shooting and the 911 call, do we?
No, I can't say exactly. I from what I recall, is pretty quickly, but I can't say the exact seconds.
Well, we don't. I mean, people before they call 911, they can try to hide guns, right?
There's any number of things people can do before they call 911.
They can try to get guns before they call 911.
The possibilities are endless as to what somebody could do before
Right.
they call 911.
And some people will do certain things before they call the police to where they're at.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Well, the bottom line is we don't know how much time passed. So we're dealing with inexact times.
Yes.
Okay, great. And you would agree that the Green Store is within a minute drive of the barbershop?
It's pretty close. I don't know. I can't say if it's a minute, but it's less than a mile away.
Less than a mile away. Thank you. All right. Finally, I'm just going to ask you about one other matter. Javaris Bradford has come up, a.k.a. Tudor, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's the owner of, through your investigator, he's the owner of the Pontiac at the Texaco.
Yeah, from what I recall, he was the registered owner.
Right. And he came up in your investigation, and the fact that Pontiac was on the video piqued your interest.
That's what I said. Yep.
All right. At some point in November of 2018, he wasn't charged in 2015.
He wasn't.
Okay. In November of 2018, he was still in the community, correct? He wasn't in jail or anything.
That's right.
All right. And you determined that you wanted to speak to him.
I did.
All right. And did you reach out to him?
I don't think I reached out to him. It was likely a DA's office investigator. Somebody reached out to him.
Okay. And was he asked to come in? Was he compelled to come into the DA's office? How did that work?
I believe we gave him a grand jury subpoena, if I remember correctly.
Okay, you issued a grand jury subpoena for him to come in and speak to you?
Well, the grand jury was in session that day. Having never spoken to him, I wanted to speak with him before I potentially put him up before the grand jury, and I did end up speaking with him, and at that point I determined that not to put him up.
Okay, that was November 13th, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
And you had a meeting with him in a conference room in the DA's office, correct?
Right, it was on video. I have it right here, actually.
Yes. And present were you, Investigator Thorpe, at some point came into the meeting, correct?
Investigator Thorpe, I think he was present the entire meeting.
Okay.
It's on video, but from what I remember, he was there the entire time.
Okay. And then I don't want to mess up the young lady's name, so I'm not even going to try, but there was an investigator with the DA's office. Could you say her name correctly?
Cynthia Nwakocha.
Nwakocha.
Cynthia, first name, last name, Nwokocha, I believe.
Okay. Thank you. And Javaris Bradford showed up, correct?
That's correct.
He did not have an attorney.
He did not.
And he showed up to the conference room without an attorney, correct?
Sustained.
Okay. For this meeting, you had video from the Texaco, or was it stills or video?
There were definitely stills. I think it may have, I can't recall if I played motion pictures of the surveillance video or I just had stills. He was at the very least showed still images.
And you told him, in fact, that you were investigating the homicide of Donovan Thomas.
I'm going to have to research the point as to what Mr. Sprinkle told Mr. Bradford.
Sustained.
To what? I'm not asking what Mr. Bradford told Mr. Sprinkle. I'm asking what Mr. Sprinkle told Mr. Bradford.
Oh, okay. Overruled. Well, y'all can ask him. He's right here.
Okay. So you told him that there was evidence against him in this case.
I don't recall exactly what I said. I bet I likely said that to him. I would go so far as to say as yes, I did. That would
report. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes, I'm sure I said that to him because there was.
Okay. And you wanted him to speak to you about who was at the Texaco, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you told him that your supervisor wanted to charge him, but you were holding things off to give him a chance to talk.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Was your supervisor Pat Dutcher at the time?
He was in.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
It's getting spicy.
Your Honor, based on the court's ruling, I do not have any more questions, and I'll note with like 50 minutes to spare.
That is correct. All right. Is any other defense attorney going to have questions for Mr. Sprinkle?
Briefly.
Okay. All right. I think we can fit in another one or maybe two.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle, or ADA Sprinkle.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Can I just look at this? You can see this demonstrative, right?
I can.
I'll leave this here. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I don't see Mr. Kendrick's phone on there.
That is correct.
So you didn't do any analysis for Mr. Kendrick's phone on January the 10th, 2015.
I was without records to analyze for Mr. Kendrick's phone.
Okay, so you have no records of his phone on that date, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I would like to ask a question, Chair.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. How you doing, sir?
Very well.
I'll actually let you know if I'm okay. Can I ask you some questions?
Well, yes, please.
Thank you. So,
What was that?
I want to just go into a few different topics.
Hey, we're going to get into a few different topics, ladies and gentlemen.
When you, the way this was set up in your office, and you specifically work in this case, I think you made it clear. I'm going to be very brief, but if I'm wrong, just say I got it wrong. Law enforcement officers with whomever, FBI, APD, GBI, whomever is working the case, eventually your office may get involved and summon or they give to you their work product or their files on the case. Fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then what you're doing is, because you're a law enforcement, but you're the arm of the attorneys who come to court, you have to look at everything and prepare it or not prepare it for any type of charges.
That's right.
All right. And when I say charge, I mean formal charge. I know, ladies and gentlemen, know police can issue warrants, but warrants aren't an official charging document. That would be an accusation or a bill of indictment.
Yes.
When you got, and I'm focused only on this case, obviously, okay? When you get the file, you're getting the files from everybody who touched the case, as far as you could tell, from crime labs, from law enforcement, APD, GBI, whomever. I'm not eliminating, I'm not trying to keep out other agencies, but you try to get all those files together.
Well, yeah, I try to get all the documents or whatever media that every agency that investigated the case has. I mean, I want to get as much as possible.
Sure. Now, when you get the APD files, Atlanta Police Department files, and you start looking at them and reviewing them, I want to ask you if you can remember.
My bad. Greg
Do you
Dalton.
remember any notation?
Salute.
from Detective Thorpe that he reviewed the McDonald's surveillance video from January 10th, either January 10th, 2015, and he did that on or about January 11th or January 12th, 2015?
I don't, and I feel like I would remember that.
Tell the jurors why you remember that, if you don't mind.
Well, the McDonald's, as they've heard, was the McDonald's at Old Hayville and Cleveland Avenue. 151
Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, I think that's the address. Whatever. It's at the intersection, at or near the intersection of yes, I believe that's the address, what you just said. And that was said to be a rendezvous point, the parking lot of which. So I would have remembered I would have remembered it because, first of all, I've never seen that video. I've never seen any surveillance video from McDonald's. So if I were to read something that said from a law enforcement officer said they did review it, I would have said, well, I would have remembered. That would have been a big thing for me. I would want to have had the.
So you didn't see in a report that it said that they went and checked, but they got turned down? You ain't see that part?
Video. So no, I don't recall any notations from Detective Thorpe about him reviewing the video and not obtaining it, presumably. So no, I don't remember anything like that.
But surely they went and to these locations if they saying that's where they met up. I mean, everyone in the world knows McDonald's has cameras. So,
and if that video, if it's working and if it captures the area that this, what was your word, rendezvous? Is that what you just said?
I think so.
Okay. And the rendezvous, according to Mr. Copeland, let's say, it might be others, but at approximately 8 o'clock at night, January 10th, 2015, approximately.
Mm-hmm.
And you could correct me, if my times are off. If that surveillance at the McDonald's captured people actually meeting, then we would know.
Boy stood up with a total wedgie. Yo, cheeks is literally clenched right now. Wow. Hold on. Pause, but wow. Hold on, y'all. No, we ain't doing that. Hold on. What's going on here? Hold on, y'all. Let me lift this brightness up a little bit. Down this contrast so you can see the clenched on his cheeks. Yo. Nah, I'm literally on his ass right now. I'm literally on his ass right now. Y'all ain't never seen nobody do this. Bro, yeah, we different over here. Pause, bro, but you gotta pay attention to the details. Holmes is clenched. Yo, keep it funky. Keep it funky, cuz. Keep it funky, cuz. Them other channels can't do this. They don't be rocking like this. Holmes is clenched right now. Am I capping or not? I ain't capping, am I? I ain't capping grunt. Nah, right now. Nah. Yo, clenched. Yo, clearly clenched. Yo, it's clearly clenched. That is crazy. This some of the wildest stuff you'd have never seen on the net. Right here. Screen record. You can't make this up right here, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this next level. Yo, this, I would be dying on the other side if the content creator I watched, Paul, did this. Seriously. I'm if y'all catch somebody that's similar to pulling moves like this, nah, I ain't patting myself. I ain't stroking right now. Nah, I ain't Lubriderm. Nah, like real shit. If you know somebody else that be really like just out the blue, it just turn into a wild little party real quick like this, because this is crazy. When I would go off stream, I would watch this person, bro. Seriously. This is crazy, bro. You gotta love it. I ain't gonna lie. That just made my day right there, cuz. I'm gonna keep it funky funk.
Who was actually there and if Mr. Copeland was being straightforward. Is that fair to say?
Bro.
Sustained.
He held it. Hold on, let me show y'all the whole joint.
People actually meeting. Then we surveillance at the McDonald's captured. People actually meeting. Then theft surveillance at the McDonald's captured. People actually meeting. Then we would know who was actually there.
Don't try to show off like Love. Yo pulled a Miss Love with the thin skinny man cheeks. Yo crazy. Yo sucked it in. Yo squeezed it to show the strength of it on cam. Yo nuts. Literally, we in the future, y'all. Be careful. This is crazy. You seen that. Yo did like a girl. Yo swiped down to get the wrinkles out and then clenched it as tight as possible to show it off on cam. Yo, it's crazy. Yo, like a
people
tennis player
actually meeting. Then we would know who was actually there and if Mr. Copeland was being straightforward. Is that fair to say?
Sustained.
Speculation, boy, your stance is speculating.
Did Detective Thorpe ever tell you, besides his file,
boy,
did he tell you that he went out and looked at and saw or tried to see the video from the 10th day of January 2015, approximately 8 o'clock p.m. from the McDonald's? I covered this with Detective Thorpe, and I'm impeaching him.
Overruled.
I don't recall him telling me that. It doesn't mean that he didn't, but I just don't recall it. It just seems like something that would leave a mental impression on me because, again, I would have just thought, well, where's the video? I don't have the video. I would have liked to know that. So I don't think he ever did.
In your experience since, I believe you said 2012, but it might have been 2009, with the DA's office in Fulton County, have you looked at and subpoenaed whether or a grand jury, or excuse me, a court's search warrant, surveillance video from stores?
I have, yeah.
Have you found...
Boy, got a tight little yoga booty, don't he?
that after a certain period of time, some of the video is erased or deleted?
Yes, that's the practice.
Boy, been doing aerobics yoga. Hey, yo, what's Holmes' name? Richard Simmons? Yo got buttons of steel.
The videos are all digital. I don't want to say they're all digital. There may still be people using tapes, but every video I've ever seen has been digital, and they only have so much room on the computer system that's storing the video, and eventually will start overwriting itself.
Explain, first of all, this includes 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jurors what you mean. I know you're comfortable with it, but overriding itself, just explain that process from your experience, knowledge, and work with these.
Well, just like every computer surveillance system, cameras are hooked up to essentially a computer. The footage is recorded digitally and stored on a drive, some sort of media.
Hey, Paquan, I'm going to make you famous, bro. Look, you just got a negative attitude right now, bro. Just go to another stream, bro, where it ain't nobody talking, bro. You don't have to be negative right now. We just making jokes, yo. It's actually funny, bro. Boy, look like he got the buns of steel. Real rap, bro. He stood up clenched. It's funny, bro. In context, you don't want to give credit to the inside, because what you want, surface level humor? That's actually metaphorically humorous to me. It's witty. He clenched. It's a tough moment for him. So he clenched up. I think that's funny, bro. To literally see the picture of it, especially with this. With that part, like, bro, so like what you doing in the chat right now, to be honest, you're clearly hating. Because we all having the fun right now. So please don't ruin it. You could go enjoy yourself down the hall. Yeah, couple doors down, there's other streamers. You in the YSL hallway, bro. Just go out, bang a right or a left. And across the hall is some people. I promise you, bro. Don't ruin our fun. Thank you.
In the computer, but that drive can only store so much data, so many ones and zeros, I suppose. And so once the drive is full, the system is programmed to just, it's not like a tape where it starts in the beginning of the tape and starts overwriting it, but it starts writing data to the parts of the drive that already have data on it. And over time, the data just starts to rewrite itself, and eventually, after a certain amount of time, all traces of the footage from a certain date will eventually be gone as they've been overwritten by data from other footage.
So just putting that make it simple on a date, Have you seen surveillance video that lasts 30 days?
I think I believe so. I don't want to throw out any names. But there's one place in particular that comes to mind, but it's not relevant here, and I also don't remember exactly. But I do believe that 30 days I have seen before.
Okay. What's a typical days that until it's up to overriding?
Salute. Yo, that is funny.
I'm impeaching Detective Thorpe.
I feel maybe 2 weeks. That's always what.
Yo, that's on my top 5 list on the trial for joke. Yo, that is so funny. Holmes stood up like that and did that. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That's pretty hilarious.
What I kind of mark in my mind as if it's within 2 weeks of an event. I mean, you want to get the video as soon as possible, to be clear. But I really start losing hope after 2 weeks. But again, it depends on this. It could be a big retail outfit. Now going back to 2015, it may be a little different, and maybe they just have petabytes of storage for their video and it's stored off site. But your typical, like a gas station, particularly in 2015, where it was stored within, probably on a DVR, you're going to want to get that as soon as possible. You can start overwriting after 48 hours.
And when you say then it writes it over, so if it's, I'm just using 2 weeks, okay?
Mm-hmm.
January 1, 2015, 2 weeks would go to approximately January 14, 2015.
Right.
On January 15, 2015, does the entirety, in your experience and your dealing with this, does the entirety of everything in those 2 weeks go away, or is it on a rolling basis?
Not of this witness.
And speculation as to this witness.
He's asking within his experience, overruled.
Okay, so are we talking about one location and one, if we're talking about surveillance footage, one location and one computer system, or we're talking about in the entire world of surveillance footage?
McDonald's, 2015, January 10th, surveillance, just typical McDonald's, your experience, hypothetically 2 weeks. I want to know on the 15th day, so I'm just after the 2 weeks, what you're explaining to the jury, does day 1, January 1 override, or the entirety from January 1 to 2014? That's my question.
To lack of foundation at this point?
Sustained.
In your experience with a 2 week camera, does it override just 1 day at a time? As the next day comes in, the first day's gone.
Vague as to your experience to a camera in a 2 week period. Any camera? I mean,
Sustained.
When you say override, tell the jurors what you meant by that.
asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't believe he just
Yeah, he
used the
did.
word.
He explained it in detail.
All right. Did you or any of your members of your team, I'm including the prosecution team, you understand what I'm asking?
Mm-hmm.
So prosecution team are all law enforcement, GBI crime lab, your office, whomever, okay? FBI. Did you ever find out from any source that McDonald's, how long, if at all, they had that surveillance video?
The record retention period for surveillance video, if I knew it, I don't remember it now. So no, I can't. I don't know what their retention period was back then, nor do I know what it is now.
Did you ever hear from a
Yo had the max shot.
detective, you know who Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, they worked together, gang unit in 2015, January?
Yes, I know them.
Okay. Did they ever tell you or put in writing in any way that they went to the McDonald's in June?
He crossed his legs.
11, 2015, and inquired about the surveillance?
Objection, hearsay.
I am impeaching Detective Gaither's testimony.
And who are you asking about at this point?
Detective Gaither, January 11th, 2015.
Oh, still came out the cut. He on Gaither Hills out the blue.
Going to McDonald's and inquiring about the video.
And that is hearsay, and it's not impeachment unless...
He had a wild night, y'all. Relax. He trying to keep himself together. You heard?
They specifically confronted
Sustained.
Detective Gaither.
I did confront Detective Gaither.
With
Yes.
telling Mr. Sprinkle as to whether they got video surveillance footage or not.
I want to know if it's in. I want to know if it's in the
Detective Gaither
records.
was not confronted with that.
Okay, sustained.
I want to know if it's in the records.
That wouldn't be, then that would, rephrase your question. That question, the objection is sustained.
Do you have any information from any source that you looked at in your records, conversations that Detective Gaither and or Detective Dennis went to the McDonald's on the day after interviewing Kenneth Copeland, June 11, 2015, and inquired about their...
Yo, he's sitting up on the edge of the chair with one cheek. Yo.
Surveillance equipment?
No, I have no notes that indicate that, and I have no memory of any conversations that I had with them where they told me that they did.
Did you ever obtain personally or have a member of your team, or it was done before you got involved, Sky House, you know, the condominium that Mr. Williams was living at in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Any surveillance from there?
No.
How about the Green Store? Any surveillance at the Green Store that Kenneth Copeland states that he was there, personally there, at and around the time of the killing of Donovan Thomas? Any surveillance from there?
No, no surveillance.
Did you or members of the prosecution team, I'm including all law enforcement, ever interview the people or persons that Kenneth Copeland said in June 10, 2015 that he was with at the Green Store at the time around Mr. Donovan Thomas's murder?
Well, there's a little Rick that he mentioned, if I remember correctly. No.
No, just say no or yes or no, please.
I didn't, nor do I know if law enforcement did. No.
How many cell phones did Kenneth Copeland have access to that he can use on January 10, 2015?
All I know of is the one that I testified to.
And you do know that Kenneth Copeland testified in this court, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, that he had multiple cell phones.
I'm going to object at the rule of sequestration.
I mean, I would hope he doesn't know.
Okay.
He's a
Do you
witness in this case.
do you have knowledge that Mr. Copeland did not have 2 or more cell phones on January 10, 2015 through your investigation?
Asked and answered. He just answered that question, that he only knew of the one cell phone.
Sustained.
One phone.
Let me
Everybody
ask
in the
you
streets got 2 phones.
Phone records that you talked about at length with the Honorable Mr. Body, through your analysis, and what you were given in...
Hey, yo, real rap. Searching one phone ain't right. Yo, almost everybody I know got 2 phones outside.
Subpoenaed more phone records, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Those phone records give a general whereabout of where a handset is located, if it's working properly, if the records are accurate. I'm assuming all that, where a phone set would be in relation to a cell phone tower. Is that fair to say?
Right, just the area, that the approximate area that the phone would be located based on the tower that it utilized.
And in your experience, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I don't want to testify to this. That area could be how many miles, how many feet, do you know? And we're talking about Atlanta, January 2015. And please, I'm not trying to put you out on a limb. I know you're under oath.
Well, I don't know that anybody could testify as to the exact square footage of the area, but it suffices to say it's not like GPS. It's a large area, probably, like over a mile.
Could be multiple miles.
Could be.
And jurors may not understand what you meant by it's not like GPS. Just explain that.
Well, like a point on a map. Like, in other words, when you get phone records, you don't have a log of the exact locations of a cellular device, like a pinpoint that you could put on the...
So it's a rough estimate. A rough estimate, meaning the person could actually be somewhere else in that same area. Now, how much space is this? What type of radius are we talking? We talking 10 feet or we talking 10,000 or 100,000? What we talking in the difference of space when you say the cell phone spottage is not the exact spot? How far of a range are we talking?
map that the phone was right here. Like, for example, I have a phone on me. If you were to get my phone records, it wouldn't show my phone sitting right here in the witness stand. It would show that it was using the tower next to the courthouse, or near the courthouse, down the street, wherever, but it's not exactly.
Now, are you aware from your review of your records as you've been testifying and the recordings that Kenneth Copeland met with Detective Thorpe, Homicide Detective Thorpe?
Let me help you, Brian. So you telling me, Sprinkle or Trinkle, or my bad, you telling me that if you thought I was at the McDonald's, I very well could have been in some apartments that's next to the McDonald's at a friend of mine's house. And just because your narrative thought I was at no, my bad, not your narrative. Someone wearing Fulton County blue told you I was in the McDonald's parking lot. You just ran with it, and technically I could have been in the apartments right there, the gas station across the street. I could have been, putting mail in the box down the street at the mailbox. It's a mailbox right there. I could have been at the check cashing spot. I could have been getting my hair cut at the dude that cut the hair right out in front of his spot around the corner. Like, I could have been at any of these spots, right?
Early morning hours of January 11, 2015.
Yes, I do recall Kenneth Copeland traveled to the precinct or arrived at the precinct and spoke with Detective Thorpe, yes.
And did you remember seeing that video? Did you ever watch that, and do you have a memory of that video encounter?
I believe so.
I mean, did your investigation include checking everybody that cell phones hit that tower around that time period? So you could, do an investigation to see, to make sure where everyone was. If we searching to see everyone in a certain area of a cell tower for a certain time period, we would want to check, everybody, right? To do a thorough investigation, right? If we bringing cell phones in, right?
So it's been a while. I don't recall that video being all that important to me. I remember summarizing it, so I must have watched it, yes.
Do you remember Kenneth Copeland had a cell phone on the desk when he was speaking with Detective Thorpe?
That I don't remember. I'd have to take a look at the video.
Well, the jurors have seen it, so we're good. Do you remember Kenneth Copeland explaining that he knew that cell phones can give an area? On January 11, 2015, explaining to Detective Thorpe that he was aware that check the cell phone records, check the cell phone, it'll show it's in this area. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember somebody saying that during the, I can't say that I remember if it was him, though.
All right.
Brian Steele is cooking up a whole pot of reasonable doubt right now. Yes, sir. Yeah. Got all types of stuff in there. Noodles, mushrooms, meatballs, all types of stuff. It might be all right. I ain't gonna lie. It looked like he know what he doing. Yeah. Whole bunch of reasonable doubt.
Let me ask you this. The cell phone records that we have here, unfortunately, don't give the actual communication. They might say handset of Kenneth Copeland, speaks with a handset of Natasha Williams, but we don't know what's being said according to these records. Fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, with regards to Nyisha Williams, Nyisha Williams, typical
Yes.
spelling. Do you know that person?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember seeking and obtaining and subpoenaing cellular telephone records for Nyisha Williams?
I do remember doing that.
And do you remember why you did that?
They appeared in the, there was a number that appeared in Kenneth Copeland's cell phone records that evening. And when I say that evening, I mean the evening of January 10th, 2015. And specifically, so I'm clear here, it was 404-621-0102. I'm looking at Kenneth Copeland's records to refresh my recollection. And Because of the times that there were phone calls sent or transmitted and received by that number, I thought it was relevant. So I subpoenaed both the call logs and the subscriber information. The subscriber information was the name of Naisha Williams.
And sometimes people can, there's nothing wrong with it, people can use a cell phone that's not registered in their name for various reasons. Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say. It happens all the time.
So a Naisha Williams, I'm just using that name since we're using it, she could be on the Verizon call as a registered person, but she can freely give me her cell phone and I could use it all the time.
That's right.
But it would come back if somebody, like you subpoenaed it, it would look like it's Naisha Williams' call. In the name doesn't mean she's using the phone.
That's right.
And you, through your research, took Kenneth Copeland's statements on June 10th, 2015, and when he said he called Mr. Garlington, you wanted to know what number Mr. Garlington was using then. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And through your deduction, whether it's right or wrong, you said the Naisha Williams registered phone might have been in the custody, control, and use of Demeke and Garlington.
It's possible, but I do not know.
I'm not saying anyone knows, but that was your deduction.
That's right.
That's why you then targeted the jail records for Naisha Williams' registered phone, because you thought it may relate to Mr. Garlington.
Do you mean the cell phone records for her phone?
Did I say that?
I think you said jail records, but yes, I obtained the cell phone records for her phone.
I said jail record. I meant cell phone records.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you obtained those records, you specifically did not request, you testified to this before, you specifically did not request historical cell site location data for Naisha Williams' phone.
That's correct.
And what that means to the jurors who may know what it is, but if don't, that means you don't get the longitude and latitude of which tower that phone is employing at the time of the handset speaking with the cell tower, then it goes to switching station.
That's essentially right. You just get a log of incoming and outgoing calls, the times, the numbers, but the columns that tell you the location of the tower that was utilized, you don't get that. You need a search warrant for that.
Did you ever exclude the Naisha Williams cell phone as the phone Mr. Garlington was using on the night of January 10, 2015?
Did I ever conclude that it was not his phone? Or the phone that he was using, rather?
I meant the phone he's using.
No, I never definitively concluded that he was or was not using that phone.
And if, as you believed or hunched or were doing your work, Mr. Garlington was using that phone registered to Naisha Williams, then you can track at least what calls were being made at what times. Is that fair to say?
All right, go ahead. You can answer.
You mean I can at least see the phone,
yes,
like the list of calls that were sent and received, text messages sent and received by the phone, the handset?
True. Yes.
Yes, I believe I obtained those records.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland stated on June 10th, 2015, from the McDonald's, that he was in his car at some point, along with Mr. Garlington and along with Mr. McMullen, Demise McMullen's, also known as Nard.
If I remember correctly, I think you said it was his brother Rontrez Brock's Dodge Charger, but yes, all three of them were at the McDonald's in that car, a car that he had possession of. Kenneth Copeland did, that is.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland said that I'm not saying it's true, but Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015, he left the McDonald's. I'm using 8 o'clock. If I'm wrong, just correct my time, but approximately 8 o'clock. He was driving the vehicle, the Charger, along with Mr. Garlington in the front passenger seat and Mr. McMullen or Nard in the rear driver's seat.
That sounds right, yeah. I don't recall what the exact seating arrangement was, but the occupants of the vehicle, that sounds correct.
And then he has that car, the Charger, going up following another vehicle, a Nitro, white Nitro, to around Jeffery Williams' Sky House condo.
That's what he said.
And did you look, when analyzing the calls from Naisha Williams, records rather, from Naisha Williams, and realize that during that relevant period of time on the supposed drive from McDonald's to the Sky House, the Naisha Williams call that's potentially with Mr. Garlington and the Mr. McMullen calls, the number associated with Mr. McMullen, were in communication with each other.
Are you asking me, did Mr. McMullen and or the phone subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams communicate?
At the relevant time of when supposedly Mr. Copeland is driving them together in the same car to the Sky House. Yes, that's my question.
I don't recall. I do recall Mr. McMullen was a very frequently contacted number within the Naisha Williams phone records. I don't work, but I don't have. Well, I do have Mr. McMullen.
If you could check it, I'd appreciate it. And just tell the jurors whether at the time they're supposedly in the same exact car, these two phone numbers of the Naisha Williams and the Mr. McMullen are communicating together according to phone records.
Okay, so we have what?
Can you use what exhibit you're using?
Is that an exhibit, or
It's already in evidence.
does he know what exhibit number it is?
Do you have an exhibit number? Are you looking at an actual?
I think he may. Well, y'all can clarify it, but is there an exhibit number on what you're looking at?
No, I just brought the phone. I printed them out and brought them to court.
This is what is it that you're looking at?
The phone records for 470-217-6080, Demise McMullen.
Okay. Does anybody know what exhibit number that is?
Yes, 464Y.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele requested it during my direct.
Okay.
I didn't want it during his cross as well.
Okay, so what I see here is at 7:59 p.m. on January 10th, 2015.
Just do me a favor, because you're looking down. Can you just go a little slower?
Yes. What I see.
Actually, let me stop. How much longer is your examination of this witness going to be?
45 minutes?
All right, let's stop and break for lunch.
2 an hour and a half, because I don't want you to.
All right, I'll see y'all back at. Let's be back at 1:45.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, y'all. What y'all think so far? Brian still, he getting busy? Tap the like button. Salute to everybody in here. They went to lunch. All right. So, I went and started loading up this Christian Eppinger video thing, man. Right? Let me see what I can do, y'all, while we on lunch. Let me see if I can whip up real quick. Hold on. What y'all want to do, though? We could do something else, but I feel like yeah, this Eppinger video. Hold on, though, y'all. Hold on. Yeah, tap the like button, y'all. What I think about what? Slow the vibe down? Oh, yeah. I mean, it's 1 o'clock, though, so if she kind of had to go. She had to go to lunch, but yeah. All right. Let me see, y'all. I gotta get the clips in order first so I could try to line them up. So I think I might have separated all of the clips already, though. So let's see what we got.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
All right. That's literally the one clip. Hold on. Let me get it right. All right. He getting out the car right there. All right. Remember that, y'all. He getting out the car. All right. Hold on. Now I got to find the other clip where he getting out the car. Remember that. Pay attention. All right. Look. Look. Hold up. We cooking already, y'all. Look, we got two on where he getting out the car right there. Hold up. Hold on. Let me show you how we ready to do this thing, shorty. Let me show you how we ready to do this thing, shorty. Tap likes, run me out, hit the chat. Ho. Let me rock. Because they thought we wasn't. Nah, bring that ass. Yeah, bring that ass. Bring that ass. Bring your ass over here. Let us see. Stop playing. No. You bitch. You playing with me. Do. All right, let's see what we got real quick, y'all. Hold up.
And are you in that black vehicle?
Yes.
Ah, that's fishy. That's fishy. Ah. Hold up. We got one more video, don't we? How many more videos we got to line up, y'all? Hold on. We got another one, don't we? Hold on. Let me get the other one. That's the same one. We need a body cam, don't we? Yeah. Hold on.
$61, $70, $61, $60 for installation. On the ground, boy. On the ground.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get my mind right. They try to finesse me real quick. I got it. Hold tight. We got a line of audio up. Watch this.
On the ground.
The audio different? Ho, ho, ho. Oh. Oh. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, y'all. Hold up. Hold up. Oh Lord, y'all. Oh Lord. Something off, y'all. I'ma just let y'all know. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. I ain't all the way lined it up right. I ain't all the way got it right. It's close, but it ain't all the way right. But something still ain't right. I'm letting you know. Because listen. When two audios that's the same audio are off slightly, they just keep echoing the same way continuously. I'm a DJ. Yeah. You take any two sources of the same audio recorded and you throw them off beat slightly, they're going to echo the same pattern. Like once it starts, it's going to keep doing the same pattern. You can basically predict it once it starts. I can tell how much time is off by listening to the echoes. I swear to God, I sync music and videos all the time, y'all. I'm letting you know something's weird. Yep. We got 3 videos. All right, one of them don't got no audio. That's this one. This one of the from the complex. Hold on, y'all. Yo. Yo, one of them, he's saying get on the ground repeatedly, though. You hear that? Hold on. All right. Hold on. Let me get the first one. Ho. Nah, I'm ready. Ho. There we go. I'm on his ass. Got him. Stolen. Stop playing with me. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Y'all hear it? Oh, that thing lined up now, baby. Ooh. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. You heard the audio, y'all? It's lined up now. I got two of them on point. You heard the audio going together? Hold on. You hear that phase? You hear the phase? Hold on, let me get this one. Let me get this third one. All right, so let me get my organization down. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do do. Hold up, y'all. Do 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 do. All right, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh. On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! Now I got to try to line this one up. Hold on, let me see. When he opened that door. Oh, let me line it up with the door opening, y'all. Let me look. There you go, right there. Look, look, look. All right, boom. Ho, ho, ho. We working with something, y'all. Hold on. Ho, I think I got it. I think I got all three of them, y'all. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh, my bad. I've been doing y'all dirty. My bad. I've been doing y'all dirty. My bad, y'all. Hold up. Hold tight. I got y'all. Look, look, look. I've been doing y'all dirty. My bad. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, yeah. Y'all thought, what? My bad. Ho, I got to get right. You know, I don't be doing, you know. I ain't even use this setup. You heard? Hey, tap your like button, y'all. I'm putting the pieces together. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if I got it right, y'all. If you rock with this type of work right here, yo, put ones in the chat, man. Real rap, it's different. I don't be doing it because it seemed like it be a little bit, you know, people don't be really caring for it. On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Oh my God. What y'all think, y'all? Something ain't right. Who see that fight? That tussle ain't right. That tussle ain't right. Bro, I ain't crazy, bro. I ain't crazy. Yo, you seen that camera spinning? Then he got up and had it on. Yo, when he rolled over, did he have the camera on? And was it right side up? When he rolled over, did he have the camera on? Yeah. See, that whole time, some of y'all wasn't with me. Y'all like, this nigga tripping. No. I told you, must have thought yesterday I was tripping when I was playing it in slow motion. Nah, I was tripping myself. I know I ain't crazy. The joint went upside down multiple times, spent a couple times all the way. You feel me? Hold up. I know I ain't crazy, cuz. I ain't. Ain't no way. You had the flip show. And he ain't do that. Zoom in on the parking lot cam. Say less. Let's see what I got for you. That's what you need. You need to see. There you go. Hold up. I got you. I promise. Now we cooking with bacon. Yeah. All right, ho. On swivel, not bro. Yo, why is y'all creating things that don't exist? All these body cams we done seen. Y'all creating new elements. Y'all is nuts. Y'all like my girl. Instead of believing something is really a flim flam, you'll go and make up something new to fill the void on why this shit ain't right. I swear it should be amazing. I point out some shit that's clearly not right. And my girl and my mother automatically go to some shit that's radical, make up a whole new play. Like, where you get that shit at? And they like, I'm just saying. And I'm like, yo, but that shit don't even make sense what you just threw in. I know this shit I'm saying to you is crazy, but please don't excuse it with some shit that don't, you feel me? You throwing shit in the game, you adding to the problem.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Look, it's still spinning. It's still spinning. They ain't beefing. It was still spinning. No.
On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
It's still spinning. They disconnected. It's up. No. It's upside down. On this camera right here, Holmes is clearly standing up. Why is this camera like this? Bro. Bro, it's still spinning. All right. If it's reproduce this then. Tell the police to reproduce this video. Tell the police to reproduce this video then. Tell the police to show another example of this on body cam. Yup, I want to see it reproduced. That's how you prove it? Yeah, if it's such a simple problem that happens all the time, show me another example and game over. Seriously. You ain't got to keep arguing with me. All this body cam footage out here. Surely this didn't happen numerous times before. Surely. Show me. Yeah, buddy. I'm willing to accept the challenge. I am. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On the ground, man. On the ground. On the ground. On the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the
Yo, the shots don't even line up. Can I move? What? He shot the police how many times while he was running? He shot that police. Man. Bro, man, listen, we got the flying car. Yo, how we got 3 angles, bro, and we got questions? I'll wait. I'll wait. Yo, I'm telling you, bro, it's hard to have questions in the whole, you feel me, bro? When you watching, you're like, bro, something, can you move the chat to the left? What chat? What are you talking about? Can who move the chat? That's you got control of the chat. I ain't got no chat up here. I stopped you having the chat on the screen, cuz. I ain't got no chat up, cuz. You can press the chat out the way, bro. What you watching on? I ignored you the first time because I was confused, but I did see you type it. I ain't got no chat. I checked twice, cuz. Yo, blame me. I ain't that powerful, bro. Yeah. Jeez, I'm gonna give him the pass. He really made me check myself. I think he trolling. Yo made me look. Yo trolling me. He made me look, y'all, twice. He got me. He got me, y'all. Something ain't right with this on the internet, though, y'all. Somebody screen recorded. I'm about to play it back one more time. I'm about to play it back. Somebody screen recorded and put it up. I'm about to run it back, y'all. Come on. Look, I did the work. I did the work. Here you go. Give me some credit. Put me in the comments or something. I'm about to give it up. Look. Hold on. There we go. Oh, no, I can't put that right there. That's dirty. I ain't gonna do you like that. I ain't gonna do you. I ain't gonna do you. I ain't gonna do you. Yo, so we got something wild going on with this YSL trial and this big breast. Did they call him that? Yeah, Eppinger, Christian Eppinger in the trial. You know the police situation. So look, let's look. Look. Line the videos up.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Bro. Ho.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Bro. How that video faster though? Look. That video in that bottom right-hand corner faster. Literally, it plays faster. Ho. Ho. All right. Hold on.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground!
Yeah, that video faster, y'all. You see that? That's the problem. That video is faster. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's see how much faster. So I just slowed that third video down, the parking lot video from the camera, the bottom right-hand corner. I slowed it down to 95%. Let's see what happened.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground!
He already shut his door on that one. I'm going further than 95%. I'm about to go to 90, y'all. You seen him? He already shut his door. He slammed the door fast as a mahjong on that bottom joint.
On the ground, what? On
He up out of it already and all that. Hold on. Nah, that one don't got sound. All right, I just adapted. Let me see. All right, door closed. Door partly cracked on that top one. Look at that top one. The door partly cracked. So he actually. What is that click noise if he got the door open already? That's crazy. His door cracked and it's making a door sound? Bro. Hold on. Hold. So he already on him right there. It's still too fast. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to go to 88. Now I'm gonna do 87, y'all. Nah, 88 a good number. I'm doing 88, y'all. The state like 88. I'm gonna do 88. Hold on, let's see. God damn. Bro. He is on his heels. Yo. Ain't no fucking way. Yo, the time is off. Bro. All right, listen, bro. Listen. It's off regardless. Like, look. Regardless, if you line the fight up, the shot's off. We getting conflicting. Man. Door shut already. See, look, that part right there, Holmes just hopped out that car fast as hell, and I got it slow. But on this other video, he still ain't out. But look, watch right now. All right, look, he just getting to him on that bottom video. So right now, I got it lined up close to it when he putting his hand on him, but the shots ain't right. You see this? You see what's going on? The audio right. Is y'all paying attention? Man.
On the ground, what? On the ground! On the ground! On the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
That's the first shot? How did the camera on the ground before he shoot, y'all? Look, this grass. Bro. So he shot him on the ground first? But on that bottom video, he shot him while he's standing up. Look. All right, the first shot in the camera already on the ground black, y'all. Look. But on the bottom joint, he's standing up. Oh. Eppinger working. Eppinger working. Eppinger working. He working. This, I don't know what this is. It's starting to look like Black Hollywood right here. And they already had your, man, listen, bro, I'm starting to really feel like, man, they recruiting, pre-recruiting, then putting guys out there and lining up plays, man. Even stuff like this. Straight up, y'all. Straight up. Because it don't even add up. Why would you do this? It's a nut mission. And they still using them to incriminate them boys. Whole time, he ain't authentic. It's like somebody told him put that tattoo on his face. You know what I mean? Like Holmes, a whole goddamn plant. They, mind you, they coming to get you because they robbed somebody. That him and his little man. Think about that. Mind you, he literally had a warrant for doing a botched robbery that dudes wouldn't even, like, man, this is crazy. And it better not be for robbing Trap Commander, because that make Trap Commander even more of a turkey. Straight up. So it better not have been that. Because that means he must be an informant or something. Because why they so big, pressed about getting Briss? I told you when we first seen the video of them pulling up on y'all, I said, hold on, that wasn't no random pull up. They were following yo. And what they say, they seen him at the gas station talking about they was undercover. Ain't want to blow their cover. That ain't just spontaneous. So you just randomly stumbled across yo in your undercover capacity and stopped to make the arrest though. Yo, you know how many times police see dudes that got warrants and keep it moving because they doing something? So this dude want us to believe that Briss was, I just happened to see him. Man, I'm out of 10 people, y'all. Sound familiar, right? Sound like Woody, don't it? Yeah. Yeah. Don't it? Sound like, yo, hold up, bro. This one of them plays, yo. Hold on. They had them a guy, he was working, and that's how they be making it seem. You already working off time, but we put you back out there. But in order for we to make you legit, we be locking you up and bringing you back in and all that. But that's just part of the game we playing with you. We really need you out there so you can do some of this stuff we need you to do, which is act the ass so we can fill the void with the rest of this RICO. So how many things is Briss involved in that caps off he involved in the Lucci situation, this cop situation, and getting caught with the chick, and the robbery with Trap Commander, and a whole bunch of dumbass social media. A bunch of dumbass social media. That's like totally just everything you need for a RICO, ain't it? Just mysterious, ain't it? Wow. I'm talking about yo social media is literally the all the social media tricks that, everything a gang shouldn't do on social media. Yo's in the indictment doing everything. I ain't trying to just blame yo, but I always felt like, I always felt like, nah, bro, Holmes ain't official, bro. He looked like he literally just said he was wise. It literally looked like he just said he was wise so one day. Man. Yo, just to let y'all know, I ain't really feeling this situation with Briss right here that we got on the screen. Something just don't sit right with me. Something is fishy here. Almost like that flying car, where it's like, what really happened? You feel me? Like, yeah, the police, they wrote it up a certain way, but is that what really happened? Man, no, I ain't going for that. I think Robeson did something out of pocket, and they covered a lot up to cover their own ass. And in part of that, I don't know why they try to incriminate Thug, but I do not believe he was there. And I don't even know why they would do that. The only thing I could come up with is that boy got away with something that's pretty heavy, and they try and stick it to him on the back end for it. If that ain't the case, then they just pure hating. Putting somebody in the car that ain't there is crazy. I'm talking about crazy. Claiming they was on a mission. Man, armed robbery. Four deep, one person robbing. That's odd in itself. We four deep. It's two of them and one person hop out. That don't even sound right in itself. I'ma keep it real. Why we come three deep? That's just making it hot. You got Fred big ass sitting in the front of the car, weighing it down. We can't even turn smooth. Every time we turn, the ball bearings in the goddamn ball joints is rubbing up in the front. Fender keeps screaming every time we turn. Fucking with you on them shocks that's bad up on that front right. You know what I mean? You mean? So yo sitting up there like Donkey Kong on Mario Kart, allegedly. You know what I mean? Straight up, fucking the struts up. Yeah, they already trash. You know how you be in somebody's shit, you hit a bump and you feel the bottom of the car and you think to yourself, damn, you supposed to feel that? Yeah, yo doing all that in that little raggedy ass Ultima. You feel me? What we taking yo for? Y'all know how this go when them Ultimas ran down. Any of these cars that's, once they ran down, that thing is like, man, but we bring in Fred? I'd have been, nah, bro. Fred, you chill, bro. I got you when I get back. I'm going to get you something to eat and all that, bro. Just relax. Play the game. Play the game. Hold it down, bro. We be back. I'm not taking Fred. We going right cross street to the apartments. We got to play. Fred, you ain't got to come, bro. Unless you getting out. But technically, I don't even really, because that's a lot. Yeah, I drove a car with no brakes. What you talking about? Been in the car. I had one. I own one, sweet. It's wild how it worked, though. I actually had brakes. The mechanisms to the braking system start being faulty. So them joints was, you could press all you want. Put it like this. We running reds. Yeah, we drifting. We doing mega drifting, slowing down early, banging right on reds. I mean, maybe you left on a red. It depends. You feel me? What's coming? You feel me? Whole bunch of leaning forward to make sure you can see. Maybe a neck out the window if you need. You feel me? Ain't nothing, though. We got things to do. Literally, ain't nothing stopping us. Literally. Yeah. And we gassing. What? Man, listen. Matter of fact, I done got jiggy on the law with no brakes. The car I did the most getting jiggy in, the brakes went up. Matter of fact, that might be why. I might have wore out the whole goddamn braking system in this car because it damn sure was fine. Now, I'm glad you made me think of it. I'm glad you make me think of it. That make me feel better about the car now. Because it didn't make sense that technically this braking system had went, because this wasn't rotors or pads no more. Nah, bro. I had messed up like the we passed that. Yeah, I had replaced those. Nah, I ain't no cheapskate. I replaced the regular shit. Nah, we was into, you gotta get, But they was fine, though. I gotta say, it was a Lincoln. They was fine when I got it. I was putting pressure on them bitches, though. I mean, I basically did everything but slide with the brakes, to be honest. Brake booster, I think that's what it was, bro. It was like a couple things to where as though it was basically the whole braking system. We talking about $600-700, right? Which wasn't a lot in context, but I was in the stage of, do I even want to keep putting money into this or just go get something else? Because I didn't trash this bitch real quick. It was just a little hoop for me to run around. So I liked it though. But it was like $700, nah. Nah. Man, yeah, it was like the other components. Master cylinder, yeah, that shit right there. What else? What's the other part he said? Somebody else said the other piece. I think that was it, y'all. Yeah, it needed the stuff other than the rotors and the pads. You feel me? It needed the rest. It needed the rest of the goddamn. You know what I mean? I'm like, nah, cuz I wasn't ready to do that. In hindsight, technically, it might have been worth it, y'all. I don't even think that joint had crossed 100,000 yet, y'all. I think I might have been barely on 80,000. What a 5.0 in that bitch. Whoa, not the regular 5.0. That bitch had the high output 5.0, y'all. That's why I was trashing the police. That bitch had the HO. Yes, sir. That's the show, ain't it? Ain't that the show? That's the show, ain't it? The HO. High output. Yes, y'all. Motherfucking 88 Mark 7 or 89? 88. Yeah, it got the high output in it, y'all. I don't know if all of them got it. Mine did. Yeah, that's why I was trashing them. Trashing them. It'd be tight to take that out and put it in the Crown Vic. Because it got all my Crown Vics had a 5.0, but it was a regular joint. That one was high output. No governor? I don't even remember what it said on the dash now that I think about it. I don't remember what it said on the dash, bro. Was it digital? No, I don't think it was digital. I think it had the regular shit. I don't know what the total what's the highest I ever probably got it. I think I probably did about $120 tops. Cause in most of the settings where I was riding was in the city. You feel me? Like on regular streets. I'm gonna keep it real. Where I was really pressing on a highway, I probably pressed it a couple times, but like I was mainly like times when it got crunch time, literally banging on them. And I probably caught the police off guard because, like I told y'all, the paint was faded. So it looked real raggedy, but technically it was fresh. It just was sun beat. But whoever left it in the sun, they ain't drive it, y'all. Bitch had 60,000 miles on it when I got it. Ready to go. Yes, sir. I ain't even paint it. I just left it. So it's like a barn find. So it, but the bitch clean though. You heard. It's clean, like everything clean in the inside. Like it's just the sun that burnt the paint to make it look like it's old, but it's not. Real shit. 60,000 on this bitch. Ready to go. The show is a 6-cylinder. And I don't think this was no 6-cylinder. I think this was 8. It was the well, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't get it. I damn sure think this was definitely similar to the Crown Vic engine that I had that was 5.0. Show motor from Yamaha. So it's not the Mark 7 was a 5.0. 8. The show motor, okay, so it's not the show. It's just really the 5.0 high output. My bad. Yeah, you know what you're talking about. I thought the show the show was on some old other shit. Some of them was fast, wasn't it? It is fast, ain't it? It was the show. It was the 8th. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They got 2. They got different cylinder shows. Okay, I get it. See, y'all teaching me, but it makes sense. The smaller one for the Taurus is, yeah, that's a smaller car. Slightly. You probably, if you put a regular 5.0 in the Taurus, you probably be pressing it. That's what we doing? Yeah, the Crown Vics and the Lincoln. My Lincoln had the 5.0. All my cars, all these cars I had, y'all, I had like 5 cars and they all had the same engine, y'all. I wasn't doing it on purpose, though. It was the Lincoln Town car I had. That had the 5.0. Then I had 2 Crown Vics. Both of them had the 5.0. Then I had the Mark 7. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. My bad. I had 4. I feel like it's another one I'm missing. I still would take a 2-door Crown Vic, y'all. I ain't never had one. I always wanted one. You see one new, y'all, I want it. Well, not new, for sale. The 2-door Crown Vic, y'all, about a 84, don't quote me, 84, 82 to 86, don't quote me. Might be 84 to 86 or something like that. It ain't a lot. He unclenched his butt? Nah, he's still clenching. Yo, clenching his back and his butt. We back at it. I held us down during lunch, bro. Oh, my bad.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good afternoon.
I think we were at a point where you were about to testify, I believe.
I got you.
You know, obviously, tell me I'm wrong. That at 7:59 p.m., according to the phone records, Aisha Williams' associated phone, who may be Mr. Garlington's phone, that handset that he had, connected to Mr. McMullen or Nard. And just if I'm wrong, I didn't mean to be wrong, just correct it.
Yes. So I see that actually there's a call at 7:53 p.m.
And just to make sure we're oriented, this is all Eastern Standard Time, and we're talking about January 10th, 2015.
Yes,
Right.
Eastern Standard Time, January 10, 2015. So I see a call from the handset associated with Demise McMullen to the handset associated with a subscriber named Naisha Williams at 7:53 p.m. I then see that at 7:59 p.m., and I believe that's where we left off, that the handset associated with Naisha Williams calls the handset associated with Demise McMullen.
Mark 7 with the show.
And again, that's at 7:59. And then I don't see another call between those two handsets, at least of the variant that would appear in phone records, until 11:01, when Naisha Williams, or when looks like the handset associated with Demise McMullen calls Naisha Williams, the handset.
Now, from your view, the reason we even got Naisha Williams is because Kenneth Copeland gave a statement on June 10, 2015, articulating that he made calls at a certain time to the handset of Mr. Garlington. And you deducted potentially that would coincide with Naisha Williams' handset.
Yes, I thought that was a possibility. But like I said before, he also said that he called Mr. Garlington on FaceTime. Now, he didn't specify if all the calls were FaceTime calls. Some were voice calls that would show up on cell phone records. But apparently there were multiple ways that, according to Mr. Copeland anyway, that he would have contacted Mr. Garlington. So I surmised that based on the time of the calls, that perhaps this 404-621-0102 number that was subscribed to by somebody named Naisha Williams may have been Garlington. But again, I don't know.
I understand. And I appreciate you telling and educating the jurors. Now, Mr. Copeland said around the 8 o'clock time, so 7:53, 7:59, I'm including that time, that he was in a car with Mr. Garlington and Mr. McMullen, also known as Nard.
So I don't recall Mr. Copeland pinpointing the exact times that any of these things happened. We may just have to deduce it based on everything else in the case. So to be exact, I don't know that he ever said, I was in a car with these people at this exact time.
Let me do it a little differently then. From the McDonald's going to the Sky House, he had traveling with him Mr. Garlington and Mr. Demise McMullen, also known as Nard.
Yes.
According to Mr. Copeland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you have the handsets of Naisha Williams and the handset of Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, contacting one another around the times that this Mr. Copeland's car would be traveling from the McDonald's to the Sky House, if he's true.
That is correct.
All right. Do you know of a reason that people would call one handset to another handset in the same car?
Sustained.
All right. Let's go to Mr. Copeland's claim on June 10, 2015, that he traveled with his phone that we have, that he says he had with him, from the McDonald's to Jeffery Williams' Sky House condominium on January 10, 2015, approximately. I'm using the 8 o'clock time. I understand 7:53, whatever, but around that time. Do you have any phone records to show on Mr. Copeland's phone that he says he had with him that he was ever using a tower near the Sky House of Jeffery Williams after leaving the cell tower of the McDonald's on the evening of January 10, 2015?
From what I remember, he did use a tower near the Sky House at 11:14 p.m. that evening. But that's what I recall. I mean, obviously the records are in evidence, but yeah, 11:14, short answer.
Okay. But according to Mr. Copeland, he's leaving the McDonald's and driving to the Jeffery Williams condominium located at the Sky House on the exact date and time that we're talking about, and he went directly there.
I don't know. That's what I recall. I did say, I don't know if he said we went directly there, or if he just omitted that they made pit stops along the way, but my recollection was that, the short answer to your question is, I don't know if he said they went directly there or not, or if that's what he meant to say, but yes, the phone didn't travel from the McDonald's directly to the Sky House.
Okay. And Mr. Copeland also told law enforcement on June 10, 2015, that from the McDonald's at the appropriate time that we're talking about and date we're talking about, on the way to the Sky House, he followed the vehicle that contained Jeffery Williams and Mr. Kelvin Treadwell and others. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And Kevin Treadwell's nickname would be O.G. Bentley. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Understanding Mr. Kelvin Treadwell's phone records, does Mr. Treadwell's phone records indicate that he is at or near a tower by Jeffery Williams' Sky House condominium on June 10, 2015, after being down by the McDonald's area?
Do you mean January 10th, 2015?
What did I say?
June 10th.
No. I'm sorry. Yes, you are correct.
Okay. I do not. I'm referring to my report to refresh my recollection, but I don't recall seeing that Mr. Treadwell's handset pinged off a tower near the Sky House condominiums.
All right. Do you have any, if you're looking to, I'll wait for you, I apologize.
All right. Yeah. I'm done.
You stand by your answer?
I stand by my answer.
Okay. Do you have any physical evidence, eyewitness, surveillance video that Mr. Treadwell, Kelvin Treadwell, actually had the killing weapon or the other weapons that were used at the time of the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people, as stated by Mr. Kenneth Copeland on June 10, 2015?
Turn your mic on. Turn your mic on.
Objection, Your Honor, to the speaking.
Okay, well, he's making a whole lot of objections. So overruled as to relevance, and He's not limited to the phone records, so overruled on that. And what was the other one?
Background evidence, A.
Sustained.
There's been 10. Okay. Do you remember Mr. Copeland stating that Mr. Treadwell had, or O.G. Bentley, also known as O.G. Bentley, had guns that were used in the shooting of Donovan Thomas and the other two people in his car given to him around the McDonald's 2010 that we're talking about?
Yes, he said that.
Do you have any physical evidence, surveillance evidence, anything to corroborate that those guns were actually in that car at any time or given to Mr. Treadwell?
No.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to educate the jurors if you are aware of what a geofence is. If you're not aware, just say, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm aware of what a geofence is. I'm aware of what a geofence is. If we're talking about the variant that Google produces, yes.
If you can you explain to the jurors what is a geofence and how it works and how you use it in your everyday or whenever it's needed in your duties as a district attorney working with law enforcement?
Okay, so basically, Google has compiled over the years the general locations of Wi-Fi signals, and there's a variety of means that they've done this, but it suffices to say that Google has a database that has a set of points that define roughly, or maybe exactly, the boundaries of Wi-Fi signals, maybe cell phone. I mean, this is, I don't work for Google, but this is what I've come to understand. And that based on this, Google, if you have an Android device in particular, with location services turned on, Google can approximate your location because while you may not be connected to a certain Wi-Fi network, your phone can nevertheless see the Wi-Fi network. So if your phone can see a Wi-Fi network, and Google, because like I said, they know where the Wi-Fi networks are generally, then Google has a pretty good idea where your phone might be at a certain time.
In this case, if you know, was a Google fence analysis and search warrant taken out for the phone, targeting the phone of Jeffery Williams that he had on him on the 10th day of January 2015?
No, no, there was no geofence warrant done for Mr. Williams' phone that I know of.
Let me ask you just to refresh your memory, if it does, refresh your memory.
I know there was a geofence warrant done, but a warrant specific to Mr. Williams' phone, I don't recall that. But if you have something to refresh my memory, maybe that will help.
What number do you have for Jeffery Williams' cell phone, January 10, 2015, if you don't mind?
Well, there's one that ends in 3904 and one that ends in 9596.
Let me show you, just for purposes of see if this refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, tell me it doesn't. May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you a document. Do not, may I approach you?
Yes.
Just do me a favor, peek at it. Just tell me if you've seen it before, and if you were involved in it, and if it refreshes your memory, and if it doesn't, tell me that as well. And on the second page, second to last paragraph, you should see that phone number you just articulated.
I have not seen this. I was aware that I know who this investigator is. I was vaguely aware he was working on things like this, but this was not a search warrant that I drafted.
All right. You weren't involved in that part of this investigation?
I recall looking at a warrant that he did for a geofence, but that's not what this is. I know. I don't know. I see what maybe he was trying to do, but I don't recall ever seeing that warrant.
All right. Your Honor, may I retrieve the document?
You may.
I will not ask you about this then, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you aware, in your involvement in this case, whether you, your office, your prosecution team, the whole group, ever tracked the cell phone associated with Kelvin Watts, also known as, do you remember his?
I do remember. I know who Kelvin was.
Shell, same person?
Yeah, I know who he is. Yes.
Okay. Tracking his cell phone historic data related to these shootings in 2015.
Well, for Mr. Watts, the one case that I recall was a shooting of a fatal shooting of a young lady named Tiara Jones. We did have phone tower logs, and that would have been September 2015, but that's the only case I remember.
But he didn't get charged.
Did you?
But he didn't get charged, y'all. How didn't he get charged?
You or your coworkers, the prosecution team, ever analyze the cell phone historic data records for Kenneth Copeland's phone from these shootings in 2014 through 2015?
Well, apart from what we're talking about right here, January 10th, 2015, I don't recall now.
All right. Do you remember on phone records, getting phone records or viewing phone records of a young lady named Alexis Greer, also known either as Max, also known as Dolly? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right. And through your investigation, your belief, if you don't know, just say Jeffery Williams' sister,
Yes.
older sister?
That was my understanding, yes.
All right. Do you remember that at 12:04 a.m. on the 11th day of January 2015, the handset or cell phone associated with Alexis Greer, Max, Dolly Greer, same person, called 911?
I don't recall that. If I ordered her phone records, if it's in there, I'm sure it's true, but I don't remember that specific 911 call. I don't remember that.
All right. Well, let me ask you a different question then. Did you ever get, or the prosecution teams, I'm including everybody, did you, to your knowledge, ever obtain the actual 911 call from a handset associated with Alexis Greer, the actual words?
No, I don't recall anything about this 911 call, so I can't imagine that we obtained it, unless this has completely slipped my mind, but no, I don't remember that.
Let me just show you something, see if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, just say it does not help, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach
You
this for a
may.
minute? It's going to be behind you, Mrs. Spring. I'm going to walk right behind you, okay?
Still said, let me go in your stash real quick. Let me check your stash. Look how you going through the stash. Yo going through it like it's a yard sale. And you got some paintings that he might be interested in. Yo, crazy. Look, Sprinkle watching him so he don't steal. Cause Sprinkle like, damn, I hope he don't try to get that one that I wanted to keep for real, but my wife want me to sell it.
For one moment. Mr. Sprinkle, I'm just going to hold this up if that's okay with you. Okay.
He like, all right, bet that ain't my favorite.
Do you see on here, can you read that exhibit number on the bottom for me?
It's exhibit 533YF.
Show that to the jury. Jersley, Your Honor, and I am looking on here specifically at the fourth line there. Do you see that 911 says 104 seconds?
He really off the screen, y'all.
I see that. And do you see the 1990?
I do.
Do you know if that corresponds to Dolly Greer? I can help you with that too.
Yeah, I might need my memory refreshed. I don't recall.
It's right here. I'm just going to pull this back. It's on this one.
He like American Pickers. Yo done found the stash. Now he trying to balk him up. Remember how they do on American Pickers?
I'm showing to you. Can you read the exhibit?
How Fat Joe used to do at the end? He'd be like, well, let's make a package deal. Remember Fat Joe off American Pickers? Yo would go back to the stash and get the sliding out the joints he want.
It is 533Y, looks like A.
Okay. And who's the 1990 number associated with it?
Dolly Greer.
All right. My question then, does this in any way help you to remember whether you, let me go, I'm going to yell at you. Does that help you with whether you or your coworkers ever had possession of that 911 call? The actual, I'm talking about, this is 911 and here's a recording.
Right, I don't recall that.
How long are 911 calls kept by APD? If you know.
1 year is what I've always, unless that retention period has changed, 1 year is what I've always known them to keep them.
Okay. I want to ask you, you were asked by the Honorable Mr. Body a couple of questions about listening to or being present at, actually, interviews of Mr. Zachary, also known as Little D.
That's correct.
All right. And there's two Little Ds. Earlier I was saying Mr. Garlington, he's also Little D. Fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. I'm now talking about Mr. Zachary,
Yes.
also known as another Little D. All right. You were present at the April 13, 2017 recorded interview with Mr. Zachary. Fair to say?
Yes, I was there.
And you were there with other law enforcement, including Detective Thorpe, Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither. I believe if I'm leaving someone out, I'm not trying to.
Yes, that's correct.
You were not present for the August 5, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, but you've referenced it today with Mr. Body and you've reviewed that. Fair to say?
That's right.
That's also audio video. Fair?
That's correct.
In the August 5th, 2015 interview that you recorded, that you reviewed, that was recorded that you reviewed, did Mr. Zachary make it clear that Mr. Williams did not know about the killing of Donovan Thomas till afterwards?
From what I remember, yes, he did talk. Yes, the short answer to your question is yes.
Yes!
In the April 13, 2017.
Yes! He finally shorted it. Thank you. Right on time. My nigga.
Interview with Mr. Zachary, did he say something similar?
I don't recall how much detail we went into him on that, but yes, from what I remember, he said the same thing.
Yes.
He at no point implicated Mr. Williams.
I'm going to ask you the same exact question, the same dates. We'll take them one at a time if it's okay with you. Start with the August 5, 2015 recording that you reviewed first. The tour bus shooting of a gentleman, phenomenal artist, Dwayne Carter, also known as Lil Wayne. You know who I'm talking about?
I do.
All right, that's April 26, 2015 date, the shooting of the tour bus.
April 2015. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Zachary, at the August 5th, 2015 interview...
That boy had a yes sandwich for lunch, didn't he? Now he know how to say yes. All you got to do is say yes. That boy, still got it right during lunch, didn't he?
You were not present for it, but you reviewed... said that Mr. Williams had no involvement.
Still probably cash app that boy at $200. Go ahead, boy, $200. Go get you a nice meal for lunch, boy, or me, boy. You remember me from back in the day. You know I'll be getting to that paper, boy. Live that lifestyle for a couple. Yeah. Enjoy yourself. I'm gonna see you back on the stand. Yeah.
Involvement in that whatsoever, and Lil Wayne, Jeffery Williams idolizes Lil Wayne.
I don't remember, since I wasn't working on that case, but so I don't remember exactly what he said, but I do remember him mentioning it, and he did not mention that Mr. Williams was involved.
Same question for you, August or April 13, 2017. If it came up, tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, if Mr. Zachary again stated Mr. Williams was not involved in the shooting bus of that tour bus.
That I don't recall it coming up during that interview.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland was responsible for shooting TIG? Do you know what TIG Studios is? You know what I'm talking about?
Metropolitan Parkway?
Yeah, 675?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Zachary explaining that Mr. Copeland fired bullets into that establishment?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not.
Okay,
Yo.
I need you to speak up a little bit.
That boy got a negative gap in his thighs.
Objection, facts not evidence.
It's in the recording that was played for the jury, that was reviewed by Mr. Sprinkle, and Mr. Abadi asked Mr. Sprinkle about that same interview.
It's not my recollection of how.
Sustained.
I want Love back. I'm tired of him mooning us with his cheeks clenched.
Do you recall Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland...
Switch chairs, cuz. Hey, cuz. Yo. Toodaloo. Hey, yo. My bad, bro. We was clowning you before, but you cool as a fan right here. Yo, switch chairs with him, bro.
Copeland and Tay. Do you know who Tay is? Tay, T-A-Y. I'm spelling T-A-Y.
Which Tay?
Threat.
No, I don't recall this.
You don't remember?
I do not remember this.
Do you remember Mr. Zachary stating that Mr. Copeland and another person were responsible for shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father at the barbershop? Different barbershop, not the January 10th, 2015.
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. All right, let's talk about all the work that you talked about here and your studies, and I'm not mentioning everything, but your interviews, reviewing interviews, cell phone plotting, videos, all your work, okay? Then, in some point, do you remember the date in 2018 you interviewed Mr. Kelvin Treadwell, O.G. Bentley? Do you remember that?
Which day was this again?
2018.
Oh, right. Yes, I do remember that. Yes. That was another matter, but yeah, I do remember it.
And do you remember stating...
Another matter? With O.G. Bentley?
That you can't understand why people think that Thug, I call him Jeffrey, had something to do with the killing of Nut, I call him Mr. Thomas. That doesn't make sense. That's the thing that always confused me about this case, because all these rumors started immediately that Young Thug had something to do with it. But yeah, then Young Thug put a picture of him on Instagram, Mr. Thomas. So I'm looking at these people saying, oh, you and Little Woody had something to do with it. The more investigated the case, the more I've investigated the case, I just don't. Near as I could tell, Young Thug and Birdman were friends with Mr. Thomas or Nut, so I don't know why people say that he was involved.
Well, there you go. There you go. I told y'all, Sprinkle debunked Dennis and Thorpe. There you go. He came in 2018 and said that. 3 years later, he said that. An investigator said that. I can't see it. I still don't get it. Wow. Wow. Ho.
Call him Jeffrey. Do you remember?
Yes, that was another matter, but yeah, I do remember it.
And do you remember stating
Yeah, I do remember it. Yes, I do remember that. Yes, that was another matter, but yeah, I do remember it.
And do you remember stating that you can't understand why people think that Thug, I call him Jeffrey, had something to do with the killing of Nut, I call him Mr. Thomas? That doesn't make sense? That's the thing that always confused me about this case, because all these rumors started immediately that Young Thug had something to do with it. But yeah, then Young Thug put a picture of him on Instagram, Mr. Thomas. So I'm looking at these people saying, oh, you and Little Woody had something to do with it. The more investigated the case, the more I've investigated the case, I just don't, near as I could tell, Young Thug and Birdman were friends with Mr. Thomas or Nut. So I don't know why people say that he was involved.
Well, I recorded the interview, so I'm assuming that's a verbatim quote. I don't have everything I said during that interview memorized, but I'm assuming that, like I said, since you're reading from a transcript, that, yeah, I said that.
Okay. All right.
You're not going to explain why you said it. So if you've been around for a little bit, I spoke and said, yo, Sprinkle going to be in favor of YSL. Now, what's the coincidence? I didn't know that he said that before. That's even more alarming and damning than what I thought, knew he said, because I seen his angle. He was already picking apart the case that they had formed and reestablishing or trying to figure out what really happened, right? Now, for him to say that to another person on record, yo, that's preposterous. That blow the RICO out, because that's the key element. That's the catalyst that connects everything. That's the nexus to the whole RICO trial. You take Donovan Thomas out and you really don't have no gang. You ain't got no gang war. Yeah, you ain't got no gang war. You got people from the same side going back and forth at each other. Real rap. That's what they don't want to tell. They don't want to tell that, yo, technically a lot of these people that's going back and forth, if you strip away their alleged gangs, these people from the same neighborhoods. Seriously. What it's looking like, y'all, if you look to what the case they presented, yeah, you got a lot of back and forth from people who technically from some of the same area. This ain't necessarily Cleveland Ave versus, and they presented that Young Thug represents YSL, which is Cleveland Ave. And then they threw the 30 Deep connection on that, but they failed to really give you the understanding of who 30 Deep is and some of these other people that joined YSL to be a part of music versus the streets. Real rap.
The jurors may not, they're getting insight now into how jail phones work, jail recordings work, things like that. But I'd like you to explain to him, if you know, people who visit people at the jail, 2015, okay? If you know, can you yourself, you're a lawyer, can you actually physically go into the jail, with permission, everything's lawful, it's ethical, I'm not suggesting anything, and actually get up on a floor and meet with someone who, God forbid's, in custody? Have you done that before?
At the Fulton County Jail?
Fulton County Jail, thank you.
No, I've never done that. Now, I don't have clients, I'm not a defense attorney, but I can tell you as a prosecutor, I've met with people at the jail, but it's never been in the pods. It's in the library.
Sure. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Just get access to the jail and meet with a human being who's, God forbid, incarcerated. You've done that before?
I've done that before.
Do you know whether the jail in 2015 now had surveillance for people walking in and out of the jail? I'm talking about the common area, walking in and out of jail, if you know.
If you know.
I do not know, because I don't recall ever seeing footage, not on this matter or any other matter from that area. It would seem logical that they would, but I can't say that I have personal knowledge that they did.
How about when a person, we could use you, so your personal knowledge, in 2015, if this happened to you, going into the Fulton County Jail to see somebody, to see somebody in custody, have to sign in any paperwork, show your ID?
Yes, that you have to do.
All right. And to your knowledge, is that saved by law enforcement? The jail?
From what I remember, It was the sort of paper that it would create it was like a carbon paper, the kind of paper that it would make a copy of it when you write on it. So they'd give you a copy and then they retain the copy with the impression left from the original. Now, as to what their record-keeping practices are at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, that I don't know. All I know is they had it set up so they would keep a copy. I can say that, but I don't know what their record retention was after that.
And for people who may not know, who's in charge of, who is constitutionally in charge of running the Fulton County Jail?
I'm going to object to relevance at this
point. Sustained.
All right. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Do you know whether the sheriff officials ever log? Do you know what Odyssey is?
I do.
Just tell the jurors what Odyssey is.
It's a database. It's just a piece of software made by a company called Tyler Technologies. I believe they're out of Texas. And it's used here by the staff in the Fulton County Justice System, staff at the DA's office, the courts, and the jail. And it's basically just all of the data. All the cases in the system are maintained in this Odyssey database. The DA's office keeps their records, part of their records anyway, in the Odyssey database, and the jail keeps their records in this database.
Does the jail on Odyssey, you can access that?
I'm going to object to relevance again.
Sustained, as far as I can tell.
Okay. People visiting people in the jail, is that also on Odyssey?
Yeah.
I'm going to object to relevance.
It'll come up with the witness in the future.
All right, I'll give you some latitude.
So yes, there is in the what's called the jail module, when you click on a booking number, there will be a tab called contacts, and I've seen entries made. Now, the reason why I'm going to hesitate a little bit here is, and I can't remember exactly when, but I from what I remember, there have been times when I knew a visit was made and it didn't get logged. Because everything in Odyssey has to be entered by a human. Well, maybe not everything, but something like contacts would have to be entered by a human. So the data is only as good as the people are tasked with entering it. So yes, I can tell you this. There is in the jail module that the sheriff's office maintains, there is an area for them to enter data regarding the date and time of a contact and who came to contact that person. But I don't know that every single contact they're diligent about logging every single one, or if there are variants of contacts that they don't log, you would have to ask somebody from the sheriff's office about that.
Mr. Sprinkle, as always, thank you so much. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, are there other defense counsel with questions for this witness? Is there redirect? Oh, you do. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
ADA Michael Sprinkle. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I have a few questions for you. When you testified some days and weeks ago, you were giving the jury some background in terms of how long you've been with the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And you talked about some of the various roles that you've had in the district attorney's office. You've been in the complaint room, right?
That's right.
And in recent years, I think you said from the last several years, you've had a dual role as both a prosecutor and an investigator, right?
Well, so I haven't been given the title of investigator. You know, I'm not post-certified, so calling me an investigator is more of I guess you can call me that informally, just because because of what I'm tasked with doing for the DA's office. I necessarily am investigating things, but I'm not, as far as my employment is concerned, I'm not on paper an investigator. I'm just a prosecutor, an attorney.
Understood. So you're a prosecutor, but some of your tasks in the prosecutor's office involves some investigations.
That's right.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, you testified in days and weeks ago that sometimes a detective, a law enforcement officer, when they make an initial arrest, sometimes they'll hand a file over to the prosecutor's office, to the district attorney's office, and you testified that sometimes after they make an arrest, they feel their work is complete. You remember saying that?
I remember saying that, yes.
Okay. In other words, the detective believes that after they make the arrest, based on your statement, that their file is done, they've gotten an arrest, and they'll hand it over to you guys.
I've definitely seen that, yes.
Okay. And when your office gets it, it sounds like either an investigator who's, who has that official term investigator, or someone like yourself, a prosecutor who informally has the role of investigations, will pick up the file, blow it off, and continue some investigations in the particular file. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, some of the things that you would expect to see when you get a file from the police department, from law enforcement, you would expect to see police statements from witnesses, right?
Yes.
A lot of times you might want to see video surveillance if it's there, if it's available, right?
That's right.
Sometimes text messages, phone records, things of that nature.
That's right.
When it's not there, you'll then...
I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustained.
So when those items are not there, you get the file, or someone in your stead will get the file and continue the work of investigations. Now, in this particular case, I want to talk to you about a specific time frame around April 26 or so, 2019. An alleged armed robbery, that is supposed to have occurred at 741 Morosco Drive Northeast, 12:39 a.m. in the morning. Do you know anything about a case involving an armed robbery of supposedly involving Mr. Marquavius Huey concerning that particular time frame?
I don't have that exact date and time memorized. I'm familiar with Mr. Huey. That address sounds familiar, but I don't remember the facts of the case.
Okay. So that being said, without having that memory, so you don't recall you specifically doing any investigations concerning requesting any potential video surveillance of any VIC cameras in that area of 741 Morosco Drive?
No, I'm afraid I don't, unless you have something to refresh my memory. I don't.
I'm not saying you do, or it's not a trick question. I
don't.
You were involved. I'm asking you if you were. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have any memory of that.
Okay. Are you familiar with Google image search capacity?
Yes, when you upload an image into Google and it tries to find like images.
Yes. To your knowledge, well, you didn't take any actions or do any actions on the alleged armed robbery from April 26, 2019. I think you've already indicated that. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to say I didn't. I just can't. I just don't remember. Some of those dates and the locations sound familiar, but I also have dealt with hundreds of cases, so I could be getting cases mixed up. If just a date and time and address isn't enough to go on. So I just don't remember.
Okay. And so as we sit here today, you can't tell the jury that you specifically, you yourself, were involved with any investigation, to your knowledge, for an April 26, 2019 alleged armed robbery at 741 Morosco Drive. Is that fair?
Sustained.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Redirect.
Mr. Sprinkle, back in 2019, were you assigned to the major case division that handles homicides and vehicular homicides only? Back in 2019, around the date in which Mr. Matthews just asked you about, were you assigned specifically to the major case division that handled homicides and vehicular homicides, or cases involving death?
Yes.
Okay. And in your time working in the capacity that you've described to us now on 1, 2, 3 occasions, have you had cases with phone records and no video surveillance?
Yes.
And Mr. Steele asked you a number of questions concerning video surveillance and the McDonald's. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
Do you have any idea if the video cameras at that McDonald's were even operable back in January of 2015?
I don't know.
And Mr. Steele asked you on cross about what Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland had indicated about who did or didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Do you remember him asking about that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors who did Mr. Zachary and Mr. Copeland both say were involved in the killing of Donovan Thomas? Do you recall?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
Diamante Kendrick, Shannon Stillwell, Demise McMullen, and Justin Cobb.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross? Anybody? All right, thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Get him out of here.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Underwood to the stand.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh, we ready to rock. Case over now. Yup. Underwood here. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah. I been told y'all, for the people that been around, y'all know what time it is. Oh, my God. Hilton came out of nowhere. Damn. What the fuck? Yo. Underwood, Ray, save. Yo, she in favor of YSL, y'all. She actually from Atlanta. She the only gang expert that's from Atlanta.
Kimberly Underwood, Kimberly Underwood.
Okay, now,
And
baby
where are
kids.
you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I'm actually a recaptured employee, meaning that I retired after 31 years of service. And they called me back, or they let me come back as a contractor with the gang unit because I spent the majority of my career in the gang unit.
Okay. And how long have you been back under the recapture program?
I'm in my second year, so almost 2 years.
And tell the jury a little about what you do now, back in the recapture program, and then when you were at APD before retirement.
Okay, now they brought me back because I'm a senior investigator, I'm an instructor. They wanted me to really kind of mentor the younger investigators. I also teach at the police academy, so the recruits have to take a 4-hour class from me before they hit the streets about gang identification, gang awareness, gang investigations, and so forth. I also assist background and recruitment. We have to screen our applicants because we do have gang members that try to get employment, try to infiltrate the Atlanta Police Department. So I assist with the screening of them. Whenever an investigator have like a warrant or paperwork that they're not sure about, they'll bring it to me and I can proofread it or kind of help them with their cases. Before that, like I said, I spent 14 years before I retired in the gang unit. Prior to that, I was in licensing permits as an investigator. I was Zone 3 CID as an investigator. I did most of my career in Zone 3, so I've had, like I said, 31 years of experience with the police department.
And do you hold any degrees or certifications pertaining to law enforcement?
Yes, I have a degree from Columbia Southern University in criminal justice administration. I got my associates in criminal justice from Georgia Military College. I have over 2,000 hours in law enforcement training, and I still go to training even though I'm retired. I have over 1,000 hours, maybe hundreds of hours in gang training because Even though I'm retired, I still go to trainings and meetings and stuff like that. To stay up on the gang trends.
And are you a member of any law enforcement organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of Georgia Investigators Association, Georgia Gang Investigation Association.
Is that short GGIA?
Yes.
And you spoke briefly about presentations. Have you ever made presentations on law enforcement topics to any professional organizations?
Yes. Back when I first started teaching, which was back in 2011, I used to do a lot of the Atlanta Public Schools because I was a resource officer as well at Atlanta Public Schools. So I would teach the administrators on what to look for when it came to gangs in schools. I would do block captains in neighborhoods. I would go to City Hall and the block captains would come in and I would kind of give them a gang presentation on what to look for in their neighborhoods. I've done grading EMS. Whenever they go to calls, they like to know what they're getting into when they're dealing with victims, whether they're gang members or whether there's going to be like retaliation while they're trying to triage a patient or whatever. I've done the military. I've done Atlanta Fire Department. They also
The military.
Want classes about gangs because they're EMTs as well. They have to do first, they're first responders, so they like to know what they're looking for as well. Fire cadets. It's a list of different,
You need to know about a gang if you're saving somebody's life?
groups that I've talked to about gangs.
And if you could tell the jury about, I think you said you had about over 1,000 hours of...
Maybe close to 1,000 hours. It's over 100. I know it's hundreds of hours. Again, I can't tell you exactly. I did probably submit my training from, like at my daughter maybe, but it's hundreds of hours of gang training.
Give just a synopsis of some of the courses that you take as a part of that 100 hours of training, over hundreds of hours of training.
Well, I started out, when I first started the gang unit, I had no idea.
You work for the Falcons?
About gangs, even though I grew up here in the city of Atlanta where we really didn't have gangs, I say. But I started out in California. I went to California, did some gang training. It was mostly like gang awareness.
So I need you to slow down for me just a little.
I'm sorry.
Slow down. Okay.
Gang awareness, gang identification, interviews and interrogations of gang members, courtroom testimony, training. So anything that was pretty much dealing with gangs, I have been trained or either have trained people.
Outside of formal training, have you had the occasion to, in your personal experience as a investigator, speak with, interview individuals who identify as part of gangs?
Yes, pretty much my whole career as a gang investigator, I've done that.
And you talked about in some of your trainings, talking about the national gang trends. Are those some of the topics that you learned as part of your gang training?
Yes.
Have you had the occasion to study gang trends here in Georgia?
Yes.
Over your 14 years working in the gang unit at APD, can you provide an estimate of how many gangs you have investigated?
Whenever I started the gang unit, we had a bunch of hybrids, like non-traditional gangs. So counting those, it was over 100.
And over the course of 14 years, how many times have you come in contact with individuals who identify as gang members or who were identified as gang members?
I would come in contact with them daily because that was a part of my, duties as a gang investigator. But like I said, I did work for the Atlanta public school system where I came in contact with them there as well.
Can you even give a number of approximately how many gang members you have investigated or interviewed?
Over the years, I would say hundreds.
And as a gang investigator, did you have your own caseload?
I did. I have had caseloads, but what I did like about working in the gang unit that we did joint investigations. So most of our larger investigations are either, like the smash and grab burglaries or robberies or whatever. We would work as a team or as a group on cases.
Have you ever been a part of sharing information and intelligence with law enforcement, other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we actually, like I said, the GGIA meetings, we meet with other agencies from all over the state of Georgia. I've gone to Cobb and assisted on cases, Clayton, DeKalb, I've testified in DeKalb to assist them. So yes, we do information sharing. I actually have a meeting next week with the Atlanta Public Schools and all the other schools in the metro. We get together and share information about gang trends.
And do you stay current on gang trends, including rivalries, alliances, customs, and habits?
Yes.
In the experience and training that you've just described, have you developed a familiarity with criminal street gangs, their activities, customs, and behaviors, both across the United States and Georgia?
Yes.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote allegiances within their gang?
Yes.
To object. There's been no downward finding on that. I'll object to that. No question.
That's overruled at this point.
Have you received any training on how gangs use music to promote violence?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote fear in other gangs?
Yes.
What about how gangs use music to promote cohesiveness within their gang?
Cohesiveness.
Yes.
And what about how gang members use music to send messages to rival gangs?
Yes.
Have you ever been qualified as a gang expert here in the state of Georgia?
Yes, in Fulton County Superior in federal court, because I left out the part about me being a task force officer for 6 years while I was doing my time at the gang unit from 2013 to 2020. Federal court, DeKalb County Superior Court.
And you said you were a federal task officer for what agency?
For ATF.
And what were some of your responsibilities as an ATF task officer when you were assigned to that unit?
My responsibilities over there was to mainly focus on the VROs, the violent repeat offenders, who, when I went over there, I really didn't want to go over there, but when I went over there, I was told by my superiors that I could still work gang. I had been in gangs and I wanted to do gangs, so when I went to ATF, I was told that I can actually focus on the violent gang members. So when I was at ATF, that's what I did. All of my suspects that I came across were violent repeat offender that were actually gang members. We kept up with NIBIN, where I actually went to training to learn about NIBIN and how we were able to match crime scenes with just the casings or firearms that we recovered. The caseloads that we did get were kind of like adopted cases from the police departments around the metro that we worked.
Your Honor, it's time to say we'd like to tender Investigator Kim Underwood as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal gang activity.
You may, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yo, I say she for YSL. Is she going to switch her tune up now? When she was in her Daubert hearing, she was leaning towards YSL ain't even a real gang. These gangs ain't real in comparison to what I'm familiar with. So she was saying they was more like neighborhood groups. They ain't like what you would say is gangs. That was her foundation when they was talking with her. Now, of course, her job is to be a gang expert, and it sells on going with the narrative. I agree. So it looked like she read, yeah. But one thing I will say is, in her Daubert hearing, she specifically said something about a time where she basically pulled up at the house where they got the drop. Somebody had told and said, yo, they got the ATMs or one of them situations. And she said Thug was there. And she basically said the police was trying to harass yo, and she looked out like, nah, you don't do all that. I'm paraphrasing what happened, if you will. But yeah, that's what was said. You understand what I'm saying? So like, it looked like she might be a police, but if you try and get yourself out the streets, a lot of police on some, oh, nah, go ahead. Do your thing. I'm really happy to see that you got up out of this. Straight up, y'all. Some of them don't like it. Some of them on some, oh, nah, they feel obligated to, let them, just like if you play sports. Yeah, certain police on some, oh, nah, they told me that you got the chance to go to the league. Yo, I'm not even ready to be, so like, look, just look, right? I don't want to keep, So I'm going to act like I ain't see what's going on right now, but I don't want to see you out here when I come back type shit. So a lot of them like that, and they got to get the other ones right. Like, nah, not him. Some of these other ones, they knuckleheads. Yeah, let's ruffle their feathers. Yeah, we could do them dirty. But Holmes, they said Holmes got the she gave me that impression, y'all. Real rap. She gave me that impression in the Daubert, which was only a year ago. So that's why I think she going to lean that way too. Now, her job depends on obligating the gang. I think she might separate Thug a little bit. Real rap. Like, she's not the state. Of course, the state ain't going to allow her. They not going to ask no questions that allow her to say that. I bet when the defense asks, that's going to come out somehow. That's what I'm thinking. Because that's where she went with it in the Daubert. Like, yo, Thug, when they mention gangs, they mention them, and in Atlanta, we ain't even really take the gang shit serious. Now, she looked at them when they was taking them jeans and did the ATM, they was kids. Literally, y'all. So I think she spoke on that part, and think if she was in the school with them and she really from Atlanta, her family's probably know these people. Seriously, y'all. That's why I was keying on the fact that she one of the only ones from Atlanta. That's a gang expert. Remember, if you go back months, I said, yo, we got 5 gang experts. One of them actually from Atlanta, and they saved her last. Viverito not a gang expert, I don't think. I might be wrong, y'all. She might not be the last. I feel like she is. Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, her, and somebody else. Who the other gang expert? It is Viverito? I don't know. Y'all let me know. Well, Viverito done had multiple positions. No, Benton she homicide. She first 48. It's another one. Viverito was an investigator in the DA's office. Now she worked for APD. But keep in mind, they all work together too, though.
May we approach?
Yes.
Sorry.
So, you know, they work hand in hand. And they work federal. So I think her testimony gonna be good for us, y'all. That's what I'm predicting. I think we good, y'all. Hold tight. I think we good with Underwood. Well, yo, the reason why police turned into gangs is because what they learn is the gang life is actually more valuable than their careers. And it's corrupt. Dealing with, you know, so-called the system of keeping crime at a minimum, right? So once they figure out that that's corrupt, that's why a lot of them start stealing and taking bread. Real rap. Real rap, y'all. They see the corruption. They like, man, I'm about to get mine.
As a part of the gang unit with APD, were you familiar with a gang YSL?
Yes.
And does YSL go by any specific names?
Young Slime Life. I've heard Young Stoner Life.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Young Slime Life?
I'm familiar with YSL. They, what happened was I've been in, like I said, the gang unit since 2009.
I'm going to object to the broadness of this question.
She's about to talk about the jeans and the ATMs,
Let me ask
y'all.
you this. Was there an iteration of YSL prior to the name YSL?
Yes.
And what was that gang called?
Rock Crew.
And were you familiar with Rock Crew?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with Rock Crew?
From gang investigations while I was an investigator in the gang unit.
And about around what year or time was there a transition from Rock Crew into YSL?
Apologize. I'm going to object cumulative.
Sustained. Sustained.
Did y'all just see that
Let
code
me ask
that
you,
boy
are you
typed?
familiar with another gang?
Did y'all just see that password that boy typed? That was crazy.
YFN If Gang?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that gang?
They are Inglewood Family Bloods. YFN is a subset of the Inglewood Family Bloods.
Okay. And based on your knowledge of gangs, did those two gangs have a rivalry?
Yes.
Jack, that made 704. No, juries can figure that out. We don't need expert testimony.
Overruled. And can you please use your mic? It'll make it easier. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Wish it weren't the case in here that this sounds so complicated, but it is.
And just approximately how long has that rivalry been in place?
Asked and answered, cumulative.
Sustained.
Have you heard of the term gang war?
Yes.
And how have you heard of that term gang war?
Objection, relevance, and self-explanatory.
Sustained. I mean, not relevance, but it is self-explanatory.
Got him. New objection. Self-explanatory.
As part of the gang unit, were you familiar with the facts of the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shooting surrounding Donovan
Objection. Cumulative.
Thomas's murder?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Donovan Thomas murder and the retaliatory shootings surrounding Donovan Thomas's murder?
I was assigned to ATF as a task force officer, so Operation Planners is actually a federal name that we gave the investigation. So
Oh, the feds named it that. Okay.
whenever the Donovan Thomas was murdered, the gang war ensued and several shootings around the city. So,
But they was beefing before Donovan Thomas got murdered, though. Make it make sense for me, baby doll.
APD and ATF came together to investigate those shootings
About one guy?
and to try to stop the gang war.
And were you involved in any of those investigations?
Yes.
How were you involved in those investigations?
Like I said, I was a task force officer. with ATF. What happened was we all got together, the gang unit at APD and special agents at ATF. We all got together and we would meet like weekly.
So y'all threw one of y'all informants in the middle of a gang that was joining, and y'all caused the interruption. And y'all wanted to dismantle them from turning into a big gang, so y'all could actually have more crime. And y'all learned that from L.A.? Damn.
About the shootings because they were rapid and happening so much that we had to do something. So we all used to get together and we kind of divided up the cases between different officers, investigators, agents, or whatever to, like I said, try to stop the gang war.
Okay. And did you
stop it? Even when y'all teamed up, y'all didn't stop what y'all called the gang war. It continued to this very day, and it actually grew. And y'all just fueled it. Okay.
any particular focus for you as a part of that kind of collaborative effort?
Yes, because I was a federal agent. I was tasked with handling anybody that was a federal target, meaning that if they could go to federal court opposed to state court, I was involved in those cases because I was a federal task force officer. So I could prosecute a case federally when my partners over at APD couldn't because they were not task force officers.
And as a federal task force officer, did you find that you were involved with more of the YSL side of the gang war or the YFN side of the gang war?
Sustained.
Okay. What were the two entities that were engaged in this gang war?
Answer cumulative.
Sustained.
In preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to review some of the reports that came in back in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had an opportunity to review some of the Operation Planters report that summarized some of the incidents that occurred in 2015?
Yes.
Have you also had the occasion to review a video from Magic City?
Yes.
And we'll speak about this more, but have you reviewed any type of music in this case in order for your preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Based on your review of the reports and your knowledge of the events in 2015, in your opinion, was there a gang war going on in the city of Atlanta?
I'm clearly going to object to cumulative 704B, and this is the fourth gang expert that the state has called in the same exact events.
All right. Well, one of them was all of yesterday's testimony from that person was excluded. So
I didn't mean to interrupt the honorable court. Actually, that person testified 3 previous times.
I know, and that was not excluded. And I would imagine. Why don't y'all approach?
So it's heating up in here, as you can see. This lady testimony is actually going to be interesting, y'all, so stick around. You might want to watch this part. It was getting a little bit, seeming like the police was a little bit extra. We didn't need all of that testimony. Well, this one right here is important. Yeah, and they coming around the corner. Yeah, after this, Viverito might be the only person that's, left that's, substantial as one of their witnesses. That's just my opinion. That's going off of what we assessed from the beginning. I might be missing some people. But look like, because, we just had Sprinkle. That's Dennis. And now we got Underwood. So we had Gaither recently. We had Belknap. Coming around that corner, baby. Coming around that corner. This cross-exam going to be very interesting. I know they're going to do one. There's no way. Let's get back to it.
Your Honor, I believe I may have failed to do this, or if I did, I'll just do it again. Your Honor, this time today would like to tender Investigator Underwood as an expert in criminal street gang
You already did it, baby.
activities and an understanding of gang culture and how music can be a part of gang culture.
But y'all didn't do that in her Daubert hearing.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you.
I maintain my previous objection.
Yes, of course.
Now, I want to go specifically, Detective Underwood, to the week leading up to Donovan Thomas's death. Okay, and from the review of the records, do you recall Donovan Thomas being?
Hold on. The week before, I thought y'all said the gang war started with him passing away. So where are we going the week before? What happened?
Killed on January 10, 2015.
Yes.
Right. I want to go back to that week, earlier in that week. Are you aware of, through your own personal knowledge of what was occurring in 2015, a fight at Club Crucial?
Yes.
And who was involved in that fight at Club Crucial?
Kenneth Copeland and Kevin Watts.
After that fight at Club Crucial, did you become, and I'm going to ask just very specifically, about a shooting outside of Club Crucial?
Yes.
Right. And on that same day, Mr. Arnold being stopped by police along with another individual?
Yes.
All right. After that incident on January 6th, were you aware of any other incidents that occurred that week of 2015 before Donovan Thomas's murder or the killing of Donovan Thomas?
I can't think of offhand except for think over at what they call it, it was a gambling spot in Zone 3 where a windshield was damaged.
What about Cal's robbing people? Did y'all add that into the investigation?
And words were, I guess, exchanged or had about the windshield being damaged between rival gang members.
Okay. What about a shooting at TIG Studios?
Yes.
Now,
did you look in the fly?
After the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., in your opinion, based upon your understanding of what occurred in 2015 from reports and your own parts of your investigation, after the shooting of Donovan Thomas, was there a main target of individuals associated with YFN or If Gang?
I don't understand the question.
Sure, sorry. Did they have someone that they were targeting, individuals who were associated with If Gang and YFN after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Vague with they and also...
Sustained.
Sure. After Donovan Thomas's murder, was there an individual who was targeted?
Yes.
God bless you.
Speculation calls for speculation of the intent of others.
Sustained. You may rephrase.
Sure. Based on, let me ask you this. After the death of Donovan Thomas Jr., did law enforcement receive information about shootings at several homes after Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, we received several 911 calls and incident reports were made at these locations.
Okay. And in evaluating and looking at those locations, were those locations associated with a particular individual?
Yes.
Who?
Kenneth Copeland.
And the homes that were targeted, that were in relation with Kenneth Copeland, do you know where those homes were located?
One was on Van Ira. I think I remember Deshaun, Copeland's girlfriend. That was her mother's house. I remember his sister's house was targeted on Oakland over in Zone 4. And his brother's house was targeted on Hendricks Drive in Zone 3.
And did those particular shootings happen within the first few days after Donovan Thomas was killed?
Yes.
Now, in January,
Did you notice any YSL members with a financial gain after Donovan Thomas was, met his demise? Did you?
January of 2015, were there
Any social media exploitation of, some type of gain?
any shootings that came into the Atlanta Police Department in which the locations involved individuals who were associated with YFN?
Objection.
Yes.
What were those locations?
I remember Rayshawn Bennett, a.k.a. Lucci's mother's home being shot over on Hill Street in Zone 3.
Cumulative.
I'm going to object to previous testimony already given. It's cumulative.
Okay, go ahead and get to whatever point there is.
How many times was her home shot?
Twice.
Okay.
I'm going to ask her about the first time. Were there individuals from YFN who were at the location when police, because that's going to form what I have to ask next.
Same objection.
Your Honor, this is part of what occurred yesterday.
Go ahead. I'll give you some latitude.
Thank you. The first time her home was shot, were there individuals at her home when police arrived?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Kelvin Watts, Jermaine Hardiman, and Jamal Ward. No, Jamal, I can't remember his last name.
Does the name Jamal Bynes sound familiar?
That sounds very familiar.
And were those individuals associated with any gang?
Yes, they were Inglewood family blood members.
And Lucci ready to come home? Okay.
And the second shooting of Miss Rayshawn Bennett's mother's house, was that on 1/26/2015?
Yes.
Okay. On that same day, on 1/26/2015, did you become aware of an incident in which Kenneth Copeland was shot at on the highway?
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to hearsay.
Overruled. Based on your review of the reports, did you become aware, whether it's part of the reports or your own knowledge of the investigation?
At the time, we were actually keeping up with and collecting every incident that happened between the two gangs.
And so did you come aware of an incident in which Kenneth Copeland was shot on the highway on January 26, 2015?
He wasn't shot. I think he was shot at. Him and his brother they were
She
firing
said
upon
shot
while they
again?
was driving down Express.
Yo, that's 2 times they said shot instead of shot at. They doing that on purpose, y'all. Because why I had to catch it twice? Well, she caught it. But come on, bro. That's 2 days in a row. The judge need to be reprimanded for that, man. Straight up, intentionally changing wording and acting like oh, my bad. Nah, you know the difference between shot and shot at.
Thank you for that clarification. Mm-hmm. Did you know that case number, was that for case number, APD case number 150260124?
That sounds correct.
All right. Now, did you also have the occasion to review APD incident case number 150262672?
Yes.
And was that the incident we just talked about when Lucci's mother's house was shot up?
Yes.
And did you also have the occasion to know of and look at APD case number 150262801, the shooting of Trevante Turner?
Yes.
And The location 198 Stanhope Circle, are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
During the investigation, I found that whenever I prosecuted Jermaine Hardiman on the federal side, that was his residence.
And Trevante Turner, from your investigation, was he associated with a gang?
Yes, he was a non-Trey blood, but he hung out with his bestie, Kenneth Copeland, who was YSL.
And
so he didn't hang out with If gang members?
And looking at those three case numbers, 15-026-0124, then 15-026-2672, and 15-026-2801. Would the 0124 incident be the first incident?
I think so. They're in chronological. If they're chronological, yes.
All right. And I'm going to put those numbers up because I know it's probably hard for you to remember what I just. And then 15-026-2801. You said the location was in near Washington member's home?
Yes. The main harbor.
But the individual who was shot was
YSL.
And you put him in another gang?
Non-Trey blood.
He was not YSL.
Now I want to ask you about some instances that
Now she connecting YSL to non-Trey.
February 10th specifically. Do you recall looking at an APD case report where there was a shooting of Kelvin Watts?
Yes.
Do you know where that shooting occurred?
It was over in Zone 3 on University Avenue, but it was very close to 30 deep territory.
And Kelvin Watts, was he associated with a gang?
Yes, the Inglewood family was.
On that same day, was there a shooting at 193 Hendricks?
Yes.
And who was associated with Hendricks Avenue?
Kenneth Copeland's family, his brother.
And again, same Kenneth Copeland as above?
Yes.
YSL?
Yes.
And then on February 19, 2015, was there a shooting involving Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
I'm going to object to leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What, if anything, occurred on February 19, 2015?
Leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If that's the one over at Villages of Carver, whenever Kenneth Copeland was at his girlfriend's house, he was walking out with his baby and was fired upon by rival gang members while holding his baby.
Do you know who the rival gang members were?
Yes, I'll have to look at the report of refreshing my memory, but I remember Biden Hardy being involved because he got blood in the car. So they actually crashed the car. It was Deontay Fleetwood, it was Josiah Johnson, and I never think of the last guy's name, but it was his girlfriend's car that they showed up in, the reason why we was able to solve the crime.
Was Octavia's,
what was his name?
that's for all these people, YMN.
They are actually Inglewood family brothers.
Now, as you all, you have a secret right now. Now, within the first 6 months of 2015, did there ever come a point in which it appeared that the shootings kind of died down within the early portions of 2015?
Yes, around after those incidents in February, I think March was pretty quiet for us.
You said March was pretty quiet.
Yes.
Right. Did it pick back up again at some point?
April.
Okay. As a part of your familiarity with Operation Planners and what was happening in 2015, was there a shooting on April 12th involving an individual by the name of I can rephrase. Are you aware of a shooting that occurred on April 12th, 2015?
Yes.
Who was the victim in that case?
Was that the one on 490 Glen? Or?
Let me ask you a better question.
Right.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And were you familiar with a shooting involving a Dexter Montgomery?
Yes.
Did that occur in April of 2015?
Yes.
Also, are you familiar with the individual that goes by the name of Dwayne Carter or Little Wayne?
Yes.
Were you familiar with a shooting of his that occurred in April of 2015?
I do. I am.
Were those two shootings considered a part of the Operation Planters?
They were.
Were those two shootings particularly determined to be part of the gang war between YFN and If Gang?
Yes.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, I want to take you specifically to April 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to review a report for 151180288?
Yes.
And do you recall what location that incident was?
I don't recall by case number. If you give me the location, I can probably tell you what happened there.
Was there an incident at Club Cushion?
Yes.
What occurred at Club Cushion?
It was a shootout.
Yes, say, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Objection cumulative.
Just a little leeway.
It's
Just
all been
get the
cumulative,
facts on
Your
the
Honor.
paper. Overruled.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 1JJ. Looking at Section Exhibit 1JJ, do you see the incident number for 1JJ?
Yes.
What is that incident number?
151180288.
And where is that location?
2517 Gunna Lee Hollowell, which would be Club Crucial.
Can you also show me what's been admitted as 2 Tango Tango? And while we're waiting for that to come up, was there an incident at 1903 Jew Drive?
Yes.
Was there also an incident that morning at 1428 Adele?
Yes.
And was there also an incident at 2900 Lane?
Yes.
While we're waiting, the incident at Club Crucial, who was involved in that incident?
Objection cumulative.
I'll ask him that.
Yet again.
Was the individual a YSL associate?
Yes.
Yes.
So they had to have another private meeting, y'all. It's getting hectic. What y'all think? What y'all think? Let me know. Yeah, Weinstein getting spicy. What y'all on in here, man? They trying to make up for Dennis' testimony. Yeah, they trying to bring in the evidence from the investigation that they've been doing all these years, and he was the person they was bringing it through. But seems to be they had to find an alternate, so they pushed some of that testimony over to her. But I don't think it's going to actually work. I don't. I don't think it's going to actually work, y'all. Oh, yeah, they pushing to get Detective Dennis back. They filed a motion.
going to show you what's been admitted as 4 kilo. And what incident is 4? What incident number is 4 kilo?
151180462.
And what's that incident location?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Yeah, Quanta, you right.
Southwest.
And then I'm going to show you 2 Lima. What is that incident number?
Incident number 151180588.
And what's that incident location?
1903 G Drive Northwest. Apartment 1. No, I thought it was apartment. No, 110. Yeah, apartment 1122.
And then on that same day, was there a incident at 2900 Landrum Drive?
Yes.
And do you know that case number sitting here today?
I don't know it by heart.
I'm going to approach you. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification only as 600 YYR. We're looking at the help refresh your memory as to what the incident number was for 2900.
Okay.
What is that incident number?
It's 151180531.
Now, looking at, if you want to come here, you can, please. Looking at the first, would this have been in chronological order? Yes. And I think we talked about for 0588, was that the location where the Meek-Young, something happened to the Meek-Young Robinson?
Yes, he was shot at the club.
And the Meek-Young Robinson, who did he associate with?
Why is it?
Now, 1428 Adele Avenue, where was that location?
That was Inglewood family gang member Darren Mills' address.
And what occurred at that location? Was it a shooting?
Yes, the house was shot up, and I think a lady was shot.
Right? 2900 Landrum Drive. Who was associated with that location?
From what I remember, it seemed like Summer Good was over there visiting and was targeted because she's Quindary Zachary's girlfriend.
And Quindary Zachary, what gang was he associated with?
YC.
And then 1903 Drew Drive.
That was Philip Collins' girlfriend's apartment.
You said Philo or Philip?
Philip Collins, aka Philo. His nickname is Philo.
And was he white?
He was Inglewood Bank.
So on April 28, 2015, there was an incident involving a YSL gang member at the club getting beat up.
Yes.
And then right after that, there was a shooting at.
Actions of leading, repetitive,
Sustained.
Is this what occurred on that day?
Yes.
Now, looking at what happened in April 28, 2015, February 10, 2015, and January 26, 2015, was that the kind of example of the back and forth that was happening over the course of those first 6 months of 2015?
Can't object to the example if they want to prove them individually, otherwise
in your opinion,
Go ahead.
in your opinion, was that the back and forth that was happening based on police reports in January through June 25th?
There's a call for opinion testimony.
Sustained.
Was this what was happening?
Yes.
Was it a lot of back and forth?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your investigation, I want to take you to September of 2015. Were there any incidents involving an individual by the name of Shannon Stillwell as a part of your operation planners?
Yes.
And I want to specifically talk about September 26, 2015. Was there an incident involving also a woman by the name of Tierra Jones?
Yes.
And the individuals, were you aware of the individuals who were charged in that incident?
Yes, they were Inglewood.
This is cumulative, and it's also, in my opinion, my humble opinion, and it's also hearsay, and the expert is using as a conduit, is being used as a conduit for hearsay at this point.
Your Honor, this case was...
Experts can testify based on hearsay. Overruled.
The individuals who were charged, are you aware of an individual by the name of Dominique Carter?
Yes.
Does he have a nickname?
Stewie.
What about an individual by the name of Bobby Hardy?
Yes.
Is his nickname Smoke?
Yes.
Is that the same Bobby Hardy that we discussed for the incident that occurred February 19, 2015?
Yes.
And then was there an individual who goes by the nickname of Merrill?
Yes.
His name Jamal Ward.
Yes.
Were those individuals ultimately charged for what happened on 9/26/2015?
They were.
And were those individuals a part of If Gang as well?
Yes.
Now, taking you to about 4 days after that, on September 30th, 2015, were you, as a part of your investigation, did you learn of an incident that occurred at Magic City Adult Entertainment Center?
Yes.
And what occurred at that location? Was there a surveillance video? Were you able to observe a surveillance video at that location?
Yes.
And did you observe that surveillance video in preparation for court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 543Y. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 543Y?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It's a video that I initialed, it's a CD rather of a video from Magic City that I initialed today.
And does that video contain an incident involving a person by the name of Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
Can't use the exhibit, of course, in evidence. I object to foundation.
Does that show an incident that occurred at Magic City nightclub in September 2015?
Yes.
So you're saying what it is before it's been admitted.
Were you aware of an incident at Magic City?
Yes.
I asked that earlier.
Right.
Okay. And have you seen a video regarding an incident that occurred at Magic City?
Yes.
Was that a fair and accurate depiction of the video of what you understand occurred at Magic City back?
Excuse me, I will object to foundation. There's no foundation for this issue of this exhibit.
How were you aware of the incident that occurred at Magic City?
I was aware because it was a YSL member that was jumped inside of the club, and so.
Okay, I think we're gonna break for the day. We'll sort this out, and I know that somebody needed to leave early today anyway, so it seems like a good place to stop. I'm gonna see y'all all on Monday, and I'm wondering, we need, y'all come up here for a second. Y'all can go ahead and be gathering your stuff, but I may have y'all come in at 9:30 instead of 9, but I need to consult on some scheduling first, so don't leave before you get the show up time for Monday. Remember, don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Do not view, read, observe any kind of media or social media or news or anything about the case or anybody involved in it. So y'all can go out to the jury room and I'll give y'all the show up time soon. At 8:30 on Monday, and I know that we need to get through motions in limine 64, 65, and 66. I don't know that the motion to reconsider is really gonna, I think it might be mooted. Well, to the extent I'm gonna need to entertain that, we'll have to deal with that as well. So I don't know that we can do that in 30 minutes. Do y'all think so? All of those things? I mean, maybe, but instead of having them show up at 9 and not reach them until 9:30 or 10.
64, 65, and 66.
What?
I just don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know. They're the last 3 motions in limine that Mr. Steele filed that we never reached because we've been in court all day. I mean, all week. Oh, yes, thanks. But you don't know what time to be back either, but they'll let you know.
Monday. Okay.
Sorry. And I'm going to get y'all's responses sometime today. They're due today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course, they will as well.
I was going to update the court in terms of scheduling Monday. Me and Ms. D. Williams have been talking extensively about the remaining objections for Act 79 through 81.
Okay.
We're going to speak again after court today.
Okay.
There may be a very brief disagreement on the remainder,
Okay.
but we expect it would be quite brief and similar to the arguments that we've discussed previously. I just wanted to...
All right, well, great. Then that could be something we can finalize.
Yes, Your Honor.
Monday morning. I'm just going to tell them 9:30 and tell y'all 8:30, and I think we can get through those things in an hour, but I don't think we could get through them in a half an hour. Okay. Laura, do you mind letting them know that? What?
Okay. Your Honor, I would just humbly ask that if the state could provide us with an updated roadmap of what witnesses.
Yeah, they're
Fine. Yeah.
supposed to be doing that. And did y'all say you had already emailed it?
No, not yet, Your Honor. We will email that today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is this from?
For next week.
We'll definitely have, I think, from Monday, and we're trying to just confirm some other things, but we'll definitely have the witnesses from Monday.
Okay, so it needs to be for next week, and if some of them are, we're not sure about this person, then just put a little note, we're not sure about this person, or it may be this group, if not, it's going to be that group, okay? But that needs to be done today for the whole week. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll see everybody at 8:30 on Monday.
You said today 11:59 is okay?
I didn't actually give y'all a time, but I mean,
It was a bad joke.
yeah. I'm sure that for the witness list, everybody would like it before then. For the responses, 11:59 is fine if y'all don't have them ready yet.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a. All right, so we're adjourned for the day.
Yo. So, yeah, wild day, right? So we got some things to go over the weekend. This what y'all do. If y'all go back or y'all remember some certain parts that y'all want to talk about, send me an email or remember what part y'all want, go over the weekend. I'm ready to go back to my research. Y'all know what time it is. I'm ready to cook something up for us while we, we got, tomorrow and the day after. Let me get back to my job. We had a decent day in court. They made a lot of progress. And sprinkle off the stand. And he ain't damaged the case. He actually helped, like I thought. In my eyes, that's just my opinion. Let me get to figuring out what I'm going to do with with the content though. I like where we at. They stopped before they could really get to the cross exam today, but it's cool. We got something to look forward to on Monday. I'm surprised that the judge still expects the case to go to December with where we're at with these witnesses. I'm going to have to say, y'all, it's going to get pretty dry. Mootunk hearing today, if y'all find it, somebody streaming it or something, send me the link. I'm going to be paying attention. Gaither coming back, I don't know if they signed her off. The chat probably know. I don't know if they signed her off already. She probably due to still be able to come back. They probably didn't, sign her off. She is excused? Okay, there you go. Yeah, if y'all find the Mootunk stream, I'm not familiar. I don't want to hit you and ask you about it. He had it. You feel me? It's too late for me to ask him. But somebody might be in there. They might have needed to get a Rule 22 for it. But I wouldn't doubt if it's a camera in there. Real rap. So if y'all do find it, I'm not streaming it. Where is it? Which you know where it's at? If you tell me where it's at, I'm streaming it. I don't have the link. If y'all know where it's at, let me know. I can't really search certain stuff, y'all. If I search, I'm going to go and find so much stuff that I don't need to see. You feel me? I'm with it, though. You understand? Like, let me know if you see it. But I can't. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all, yo. You don't want me to go looking for it because I'm gonna find all types of stuff. Law and Crime streaming it. Send me the link. Somebody find the link. Streaming it at 3:55. Oh yeah. All right, then I ain't going nowhere then. If that's true, girl, you know it's true. Is that true?
Your Honor, may I approach this for a minute?
On Twitter. Oh, they said that's where they said they streaming it. Yeah, they want to get every nook and cranny. The link should be up already. Somebody find the link. I'm scared to go look. Who knows what I'm going to find. What's my email? ebanfilms at Yahoo. They saying stay on this stream for Mootunk. I got it, y'all. That's what they said. Tap the like button, y'all. Yeah, that's what they said, baby. We about to run it. Hold on, y'all. I got him. Something funny about Sprinkle? Tell me about it. What's my email? ebanfilms@yahoo. ebanfilms@yahoo. Do 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 do. Yeah, y'all. Step into the danger zone. What's up? Salute to everybody in here. Stay still. 11 alive. Why you type that? Send me the link. Don't run a commercial. If you see something, you feel me? Send me the link, baby. Yeah, send me the link. Send me the link, baby. I said, send me the link. Send me the link. Uh-huh. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Yeah, y'all, what's up?